Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the CORES2021 Professional Development Conference hosted at TRI. Today, we welcome attendees in person from across Brisbane and online from across the country. My name is Tess Fox, and I'm the Core Facilities Manager here at TRI. I will be your MC for the day. Before we get properly started, I will quickly cover off on some important housekeeping items. If I can get it to work. In the case of an emergency evacuation alarm, please exit based on your seating location. The front half of the audience by the exit at the front of the auditorium, and the back half of the audience through the main entryway at the top. Follow instructions from TRI staff and proceed along the orange pathway towards the grassy hill near Dutton Park Station. I'm sure everyone is overly familiar at this stage. Please comply with COVID safe requirements, such as maintaining a safe distance, sanitizing hands, and not attending in person if you're unwell. If anyone going to chase you out. The recent return to level 2 restrictions in Brisbane has meant that masks are required to be worn at all times indoors, unless you are seated and eating and drinking. And if you are outside, you must wear them unless you are able to distance. In addition, there is a requirement to be seated whilst eating and drinking. Morning tea and lunch will be available in the trade display forum, which I think most of you have already found behind the auditorium. And seating is available both in the trade display area, as well as out in the atrium and the Belvedere, which we encourage you to use because the weather is beautiful. And it's indicated on the map. Please say hi and check out our sponsor displays if you haven't already. The all-important bathroom locations down past reception. Where we have time, we will facilitate questions from both Zoom attendees online and using roving mics within the auditorium. We encourage everyone to join in. Without further ado, I am pleased to invite Professor Scott Bell, CEO of TRI, and Professor Fabienne Mackay, Director and CEO of QIMR Berghofer, to open today's proceedings.
Thank you, Tess, and welcome everyone. I acknowledge the traditional custodians of the country throughout Australia and recognise their continuing connection with land, waters, and community. I pay my respects to them and their cultures and to elders, both past and present. Welcome, everyone. It's excellent to see people in person. And so many participants in this inaugural and what we hope will be annual event in Southeast Queensland. I want to firstly acknowledge Professor Margaret Shield, Vice-Chancellor, QUT, and a keynote speaker who will be speaking shortly and introduced by Fabienne Mackay, who I also welcome as CEO and Director of QIMR Berghofer. I started at TRI in February 2020. Fabienne shortly after at QIMR Berghofer. Little did we know what was going to happen next. During the lockdown in April and May of 2020, each week I decided it might be a good idea to see the poor people still working here and actually have an opportunity to meet them and effectively ask them 3 questions. Did they enjoy working at TRI and why? What were their bosses like? And importantly, how did they pursue professional development, particularly in the core facilities and as professional staff? Because as we all know, as researchers and as clinician researchers, we get ample opportunities usually to travel and to participate in professional education and to mix with our colleagues. But sometimes we leave behind the other really crucial members of our staff in our organizations. And thus the concept of a core and professional staff concept was birthed. And I'm sure Tess and Amanda, who I'll come back to shortly, have regretted me even thinking about this and going off to speak with Fabienne and Leon Scott at QIMR Berghofer and say, would you partner with us on this? It's perhaps important for you to recognise that there are 177 participants, both in person and online today. And we have, I understand, a very successful dinner last night 55 of the 56 registrants turned up, which is fantastic, and I gather it was a great night. We have 133 people participating, including speakers and vendors, in the conference today, and another 46 online. All of the large institutions in South East Queensland are represented, and online we have representatives from SAMRI, the University of Sydney, Griffith, the Baker Institute, Mater, TIA, the University of New South Wales, and Wollongong University. So there is something in this concept that I think has captured the imagination of the audiences. So thank you. Thanks to all of our sponsors. And I'm not going to name them all, but thank you all. And if you wish to see who they are, firstly, you can check page 8, but also go and talk to the sponsors in the luncheon area just behind this auditorium. And a special thanks to the organising committee members, and I'm not going to go through each of them by names, but their names are all listed on page 10. Specifically, I'd like to thank the TRI team led by Tess Fox and Amanda Colsay from TRI, who have really taken this on, and I'm sure we'll be looking for opportunities to hand the baton on to other partner members of the organising committee and others at the end of today. Enjoy your day. And I think you've got a fantastic schedule of talks. And I'm going to now hand over to Fabienne to introduce Margaret.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Scott. I completely support what you said and really enthusiastically support the conference and the collaborations and the professional development. So this morning, it is my real pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Professor Margaret Shield. Margaret is actually Vice Chancellor and President of QUT since 2018. Prior to that, she was a Provost at the University of Melbourne. I had the great pleasure of working with Margaret at the University of Melbourne. And prior to that, also Chief Executive Officer of the ARC. Margaret is an incredibly accomplished scientist and leader. She did a PhD in physical chemistry and had a very distinguished career in science. And for a career, she was recently recognized with an election as a fellow of the Australian Academy of Science, but she's also a fellow in many different academies. So it just shows, the incredible career so far and the incredible contribution Margaret has made, not just as a scientist, but also as an incredible leader in Australia. So it's my real pleasure to welcome Margaret on the podium and give a presentation. Thank you, Margaret.
So thank you very much, Fabienne. I'm just wondering where's the best place to stand. Oh, you need me to stand here, right? Okay. And you're going to show my presentation. Great. Okay, well, thank you very much for the invitation to be here. And I too acknowledge the traditional owners, in particular the Turrbal and the Yagara, who are the traditional owners of the land where QUT's major 2 campuses here in Brisbane stand, and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. And also acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands where our virtual participants are coming from. So it's wonderful to be here, Scott, and thank you, Fabienne, for that very generous introduction. I also acknowledge my colleague, Professor Steve Blanksby, the Pro-Vice Chancellor Research in the audience, Research Infrastructure, and Sash Jarasinghe, who was recently, very recently working with us at QUT, and I know was instrumental behind initiating some of this conference as well. So part of the reason I think I was asked to speak today was having started out life in mass spectrometry, I've always been involved with core facilities in one way or another. So both advancing research in my field, but also working with providing services to others. And I'm going to start with some reflections on my early career and how that shaped some of the decisions and some of the leadership that I've provided in different institutions and at the ARC to encourage and recognise the role of individuals involved in supporting research. Then I looked back on my email exchange around this, and I had been asked to forecast what might lie ahead post-COVID. So I'm going to touch a little bit on research and university funding models, how they impact on have been impacted by COVID and what we might need to do to advance some of that going forward. And then some examples of and some advice for individuals in research infrastructure and core facilities, and then again, what we might need to do going forward. So I started out my life on a mass spectrometer that looked like this, which had a 7-ton magnet and a 1 meter electric sector, and that was at the University of New South Wales. And the reason it was so big is we thought that in order to look for big molecules, and the goal at that time was starting to be biomolecules, we needed a big mass spectrometer. It turned out that even with that giant mass spectrometer, the best analysis I could do was a protein of around 1800, peptide of around 1800. So that was my record at the time. I then went on to do a postdoc at Utah. And so that's the machine up on the top right there. And then after a couple of years there, returned to ANU again with another big machine. And the goal and the best I could do around that time was, you know, on a really good day, if I worked really hard, I could analyze bovine insulin, which was around 5,000. And I show those slides just in part because I also wanted to mention that at the time, and as a young scientist in the US and coming back to Australia, the only place really outside some medical research institutes, but the only place in a university, so there was medical research institutes, there was CSIRO, and there was the ANU, which had a separate arrangement for research only under the what was the old institute model. Everywhere else, the opportunities involved teaching and research. And so I did what I think every postdoc at ANU at the time did, was it was great working there, but there was no ongoing future. So we looked for opportunities in the state universities where there were, at that time, opportunities as the Australian higher education sector started to grow. So just seeing one more slide. So I went too fast there. At the time I was working at ANU, looking for a permanent job, an opportunity came up at Wollongong. My folks had actually moved from Sydney to Wollongong, so Dad kept sending me job ads. And I went there and had a tremendous experience for the first 10 years of my academic career with a great department with some great leaders in Leon Kane Maguire being the first and John Bremner being the second. And at the time, people in ANU were scratching their head and saying, why are you going there? That's going to be career suicide. But I went there knowing and having come from America where the technique of electrospray had just taken off at the time that I was there. And we had cracked the problem of, or we, not me, John Fenn and others, cracked the problem of analysing big molecules by saying you don't need a big instrument, you just need to get them into the gas phase in the right way. And so I landed in Wollongong just as electrospray was really starting to take off. And it was a technique that, as you can see from the papers here, just really blossomed because all those challenges and all those big instruments we'd built to analyze big molecules, we didn't need them anymore. We just needed small instrumentation with great ionization. And so I arrived there and wrote a grant for my first mass spectrometer, which became the third in the country. And I was discouraged by the dean who said, you'll never get a grant for a mass spectrometer in a place like this, you should build one. But I persisted with Leon's encouragement. And then within 2 to 3 years, we were routinely analysing proteins and peptides of 20,000 and beyond. And then, so what was a challenge became routine. And at that time then, because we had a very early instrument, I was then approached by people within the university, but also more broadly. And so I had lots of incoming collaboration requests and also started to run a facility that enabled us to earn some income to keep things going. And I learned a lot in that process of how to both pull people together to present a case for further equipment. So, I managed to go on and get a few more instruments as shown there in the lab, but also learned a lot about collaborating with people on their projects as opposed to advancing the science of the technology, which is where I'd started. So I typically at that time had a team that looked like this and this in various iterations. And there's a young Steve Blanksby in the back there, and Raj Gupta, who some of you would know, who works now at QUT as well in CAF. And so for the whole of that period, even after I went on to leadership roles with the support of Steve and Jenny, my two main collaborators, I had a team which had a mixture of PhD students, the odd postdoc, and two amazing technical support staff, John and Larry here. And I was fortunate that I landed in Wollongong, and the very first head of department had been a mass spec guy, Bert Halpin, who'd come back from America. And so Larry and John were there poised. They'd been doing, prac classes for undergraduate students, and I arrived and they quickly became involved in my team and in supporting the mass spectrometry effort at Wollongong. But in 1996, Amanda Vanstone and John Howard came along and cut higher education by 15% in one go. So over 3 years, 5% a year. So the then dean said, well, we've got to get rid of all those staff that aren't teaching. And I had the first really sort of battle on my hands of my leadership career, because I had to argue to retain those two positions, John and Larry. And it was and I succeeded in then convincing the Vice Chancellor to start funding people out of the research support bucket, not just equipment. And that was a big win, and the Vice Chancellor remembered that, and as did others. So later on, that was kind of the start of my leadership career, as I was leading the charge to retain those two staff. And I remember going into the then Vice Chancellor's office, and he said, well, I'll underwrite them for you. You can get the money out of your grants. And I said, well, but the grant agencies won't fund these guys, because, you're supposed to be funding them out of the research block grant. And so underwriting them won't help me. And at that time, you average, I think my first ARC grant was 30,000. So I was hardly going to pull a technical support salary out of a grant like that. And so it set me on a path of thinking about how we can support and research infrastructure to do world-class research that, has informed the way we supported various things when I was at the ARC, such as the synchrotron, through to the kind of support we provide for facilities at QUT. So shortly after that, Australian universities started to open up to international students, and the business model in Australian universities changed from being one largely dependent on federal funding of undergraduate students with some research dollars on the top, to one in which we started to drive a market for international students with a circular, some people call it the virtuous circle, others were less supportive, but essentially, as we started to compete in the international student market, our rankings and our research reputation became significant in that market, and the margin from international students was progressively in different ways in different universities used to fund, invest in research and research only personnel and facilities in a way that hadn't been the case up until 2000. There was the ANU, there was Medical Research Institutes, there was CSIRO, and there was the odd fellowship from the ARC or the NHMRC, but otherwise the research workforce in Australian higher education were teaching and research academics. International students changed that, but there were some pockets, and I love this, I used to use this quote often, Barbara McClintock, but there were some parts of the Australian higher education system that weren't ready for that. And so we had challenges in universities such as Wollongong and many others where those that were charged with leading the departments were largely interested in teaching, and so not necessarily interested in investing in the best researchers, because they sometimes didn't want to do that kind of routine duty. So from that period then up until now, really, then different models evolved alongside Australian universities, where we started to see the emergence of institutes in other parts of the sector, not just ANU and not just the traditional MRIs. And that was funded by a combination of state government support, as has happened here in Queensland, where they saw a big opportunity leveraging philanthropy and Atlantic philanthropies in particular here in Queensland, but also by 21 at Melbourne was critical. And the federal government for a period were also investing in infrastructure and like that model of state, federal, university philanthropy. And so entities such as the IMB here in Queensland, by 21 at Melbourne, and the Institute for Health and Biomedical Innovation at QUT were born out of that period, and they provided to scale and focus, also a stronger research culture than sometimes was in the departments where which had a long history of teaching, and also increasingly, and TRI is a wonderful example of this, but the Doherty at Melbourne as well, started to evolve as places to bring other partners into the research activity and also facilitate translation. And IFE at QUT was another example of that. So we had this period of leveraging our research infrastructure and facilities through institutional investment, and then the ARC encouraged collaboration through their infrastructure schemes. We've had NCRIS been incredibly important with various state government initiatives. And that's been absolutely critical to the success of the Australian research effort. And we see it every day in the experts we see on our screen, in the way in which people have responded to vaccine by 21, and the facilities there were critical to retaining CSL's R&D capacity in Australia. So absolutely critical to our future going forward, and we need to continue to make the case for that, but also point out that not all of that is funded from government grants, and that there's been a lot of co-investment from a lot of different places. And all of those institutes have in common the fact that they've supported core facilities such as you have here at TRI and we have in other places. And as we built those facilities and attracted staff to those facilities, we haven't necessarily evolved our employment models to take into account their contributions. And so I'm just going to run through some of the important, I think, challenges and for core facilities staff and some advice there. So the first one, and I got very good advice from Peter Robstoff, who was a pioneer in protein mass spectrometry, is I remember saying to him early in my career, what do you do with the people that send you their samples? You do an enormous amount of work on how to get them into the mass spectrometer and get them ionized and, and often design their experiments for them. And then they say, well, you just provided that data. You don't really need to be on the publication. And he said his standard line was, well, just take the data out of the publication and see how it will get published. And and it was unbelievably good advice. And I've used it many times over the years. But it also, I'm sure it's an experience that resonates with people still today. The other one, which is incredibly important when you're incoming of samples and experimental designs as a collaborator, is being sure that the other parts of the science have the necessary integrity. And and I know someone I knew quite well in early part of my career who got caught by the research misconduct on those who'd provided the samples, and then it actually it ruined his career because he was the only one left at the university to answer the response. And so you also have to judge it where you do contribute to the research and the collaboration, that you're collaborating with the right people. And then one that is always, I think, a challenge in some of these roles is how do you continue to advance the science of the technology and not just the applications from others. And we managed to do that in my group by venturing into areas which weren't as routine. So we worked on DNA and DNA protein complexes. Steve started work on lipids when he arrived at Wollongong. So we were able to be advancing the science as well as doing effective collaborations where the science was more further advanced. And I don't know how many times I've sat in promotion committees or grant panels where someone says, well, this person isn't the first named author or the lead author on the publication. And it's a little bit like the publications, a question of the data. We've employed people, we've asked them to collaborate. That's been their role. And then we say, oh, well, you're not independent enough, so we're not going to promote you. And so we need to value that collaboration and balance that independence versus collaboration. And again, what would that entire collaborative effort have been? Ask that question without that collaboration and that those core skills and that's technology and all the work that goes into supporting that. And then we're not totally unconstrained, particularly in universities, but everywhere about our employment agreement. And we've had historically this period for a number of years where if the funding's not secure, then there's a reluctance to put people onto continuing contracts, because then if the funding does go away, it's quite difficult to manage that. And so it results in a kind of inequity where if you're on the teaching budget in universities, you have some security, but if you're on a research budget, not so. But as we've seen with the international student downturn, teaching income can be a bit insecure at times as well. So we need to, I think, as leaders moving into new employment agreements and arrangements, that we look at that. And that's a job for us, but it's one that I'm certainly cognizant of as we move forward. So, so the careers of staff in core facilities has been of incredible interest to me over many, many years. And we've both at QUT and at Melbourne, with the introduction of the academic career framework, which is a more nuanced view of careers. There's some overlap there. We've looked at how we can reward the value to the institution. It's not always easy, but just in the last round, we promoted Charlotte Allen, who's a member of the CAF team, and we have other role models there. And so I'm not going to go into the detail of that, but it's alongside not being the academic career framework seeks to not be focused on metrics necessarily. And I can give you many examples of where metrics is not a great approach to individual careers, despite the fact that I presided over the development of ERA, which worked at a national level. I'm not a great fan of metrics as applied to individuals. So I'm going to then switch from core facilities to the total Australian investment in R&D, because I think when I look back at the email trail, that was something that I was asked to address, which I neglected in the title. And so if we look at now what's the funding situation going forward and look at the total investment in Australian R&D and break it down by where the government invests, it looks like this. So that there's investment in Australian government R&D, so that's CSIRO, DSTO and so on. There's the business investment or the tax offset to encourage business investment. There's higher education, and then there's multi-sector, and multi-sector might be NHMRC funding across institutes, it might be the MRFF and so on, and CRCs. And if we look at that in higher education, last year we did have an additional $1 billion one-off investment into higher education. So that took the total higher education investment by the Australian government to $4.7 billion, but that was a one-off. It typically sits at around, it has for a number of years been in the order of 3.6 billion, and that includes ARC, the NHMRC portion that goes to universities, and the block grant that goes to universities to support research and research students. So I want you to remember that number, that's 3.6. What that looks like in terms of the block grant, which is a little under 2 billion typically, it then is allocated on a competitive formula. So for the University of Queensland, the funding that goes to support research as opposed to direct grants was around 180. For QUT, it's around 50. This was without the additional $1 billion, which obviously gave us a bit more last year. And various universities have different allocations under that scheme, and that's designed to support both the research students and their training, and also research support, which includes core facilities, but also libraries and other costs associated with research. So it was just under 2 billion in 2020. It's 3 billion this year, but we'll revert back. But then if we go to another data source, and it's always risky to compare data sources, but if we look at what we report on what we expend on R&D, and so again, in these same categories, in that same year, the universities reported that we spent 12.7 billion on R&D. So we're getting 4 billion from the government, we get a little bit more from industry, but we're reporting that we're spending much, much more. So, and not a lot of that is coming from industry. When industry reports here, they report in IT, computer science, engineering, 2 billion into biomedical and clinical sciences. So there is investment into areas that may involve collaboration with universities, but there's also investment into a lot of their own expenditure on IT, engineering, and so on. So that leaves you, if you do the sums, and this is a very imperfect sum, but it leaves you with us reporting from the university sector that we're spending $12.7 billion on research. From the budget tables in that same year, we got 3.7 billion from the government. Some figure, an imperfect figure from industry might be what we report to the government as earned industry dollars, which is 1.5, and other government, which would be state government, would be schemes outside the traditional, so government other parts of government commissioning research in universities. You still get a very big gap of 9.6 billion, and that gap's been there for a number of years, and that gap has essentially been filled by international education. And so when we talk about the impact of research on international education, it's that gap that we have to start to address through, there will be some return of international students, there will be some continued investments in there for sure. And, we're seeing some good retention of students online, but it's not something that we can rely on to fund the nation's research effort going forward. So I can talk about what we've done at QUT, and part of what we've done at QUT is got out in front of that funding cliff that's coming from international students, because we, like every Australian university, have been investing more than we've earned on research in research, and we've sought to align our teaching and research. And so what that means is we've wound our 2 institutes who were incredibly successful in doing everything that we asked them to, but we've wound them back into the faculty so we can get that alignment of teaching and research. And then we've looked to consolidate the research support functions and the core functions of that were provided by our 2 institutes into a central model, which is now under the PVC infrastructure, Steve Blanksby, and the DVC research, Christopher Barnett-Qualick. And so that's to ensure that we get the most, the best coordination, the lack of duplication, and that we can efficiently use our investment in research going forward. It doesn't reflect backing off from that. It's in fact doubling down on how we can do that more efficiently. And up for the last however many years, as long as I've been involved in research in Australia, collaboration has been important, but as Scott alluded to in his opening remarks, it's now existential. We will not get further investment or be able to maintain our current facilities without good collaboration. And it's reinforced to me at the state government level, and it will be absolutely critical if we need to build a coalition to argue for additional funding at the federal level, which we absolutely have to do. So, what we may influence going forward is presenting. We need to present as much of a collaborative approach to some of the challenges that are coming forward for us to continue that case for research investment. And we've done it before. We did it in 2000 with Backing Australia's Ability, when research funding had dropped to very poor levels. And we've done it again in 2008 when the block grant funding had started to really lag behind the competitive grant funding. But it does require everybody to work together to a common cause, not to be arguing for their individual patch. It will take time and there's no magic bullet. I think there's a couple of things that will help in that dialogue going forward, and that is, and we saw it with some of the modern manufacturing initiative, and there's a growing recognition that we do need sovereign research capability in Australia. And so, you know, the lack of a facility for the mRNA vaccines, and you know, masks, so many things have been exposed in terms of the pandemic that I think, particularly with business, a little less so with government, but some areas of government, there's a recognition that we need to build and retain sovereign research capabilities. And that's not a trivial recognition. When I was in Canberra working at the ARC, the number of times people would say to me in government, but we can just buy all that research from overseas, you know, we're only a 2% country, what does it matter? And so I think that recognition is really important. And we are seeing the private sector take the lead in many, many areas, you know, whether it's in clean tech, ag tech, and so on. So that's what we can influence. And also, as I've talked to you about a couple of my areas of where I've had great support in chemistry at Wollongong, and Steve and I see Raj is here. We had a wonderful environment there that was incredibly supportive. When I was at the ARC and subsequently, if I go around the country and look at the foundation of great success and great research environments, it always invariably has a history of great leadership over a number of years. So whether it's nursing at QUT, physics at Macquarie as an example, Larry Marshall from CSIRO came out of what was a very strong and nurturing environment in physics, chemistry at Wollongong, microbiology at Melbourne, which was the foundation of the Doherty, and shown there when we were opening the second wing of Bio21, and the Nancy, named after Nancy Millis, who was the foundation, a very important leader there. So it requires us to be both you know, collaborative, but also we need a generosity that's going to nurture that next generation, because it's a very critical time for Australia, and we need to be ensuring that we're putting back where we have benefited from. So Scott and Fabian, I'm going to stop there because I'm very happy to answer questions, and hopefully I've addressed some of the brief that I was given. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Margaret. So we're going to run around the room to see if there's anyone who wants to ask a question to Margaret. Any questions you have for Margaret? I might start, Margaret. I mean, I think you raise a really, really important issue of the indirect support to research. And that's so vital to build and nurture the career of our excellent professional staff who are taking care of core facilities. We know that international students at the moment, we can't get them because of COVID and the borders being closed. But there's an interesting trend at the moment, and we see a lot of the students diverting to Canada. In fact, Canada is now at the top of a country welcoming international students. Do you think reopening the borders will change that, or we might see some distortion that is going to be more durable than we think could have happened if the border hadn't closed?
So I think 2019 is the high point for international students in Australia. And I think it's going to take a while to, if indeed it ever returns to those levels. And there are a couple of things that were driving that. One was Britain and the restrictions that they had on immigration. And so the Indian student market had grown quite substantially in Australia. And just if you look at the demographics of various international student population, there's still quite a number, there's still a very strong demand, but I don't think it'll return to those levels. And I think there will be a lag. I was on a Zoom on Saturday night, and I heard that the Dutch universities have experienced a 10% increase in international students because their borders are open and ours are not. So in the English-speaking world, they're going to Canada and to some extent the UK. And it'll take us time to get that market back. We have had those kind of shocks before, you know, so there was a very big consideration, when there was some safety issues around and that were playing out in India. So I think it'll be a different market. And also I think we're going to have to invest more in the support for those students. And so it'll be a premium market. So I think we're certainly, there's many benefits to international education other than the fee margin in terms of our own experience, our globalization, our PhD workforce. There's a massive number of benefits there, and we're also seeing skill shortages in the economy because of that. So I think we're going to have a bit of a lag because of visas and getting going
and
again.
Degrees, it's a 3-year to 5-year degrees.
But I think it will return, but I don't think it will return to 2019 levels.
Okay. Another questions from the audience? I'll have another questions to you. I think you raised something really important. It's about engaging government to really push for greater support for indirect costs for research. How do we benchmark compared to other countries such as the UK or even Canada or the US?
However you look at it, we're low. Not so much Canada, actually. Canada's not as Canada's about the same as us. But on a whole range of measures, we're low. If you look at the total investment in R&D, we're dropping to below the OECD. We had that brief period of almost getting to 50% indirect costs in research support through the block grants, but we lost that, or it was diverted to other areas. And the ARC, when I left the ARC, the budget was 800 million. That was 10 years ago. It's still 800 million, servicing a much bigger community. So we're lagging behind on a whole range of indicators. I feel like I sometimes yell at the TV when the Prime Minister talks about the Doherty. I go, that was funded with a lot of international student income that you're not letting us access. So I do think that connection about, the success actually of the Australian higher education sector in being able to leverage that and invest in this amazing research capacity across the country. We're not telling that story very well, or people are not wanting to hear it.
So back to professional staff who really very good, are incredibly important in research, especially as you said, get the example of someone who's designing experiments for scientists and try to publish without the data. That's the example you gave. I worked in industry, and unlike academia, in industry, you don't reward individuals, you reward teams. And academia, unfortunately or unfortunately, we tend to reward individuals through awards or grants, CIA, etc. Do you think maybe as medical research organizations or university, we should think about team awards and something like that would be more representing the effort that led to that great research output?
Absolutely. I've been trying to work on this for some time. And in fact, I was giving a presentation about women in science actually in Parliament House, and Bob Frater, who was with ResMed and previously at CSIRO, and I was talking about some of the challenges, and I sat down next to him. He said, this is a university problem. The industry doesn't work like this. So we don't have segmented workforces in different streams, and different ones can be promoted in a different way. And so absolutely we need to, when I talk about employment frameworks, that's something that we need to think about for the future. The other thing I've talked about briefly, I haven't got the results yet, but I'm working with one of the Scopus, Clarivate, whoever else of you were, I'm working with their team to see if I can work out how we can identify the best metrics for mentorship. And so can you get a sense of, and it's great. I mean, it's been one of these sort of little pandemic things that you can do because they're all locked in, they're all working from home. And so I've been providing suggestions about what we might want to measure. So things like, percentage of, so on the gender side, things like percentage of female co-authors. Does that tell you something about that person's, the senior author's support for women in research. And so I think we absolutely have to value the work of teams. We just got to get a bit better at it. And and you know, all those great leaders that I showed in that last slide, they all did that just automatically, but we got a bit locked into the individual metrics, I think.
All right, I'm getting the sign that we should.
I have a question.
Sorry.
Sorry, I have a question. Bit more on the personal side. So you said you started out in mass spec. Did you ever envisage the heights you have achieved, and were you always driven to progress in your career?
Look, I had no idea where it end up really. In fact, I say to people, if I knew I was going to be a vice chancellor, I would have joined the defined benefit scheme in super. So that's the biggest indicator that I didn't have a career goal that went that way. So no, I just always made what I felt like were the right decisions at the time. And so and by the time I'd become a professor at Wollongong in 2000, I had my daughter, and my husband was working in Sydney, and my parents were getting to the point where they couldn't, you know, they needed me more than they'd been incredibly helpful. And so the opportunity to become the dean came up, and I took that as a different route to maybe moving to a different sort of scientific environment. I could have done that. I may have done something different if I hadn't had that personal circumstance. And then at that stage, I had quite a big group, and but it gave me the opportunity to appoint another young scientist, as I did Steve Blanksby, who took my role in chemistry as a lecturer in chemistry. And together with Jenny Beck, who was a collaborator, they took over the lab and kept it. And you know, it's still thriving today. And I got to a point where I walked in one day and one of the honours students said, "Who are you?" And I thought, yeah, it's probably time for me to hang up my shingle. And but I feel that you know, and it's wonderful to see Raj here as well, that I was able to you know, hand that over and use the skills that I got in building that lab and the facility and the collaboration that I learn't from that kind of activity in nurturing others and leading others.
There's one at the back.
One of the questions I've got.
Yeah.
You know, we've got 6 or 7 universities in Southeast Queensland. Everyone down on the port facilities together. Everyone's all those infrastructures. It is the need for some discussion between leaders of universities instead of duplicating port facilities.
Yeah, well, absolutely. I mean, we certainly, I mean, one of the LEAF scheme, actually, the ARC LEAF scheme, always sought to encourage that, and it does. But while the universities or others had the capacity to then respond to the, well, I want one too, you know, we have seen duplication. Sometimes that's necessary. You know, there's a balance between the kind of facilities where you need to be able to absolutely, you know, walk down the corridor because you've got a particular type of sample, through to the, you know, cryo-EMs and things where you could do much more collaboration. So I know that that's a goal of the PVC's infrastructure of various complexions. I'm looking at Stephen, he's nodding at me, yes. And I'm sure if Joe's here somewhere, he'd be nodding as well. And so we absolutely have to be thinking like that, because, and if it means then that we need to facilitate other arrangements for students, you know, it's not unheard of. Certainly many of our students at Wollongong would get in the car and drive to Sydney to access various facilities, or to Anstow. So we are in a situation where we just have to be really careful about what we do and maximising the opportunities for people.
All right, well, Margaret, Thank you so much. So please join me in thanking Margaret for an excellent presentation.
Thank you very much. So next up, I'm pleased to invite Associate Professor Nigel Waterhouse, who is Facility Manager at QIMR Berghofer Medical Research Institute. Nigel is the Microscopy Facility Manager at QIMR and works in both flow cytometry and the imaging core. He completed his PhD and postdoctoral studies between USA and Australia and moved back to Brisbane in 2009 to start his own laboratory at the Mater Medical Research Institute, which is where I met Nigel before he moved to the dark side.
Thank you. Thanks for that introduction. I suppose I'm going to just jump straight into things. I'm going to jump straight into things because I've got a lot to say. Unfortunately, being Irish, that's one of the traits that we have, is that we just talk and talk. So I'll try and get through this as quickly as possible. And I suppose the first point that I want to make, which is straight up there in the middle of the screen, is that I'm no longer associate professor, even though that's what I was introduced as. And I left it in the program to make that point, that an associate professor is a 3-year term that is only valid while you're an active member of the research community. And I suppose therein lies the point of, I think, why I was asked as a case study, because I moved from research to core in 2012. And the questions that I was asked to address really was my journey, the challenges, and what I've learned. And in doing so, yes, there was a change from the career where I'd gone all the way through university to a program head at the Mater Research, and then over to the core facility. And I suppose if you can either look at it as a change or as part of a continuum, and I suppose that's the question that I want to address today, as to whether this is a continuum, because I think in research we have very structured ways of moving forward through the academic pathway. And there's guidelines, and there's road marks, and there's metrics to hit to move through that program. And it's a very linear progression of a career. But I suppose all the way through that academic environment, people are looking at alternate careers in science. And I find it really strange, this word of alternate careers in science, because actually, if you look at it, it's more like a branched pathway that as you get through, I suppose the logic is once you get to a program head, you move through to Senior Research Fellow A, Senior Research Fellow B in the NHMRC system. But all of the people at the various levels are looking at whether they should become a lecturer, move into industry, move into politics. There's loads of jobs that we can do in science that we see as alternates. And why do we see them as alternates when they may actually just be part of the forked pathway? And I chose the facility staff pathway and the facility manager pathway. And I suppose if you look at that whole diagram, it suggests that that's the end. It's not really the end. And I suppose that's a talk for another time as to how to move things forward. But I suppose this is my journey that I was asked to talk about as a case study, and to try and put up my research career. This is sort of the highlights of it. And I suppose there's a lot in there, but if you want to take away something from that progression in academia, I was always reasonably successful at every stage. In my PhD, I got on the Dean's list. We had a seminal paper in my first postdoc that was cited 1,000 times. And then I ended up as a Peter Doherty Fellow, an R.D. Wright Fellow, a Career Development Fellow in the NHMRC, and a Futures Fellow level 2 in the ARC. So all the way through my career, I was reasonably successful in attaining those academic goals. And I suppose my research can be summed up in these two pictures here. One is I studied the process of apoptosis to understand how cancer cells die. And the other one that I got sucked into was, this is a movie where you see these little cells here are cytotoxic lymphocytes, and these are the cancer cells. And if I play the movie, what you'll see is the little lymphocytes are running all over the place, and eventually they make contact with a cancer cell and trigger apoptosis. So I became very fascinated with how cytotoxic lymphocytes, or our immune system, kill cancer cells. And that's where I really, my career took off. I suppose in the ARC system, we were told never to use H factor in our applications for the NHMRC, because at the time, the head of the NHMRC didn't really have a good H factor. But in the ARC, we were told that we absolutely needed to metricize our publications. And my H factor at the time was 21. And when I measured myself against all of the various people at the Peter Mac, you can see the longer that you are in research, from the higher your H factor normally goes. And people ahead of me were Ricky Johnson, Joe Trapani, Mark Smith. And I'd already reached a plateau, or a point in my career where I was higher than most of the lab heads at the Peter Mac, when I ended up getting my junior investigator position. But I suppose what I want to say from this is, how was I so successful in all of this? And the answer is very simple. I had a wife who stayed at home and dealt with everything at home. I never cleaned a thing. I never took out the Hoover. I never washed my own clothes. So I dedicate a lot of the success to her. And it's really hard when you see people who have dual income, dual careers, to try and support yourself in research, because the frustrations that I have must be multiplied twofold to the people who are trying to do it. One of the frustrations, though, is that when you're the only breadwinner, you have to be successful. So there was no way that I could be anything other than successful. I suppose the other thing is that although those are academic scenarios that I'm showing up there, the real truth is that the people who I met along the way are the people who define me. We're not going to cure cancer tomorrow. We did cure cancer. We helped the University of Melbourne and Weehai develop venetoclax, which was a cure for leukemia along the way. But really, we have to focus on the fact that it's part of the journey. The team is really important, and these are people who shaped my career. Jane Aliaro, who's a lab head in the Peter Mac. Ed Hawkins, who just got his SRFA in the last NHMRC round and is a lab head at Weehai, and Chris, who moved into Bristol Myers Squibb. And they're only three of the people along the way. Every part of my career has an amazing amount of wonderful people who have been fantastic. So when I moved up to Brisbane, my research portfolio really focused on using Abbott 737, which wasn't venetoclax at the time, together with chemotherapy or immunotherapy for refractory and relapse cancers. And we focused in two areas. One was the role of BCL-XL in prostate cancer, because in pathology, they look for BCL2 and they look for P53, that's all. And we found that 83% of prostate cancers have an upregulation of BCL-XL. So the actual pathology that was being done to diagnose whether you got treated with chemotherapy was actually pretty useless. The other scenario is in leukemia, is that one of the things Weehai was looking for was an antagonist of MCL1, because it was in the same BCL2 family, but Abbott 737 only actually neutralized these two and didn't neutralize this one. And one of the people in my lab, Mel Camboris, had identified that MCL1 was a granzyme target, and that's one of the poisons that cytotoxic lymphocytes deliver into the cancer cells. So actually it showed why immunotherapy was so much more successful at treating leukemias. So bone marrow transplant was actually, with Abbott 737, would have been an amazing therapy. And that was only just published by MD Anderson this year. So it's great to see, although we had that idea all those years back, it's actually come to fruition, which is great. And at the time, we discovered a new form of cell death by other granzymes, and we were using single cell sequencing before single cell sequencing even existed. That was work by Indrajit Das, and this was Lisa Crowley over here. I did have a translational research bent to work at the Translational Research Institute, and we worked on jet fuel exposure. So there was cell biology on working why people ended up with cancers because they were working in the civilian Air Force. And one of the benefits of that is that at the end of that, all of the people who were working as civilians in the Air Force were given full medical benefits, the same as any soldier. So it was incredible stuff that was written. It resulted in no publications and probably took down many researchers, but it was read into Hansard, so it's in perpetuity in Australia. I suppose my journey then is that I had great projects, well funded. I actually got 7 for my last NHMRC grant, which was unheard of. We had great people, and I was starting to be invited all around the world. This is from an invited conference that I was at Rio for Carnival. So I was probably disappearing to 5 international conferences a year, which left my family at home dealing with things on their own. And the question then is, why did I move? And John Silk, a friend of mine down in Melbourne, turned around and said, Jesus, it sounds like you got 2 Maseratis, but no garage. Why are you complaining? And And that was sort of the answer, is that, you know, there was lots of reasons why I was upset. One is the debilitating hospital-specific practices. My research depended on getting about 20 mils of fresh blood off a patient to get all the NK cells I need, but I was forced to take a half a liter out of people and then throw 480 mils of it in the drain, which was soul destroying. So I think there's a lot of problems in the health service where we regulate things inappropriately. I was completely underwhelmed by working with clinicians. They're great at what they do. They're fantastic at clinicians, but I think researchers need to stand up for themselves and be proud of what we achieve and say, actually, you know, when it comes to research, we're the people who should be doing the research and we should be employed on full-term contracts to do it. And I think currently we're really pushing so far into the clinic of people who are already so overstretched to try and get them to do the stuff that we're actually incredibly good at. And I suppose the other thing is that I'm Irish, and the Irish are incredibly good at writing. We've got Brendan Behan, James Joyce, Oscar Wilde, and Georgia Trench. Now, some of you may recognize Georgia. Yes, I believe her grandfather was one of the people who wrote the Oxford English Dictionary. So she's incredibly good at writing, but I'm not. I didn't get that gene. So I became incredibly frustrated about constantly writing, constantly doing grants, constantly, and it just was soul destroying. But one of the other things that happened was that we had a leadership conference where they did a psychological test on us to test our work-life balance. And I got 23 out of 24. And there was only two other people who got anywhere near the score that I got. And they said, well, fuck the family. So I made the opposite choice, is that it became quite binary for me. It was either research and put more effort into research or go and look after my family. And that's the point at which there was an opportunity that came up to move into CORES. And Grace sold it to me in an incredible way. She said, look, you'll be picking up papers after the researchers. There'll be no writing papers, no grants, no budget, no dealing with administration. I said, take me to this nirvana. From a self-fulfillment point of view, I saw it as a part of continuation in research, that I was still going to be in there helping researchers. I wasn't ditching research to go into industry or go into whatever it is, go into politics, even though politics was one other possibility. I saw it with education without frustration. I could actually educate honors students without going, oh, Jesus Christ, come on, move on. And also engaging in the general public. And I also saw it as an opportunity for structured work-life balance. So that was the promise, but the reality was something different. Researchers were actually incredibly clean and incredibly good. The first thing that Grace started talking to me was writing all these papers that she wanted to publish. I was asked to write an ACRF grant, and I'm constantly answering questions about budget and constantly dealing with administration. So the promise and the reality are two different things. But I suppose the question then is the challenges. These are the questions that sort of come up. One is from the researchers. The researchers asked me, how do you deal with the change from being the boss to being told what to do? The second one was when I took the position, there was a genuine concern from the Institute that I would find it difficult to transition from research to corporate. And the last one was my problem, was leaving the comfort of my research family. I had developed a really good network of people that I felt like I was never going to see again. And that was really hard. So I suppose dealing with those from what I've learned is, look, realistically, there's frustrations in every job. I call them WFWs, work for work's sake. There's policies that are created just because they're policies. There's admin just for admin. And I think it's a lot easier to deal with those when you have a continuing contract or you have a continuing, rather than your career being dependent on being successful and getting grants. So I find it easier to absorb those frustrations on behalf of the researchers and deal with some of their stuff, even though I'm told often that I'm not allowed to do that on behalf of the researchers, that they should be doing it themselves. There are a couple of frustrations of mass destruction, which are things like sometimes you're having a conversation with somebody and they go, oh, that's happening at an upper level, that's happening at a different level, you wouldn't understand, that's beyond you. And I suppose that is frustrating because I think in our team, Grace particularly has 2 degrees, one in research and one in business administration. And we have 3 people in the team who got sufficient points to do medicine. Yet we sort of sometimes there's a talking down to CORES, and it's not just our facility. I think there's talking around to people. I think that's one of the things people find in CORES. And I even talked to somebody the other day who said, yeah, they talk down to me when I'm working in CORE, and then I go back into the lab and I'm a postdoc and they look at me in a different way. So I think that's one of the things that really is a frustration that we can deal with. The other frustration is people, we need to bitch about other people's jobs. We need to say IT is shit. We need to say that researchers are shit, to actually, vent our frustrations and find out how to do things better. But sometimes they become pervasive and really hardcore. And I think that's one of my frustrations when I hear people saying that researchers are shit. And I used to hear this from clinicians all the time going, oh, if it was a clinician, I'd expect a lot more, but they're just researchers. And again, we need to stand up and be proud of who we are and actually be more collaborative and more supportive of the other departments. So I suppose when I think about it, this is the desiderata, which used to be in our toilet as a kid. And it says, go placidly amidst noise and haste and remember what peace there may be in silence. So if I'm not talking to you, the chances are you've said something that have offended me and I'm trying to get over it. The other thing is further down, it says, I have to get my glasses out for this one. It says, speak your truth quietly and clearly, listen to others. Well, that's not me. Even the dull and ignorant, for they too have their story. And I think that's something for management to understand, is that actually everybody does have their story. And what's happening in the institute, it's really in the university. It's important to listen to all levels and understand what's happening at all levels, because there tends to be a lot more junior people in the pyramid than there are senior people in the pyramid, and therefore their voice should be recognized. The next one is the research to corporate, and the answer is it's all towards the same goal. And I think probably what's happened is the opposite, is that research, corporate has started to understand the value of cores to research rather than researchers fitting into the corporate mentality. And I won't labor on that one. And when it comes to leaving the comfort of my research family, it's just a different family. I think the microscopy cores around Australia, we were talking about it there, having 4 different facilities around Brisbane. I think those core facilities are really important, and we get together on a regular basis. And the family is incredible. So I'm not just talking about working within our specific core facility, but the cores around Brisbane and the cores around Australia too are incredibly strong, with incredibly motivated people, and we need to recognize that these people are incredibly motivated. They are amazing people who really care about what they do. They're not just there for a job, they're there as a passion. And then people are moving into core from higher areas than ever before. So I suppose the one thing, we got 5 minutes. This is great. Things are actually going on track, maybe. I've spoken fast enough. Poor career structure is one of the problems that I see within CORE. So everything I've said, I hope people have got a good message from, that cores are amazing. But the one thing we do have is a problem of poor career structure. And this came up in a recent Light Microscopy Australia conference, where I was asked to lead a discussion about careers in cores and in microscopy. And some of the discussion that I heard from non-microscopy areas are that the universities employ people for a specific job. So it's a sort of set and forget mentality. You're employed here at the university or a TRI or a QIMR to do a specific job as a microscopist. There's only one way forward. If you want a promotion, then that's get a different job, where it be either in the core or outside in a new area. And I think that's really sad, because this is the slide that I put up, is that in academia, we know what the progression is. And in corporate, we know what the progression is. But I think in cores, because cores really hasn't had that career structure, it's a bit like Donkey Kong. It's dodging barrels, and there's broken ladders, and how do you get up? There's no real structure. So we've just had our promotions at QIMR, and there's an announcement of who's moved forward to team leader and group leader, but that doesn't really happen in core at all. There's no independent group of people who would meet with somebody and go, actually, no, you should be moving forward. It's up to the individual person, the individual manager, to manage this. So we end up with a sort of scattergun approach as to who's employed, and that leads to a little bit of disengagement of staff, where we've got incredible people who are really engaged, who feel that there may not be a future, so therefore why bother? And I suppose there's that's where I see cores have evolved slightly differently over time, from one postdoc looking after a microscope in a lab. We've now got equipment, and technology is becoming more complex. The expectations are of more than technical help. So Tam, who was employed originally with us to look after the multiphoton, now does more IT and more coding than anything else. So there needs to be a recognition of that knowledge economy, that we're now, instead of doing training, we're doing teaching, and up to a level that's a university lecture level. And then the technician and platform scientist are two different entities where people come to us now at the start of their research project to understand how to move forward with their research project. So I suppose as a conclusion, I see that there's value in research background in CORE and vice versa. Researchers are seeing CORES as part of a career in research. And also it's a really important career break. In many cases, the career break, it may be maternity leave or something like that. But it's one of those things where we may lose people because they need to refocus their jobs or their life and then come back into it. So the NHMRC recognizes this as productivity relative to opportunity. So I think CORES is a really good place to actually offer that career break. And researchers are moving into CORE from higher positions too. I think also we have to recognize the knowledge economy, and the knowledge economy that we offer in CORES is driving both stability and growth because researchers move on incredibly quickly, whereas CORES can actually maintain that stability. And in that stability, then you get the growth. So I suppose I look at it a little more like this sort of pyramid here, which I got off the internet, where you have a management path, you have a traditional research path, and CORES sort of sits somewhere in here where we both get the management and the research. So we tend to be the most well-rounded researchers in the institutes, in the universities. And I don't think we should lose focus of that. So I suppose then my conclusion with my last 30 seconds is that what defines me and what defines my journey? I'm not defined by my research, even though we've done incredible research. I'm defined by my family. My parents are still alive. I'm looking forward to getting back to Ireland to see them. That's my wife in France. Before COVID struck. I've got 3 kids doing various things. This is me and Finn working on our various individual projects. This is Reese kissing the Blarney Stone to try and start talking as much as I do. And this is Liam with his motorbike, which scares the crap out of us, but I've just done my motorbike license so we can go off together. My work-life balance is definitely better. This is us just at Heron Island recently. My kids are now grown up and don't require the input that they used to require when I moved from research to CORE. But I also have to say that I'm still productive. I thought my research productivity would disintegrate after I moved to CORE in 2012. But one of the things that that Margaret was just saying is that this idea of actually becoming involved in research and publishing papers and acknowledgement of that, yes, it's very important to acknowledge, but I actually find the opposite. I find we more knock back papers from the researchers. The researchers are asking us to be on the papers, and we had in the past a policy of not becoming being on papers because it was sort of a bias to helping certain researchers but not others. So it's been incredible, and my H factor has increased to 45 over the period of time, which is great. It also means doesn't mean that I'm passionate, and we're in time. So this was the last thing, is that I'm still productive, and my current passion is digital pathology. I think it's incredible that we have situations where digital pathology is picking up more of the tumors in certain biopsies than the pathologists, and we need to really work in this. And also we need multiplex digital pathology here because trying to deal with immunotherapy and get immunotherapy right is going to take this type of analysis and this type of action. So with that, I'm going to leave it. I've used up my 20 minutes and I don't think there's time for questions.
Thank you so much, Nigel. I encourage anyone who has questions to bail him up at morning tea or lunchtime. As you can see, he's happy to talk. It is my pleasure next to invite Dr. Jane Fitzpatrick to the podium. Jane is the Chief Operating Officer of ANF Limited. Her responsibilities include coordination of 8 nodes located across 21 institutions and ensuring the success of this substantial national research infrastructure investment. Jane also works with external partners across Australia and internationally to share ANF's unique perspective on the provision of research infrastructure for maximum impact. Please welcome Jane.
Thank you everyone for that introduction, and thank you for welcoming me here today and the invitation to speak. Where to start? I was asked to talk about customer service and how we provide customer service in a core situation. What we do at the Australian National Fabrication as part of the NCRIS network is really try and take that step away from the research lab and provide infrastructure as a more service provision and a more holistic part of your research plan, rather than knocking on somebody's door and saying, hey, can I borrow your microscope for 10 minutes? So what we're trying to provide is basically another set of postdocs and another set of infrastructure and another set of people that you can go and help your research plan get to where it needs to go quicker, faster, easier, with the backup of both the infrastructure and the people. We've been around since about 2007. As I said, there's 21 sites. They're organized into specialist nodes with particular focus. And what we're trying to do is provide micro and nano fabrication facilities and the auxiliary and associated facilities to those. The latest stats for the year just finished in June is that we had nearly 3,000 clients come through our doors, and these are individually marked clients within that year. And we logged about 186,000 hours of usage. That is, and I'm reliably told, over 20 years worth of tool time in that year. So that's a pretty awesome return on what we provide. In addition to that, we've also got 2,441 training incidents. So across our entire network, there was 2,441 different individuals that were trained on something by us. Some of those training sessions were 10 minutes. Some of those training sessions were 3 weeks. So it really depends on what you're trying to do as to what kind of training you got from us, but that's what we were providing. ANFF is different from some of the cores that we've heard about today. We don't encourage authorship from our staff. We actively encourage them to be acknowledged, or ANFF to be acknowledged. It's a decision that we have made because if you asked for a collaboration, you generally do it for free. We don't do anything for free, ever. We found that, again, it's one of the NCRIS principles that we provide equity of access to everything we do. So therefore, everybody pays, everybody gets the same service, and nobody gets something that other people don't get. So therefore, you don't get collaboration, you don't get, you know, quick data and get it so somebody gets a name on a paper. Everything gets paid for, and we just ask for an acknowledgement. That said, there are definitely times where some of our staff are acknowledged as an author because they have provided so much into a particular research plan. We don't disallow that, but I don't care unless if the ANFF has to be in the acknowledgements, because that's what I'm looking for. Last year we had 714 publications. We did not get the COVID bump last year, amazingly. I'm sure most of us were expecting publications to go through the roof as everyone's sitting at home writing up all those papers that are sitting in the cupboard. We didn't see it last year, but we are expecting it this year. So what is ANFF providing? Well, ANFF is providing 500 individual capabilities across the 21 sites and over 100 expert engineers. We've got about 140 staff, but not all of those are engineers. So there's about a little over 100 engineers. These engineers go from everything from pretty early postdoctoral students all the way through to those who've had 10, 15 years in industry in micro and nanofabrication. So it really has a breadth and a depth of knowledge of of different types of research that you can do with these tools and how to use them to get to a particular structure at the other end. ANFF provides training, direct access, fee for service, and project advice and consultancy. So really what we try and strive for is to provide almost a research service. We're not, we don't consider ourselves a research group. It's definitely a research service. You need to tell us what you need to do, and we will help you get there in the quickest and most efficient way possible. We do train you because we think that you knowing how to use these tools and how to get to that end point really makes you a better researcher, and it makes your research better at the other end. The ability of, or the thing that makes ANFF possible is the NCRIS funding. So NCRIS provided seed funding for infrastructure, actual tools. The co-funding then that came along then with that, along with state funding and co-investment from in universities. actually has allowed us to provide the people that sit behind those tools. And as Nigel has just said, if you don't have people who are sitting on those tools and have depth of experience and have run those tools in anger on their own projects or in industry, they can't help you as much as you need them to help you. So being able to keep those people on those tools for as long as possible is a key factor in our success at this moment in time. Amazingly, through the middle years of NCRIS in the mid-teens, 20-teens, we were on rolling year-to-year contracts. Some of our staff, because of the way the contracting ran, they were getting 6-month contracts. They were getting covering 6-month contract, and then they were getting, that was extended for the full year, and that happened year after year for about 4 years. Amazingly, we kept most of our staff through that time period, because being a core staff, as you all know, is incredibly rewarding and incredibly, it's something that people really get a lot out of. So being people running on 6-month contracts stayed with ANFF through that time period. We started losing them as soon as we gave them 3-year contracts, but that's a different story. And again, where does ANFF sit in the whole research pipeline? So obviously we work with people all across the translational research levels, and that's through basic research up to about level 4, level 5 is probably where we usually tap out, but that's not to say that we don't have projects that run through. And one of the things that ANFF has noticed, and some of our clients have been telling us, is that they need help getting further. ANFF is great in the research side of things. We can do everything they need, but they've told us that we need to be pushing further along that. So again, being a customer service entity, we listened. And what we're trying to do now as an entity is actually grow and actually move forward and actually provide more and more services and facilities that allow people who are coming through our doors with their projects that have got to a point. Well, how do we get it to the next point? How can ANFF support that project to move forward to a higher TRL level? What do you need? What can we support? How can we coach you? And all of these things are the ideas on how ANFF is going to progress over the next few years. So what does customer centric mean? Well, I might as well put up a definition. Everyone loves a definition. It really means that you have to change your mindset from being an academic. An academic, while working in a team and while working in collaboratively, is a selfish profession. You're trying to get your name on the paper. You're trying to get your grants through. You're trying to get your projects and your ideas to fruition. It's quite a selfish profession in that respect. You use, all your skills and your teams and your collaborations to get to that, but that's your end goal. You really are trying to promote your career. When you come to a core and a customer-centric position, what you're trying to do is do that for everybody else in the room. You're not actually trying to promote your academic career. You're trying to get everyone else's academic career to go up the levels. So how do we do that? Well, we look at what we're trying to provide. We look at the customer and we try and make sure that the customer is at the center of everything we do. We try and make sure their projects are listened to, that what they actually get out of their project is what they want, not what you want, and that you're trying to support what their project is trying to achieve. CORES also believe that the whole reason for them being there is their client. And there's an analogy. You've all met a finance person who believes you're a distraction to their job, or a finance person who believes their job is to make your life easier. That's the difference. Okay, the difference is the person they want to call because they know they will get an answer and it will make their life easier, or the person they dread calling and will avoid calling at all costs because it's just going to be more paperwork. So that's the difference. You want to be the person they pick up the phone to first, before they spend 3 days going down a rabbit hole they didn't need to go down, because they believe you will solve their problem in a 3-minute phone call. The other thing that I just wanted to mention on this slide is that if you're not thinking about the customer and how you can make their experience better, you're not thinking in this realm. We all have those issues that we know that drive our customers mad. So how do we fix those? And actually thinking about those on a daily basis actually does help and tries to make sure that you have the right mindset to achieve what you need to achieve. And why is it important? As CORES, we all have a number of different funding sources. Ours is the majority of our funding source is NCRIS, the National Collaborative Research Infrastructure Scheme. We do have very generous co-investment from both our university partners and our state partners. The National Research Infrastructure Road Mapping event is happening currently. And I'm sure you've all been hearing and seeing things from the federal and state governments that what they want to hear is more collaboration, more integration, more togetherness of all of these things to provide bigger and better and leveraging it. All of these words are being thrown out at us. What do they really mean? Well, basically the government want to see us making jobs. They have no idea how that line works, so we have to tell them. And we have to be ensure that the clients that we are bringing through our door, whether they be researchers, SMEs, startup companies, that we can show that our support of them is crucial, vital, and is leading to new industries, new innovations, and jobs. And if we can't make those links, we're going to, as CORES, start feeling the pinch at some stage. So as an NCRIS facility, which are directly federally funded, this is one of our jobs at the moment. The other thing is that we are in a much more competitive market than we used to be. Digitization of services is become easier, and COVID has certainly pushed us down that track. So really we do have to, again, work very hard at making sure that what our services are doing, we are communicating that well, and that people actually know that they can come and talk to us. Because if they don't know you're there, they're not going to come and talk to you. So what has changed in the last little while? This is from Deloitte. Clients don't see or care about the internal obstacles of legacy IT systems, cost-intensive regulatory compliances, or various other possible limitations to digital transformation of industry. If you change that to access to core facilities instead of digital transformation, it will work just as well. Clients don't want to know why they have to fill in 5 forms to get through the safety door. They don't want to know why it takes 3 days to do an induction course. They do not care if you've given them an IT booking system that requires you to press 2 buttons to confirm a booking, and you can't find the second button. None of these things are their problem. They're our problem. And we have to solve those problems to make it as easy and simple and as streamlined as possible for our clients to engage with us and then to actually use us. And if we're not thinking along those lines, we're going to be missing people. If it becomes too hard, they'll find somebody who's easier. Or they'll find somebody who they've at some stage worked with before because they've got a relationship and they know that person will help. So it's really hard to change those things. You need to be able to make it easy and build loyalty so they come back again and again and again. And I think that this point has been rammed home quite strongly already today. The tools are great, but they're paperweights unless you've got somebody who knows how to use them. I have a slightly different opinion, and it is an opinion, as to how we should be treating our core staff. I don't think they fit into professional staff. I don't think they fit into academic staff. I think they fit into a completely different stream, just like Nigel was talking about. They fit into a stream where you need to be academically brilliant. You need to be able to read papers and push machines way past what the manufacturer says they're capable of doing. But you also need to be able to be very happy sitting down and not writing a paper, or getting your name on one, or writing a grant, or going through an academic promotion process. But again, there needs to be a promotion process. We have staff that have been with ANFF for 10, 12 years. They started at the bottom of Hue8. They're now at the top of Hue8. They're still at the top of Hue8, and we can't promote them because their boss is a Hue9. So there's absolutely nothing we can do. So we have to provide them with other methods of being able to give them other things. So we do professional development rewards. We try and provide other professional development courses. We allow them to do as much technical training as they can get their hands on. And we support them in as many ways as we can. But we can't give them more money. We can give them, there's always a bonus. We can try the bonus. But again, after the first year, if we give them the bonus, then you just tick that along. It's really hard. And I would be in full support, and we've mentioned this at a number of different levels, that a separate stream in a university system that allows us to provide for specialist professional service professional staff, it would be an absolute boon to this industry, and I think provide a lot more security to the incredible experts that we have around the country. And I will say I've seen it from both sides. I've seen people who are on the professional levels complaining severely that what they are doing is much more than what's written in their performance reviews. And I've seen people who are at the academic level complaining because they can't hit the academic levels, because obviously that's not their job. And so really do fall between two stools, and we need to find a third stool. But what we also don't do very well is we don't promote these people. We don't advertise the fact that we've got this expertise, and that these are the real value behind what we provide as CORES. The people who are able to sit down with a first or second week postgrad student, look at their project that their supervisor has handed to them, and they're going, oh my God, how am I going to do this? And they sit down with them and they go, right, well, you're going to need training on these things. How do you think, what kind of structures do you need at the other end? Oh, I've no idea. Right, well, let's go away. Here's papers, read those, come back to me and we'll figure it all out. And that, having that on-call set of postdocs in a completely different area that will support your postgrads and postdocs and junior group leaders and senior group leaders, to be able to know an entirely new area that will support your area of research, is incredibly valuable. And that goes across every single type of core. And of course, the last point there, this acceleration, and it reduces time for everything. It reduces resources in everything. We got less costs. Yes, we charge. We don't charge a lot, but we do charge. But it's a lot cheaper than hiring another postdoc and buying the piece of kit. Plus, our kit works. Our kit's maintained, and we've got the right consumables in the back room. You're not going and having to order something and do all of that. So the time, the effort, everything. But again, I know I'm preaching to the converted, but we're not telling that story to everybody. Not necessarily everybody in this room knows that story, but not every client that we have knows that story. And those are the people we have to be telling. So I'm going to switch tracks just a little bit here and just start talking a little bit about how an ANFF is evolving and why we're evolving. As I mentioned earlier, ANFF has listened to our clients, and we've actually decided that we need to be doing more in the areas that our clients want us to be working in. If anybody's wondering about the picture, it's a picture of evolution of different evolved states of a particular bird, and that's why it's there. So last year we took a strategic gap analysis. We actually went out and asked our clients. We got an external consultant to do this work for us. And what are we failing in? What do we need to do better? And some of the key things that they came back with was people don't know we exist, which is a bit of an issue, especially in some of the areas that we really want to engage in. So that's kind of a big problem for us. The offering to industry. As you mentioned earlier, as I mentioned earlier, we have 21 different sites. That means 21 different ways of engaging with a particular site. So if the expertise you want and the tools you want is at Macquarie University, you go to Macquarie University and they provide you with their access agreement and you sign that one. And then you realize, oh, but we do need some of the expertise from UD of Adelaide. Then you go to Adelaide and you have to sign a different access agreement there. We try and streamline that by doing subcontracting through our nodes. So our nodes actually do the subcontracting and you only get one bill from one node. But not everybody's comfortable with that and they want their own CDA and their own contract with each of the service providers. But you can imagine if a researcher can kind of deal with that. Industry hate it with a passion. They want to deal with one person, one entity. They do not want to have 16 different contracts to make one little widget. So one of the things we're looking into is how can we streamline that? How can we provide a standardized contract? And some of you might have noticed that last week there was a federal announcement that they're going to try and force universities into some kind of standardized contracting for commercialization. We're going to try and tag on a few things on the back end of that, such as access agreements and things like that. If we can get a template that all the universities agree on for something like simple research service provision in this kind of area with really nice neutral IP clauses, that will be one of the big wins for this particular industry. Support for innovation, translation, and early stage commercialization is also a big thing for them. We can get to that kind of 5, 6 on your TRLs 5 and 6 on your research contract, your research funding. But after that, how do you get funding to get to that next level? And trying to find ways to support people who are trying to spin something out that you're not going to get ARC or NHMRC funding for, but you're way too early for pre-seed investment. So how do you cross that gap? Okay, so where do you get the money to do that bit of work? What can we do to help you? Do you need some commercial coaching? Do you need some help writing an IM? Do you need some ideas on how to actually produce a manufacturing process at the other end of this? And also assisting our customers with workforce planning. We know that the workforce in nanotech is not strong enough. We've got great PhDs and beyond, we've got degree levels and up, but we really don't have the full gamut of the full range of people we would need in the industry. So we're also doing work on trying to produce courses for diploma level, grad certs, things like that, to ensure that we've got the whole gamut of workforce that we'd need for these kinds of future industries. Thank you very much. I'm going to just very quickly talk about this. What happens when you do this customer-centric focus is you get people coming back to you year after year to do more and more work. And this is what we've seen with LIGO, which is a wound repair biomedical innovation where you spray on skin for burn victims. We've got Water Sydney who are working with us through SmartCrete CRC in optical fiber sensing in sewage pipes. Awesome project, you can imagine, but imagine you have to go in there and change those sensors every week. Now you can change them every year. Bit of a difference. So this is the kind of innovation they're talking about. Quantum technology down in New South Wales, we cover it all. And again, we're talking about the development of workforce down there because it's great to have loads and loads of PhDs, but you need a whole gamut of people to work in an industry, not just the high levels. Vaxis, who is our local success story of how to take an innovation through and actually work towards a profitable company on that. MicroX is a company out of Adelaide who are doing mobile X-ray machines. And they've got them, they're on market. We help them actually get the smarts that actually allows them to miniaturize the X-ray machine. And they're actually going so far as very soon they're going to be putting one in the back of ambulances. It'll be that small. And also the working with Indigenous partners and trying to actually leverage Indigenous knowledge into high value products from the nanoparticle side of things. So again, we're trying to work with people who have these kinds of knowledges and ideas, using our tools and expertise and how to get that into a manufacturable product at the other end. No, oh, sorry. My apologies, hit the wrong button. And that's everything from me. So I think I've got a minute or two for questions. So please.
Absolutely. Thanks very much, Jane. While Jess gets sorted, I had a couple of questions. One was, do you ever have staff who aren't able to make the mental switch to customer centric, and how do you deal with them?
Yes. We have had staff in the past who, when ANFF was set up way back when, everybody was an academic staff because they all had come from academic labs and they wanted an academic appointment, so we put them all on academic staff. That lasted about 4 years, at which point we started converting everybody onto professional staff, because it's really hard to keep an academic staff who's not publishing papers, who's not writing grants, and we don't care if they're not. And so it's a really hard thing to mash together. It's a bit easier on the professional services, professional staff. And there have been a few people who did not want to go down that level, go down that route. Either if we really needed to keep them, there were things put in place. But again, it was we couldn't support them going for example, from a level B to a level C. We could put them up for promotion, but they don't hit any of the criteria. So that's really hard. We can support them and provide them with as much as we possibly can, but there are very strict criteria in a lot of universities, and we just can't work around them. So most people are happier on the professional levels because there's not as many criteria to hit, but then they're locked in. The promotion levels are just not there, and that's what we're missing. So we kind of need just another level where we can keep them in the same job and promote them. Senior specialists, super senior specialists, absolute God. But without that, it's always going to be hard to retain these staff. But on the flip side, we retain a lot of staff. So there's got to be something good in the job itself.
That's a great segue to, I suppose, what I was going to ask is you've got great retention, but you obviously in any company, there's going to be people moving on. Do your people move on into industry, having seen that sort of environment with sort of a toe in the water? And is that something that sort of you see as a positive?
We absolutely see as a positive. We're a training ground for all of these things. Vaxis are on my bad boys list at the moment because they took 2 of my fabulous staff last year. Still not happy with them, and they will have to work very hard to get them back in my good books. But that's the kind of thing we do. We train our staff go out into some of the SMEs that come through our doors. It's actually worked the other way as well. Some of the startups have come in who've had a very particular project. It's a big project. We've hired particular staff, or they've hired particular staff to embed within our facilities. They've done that project. At the end of that, the staff are so good. We keep them because their contracts run out with the startup or whatever industry it might be. So we do see that revolving door, and we certainly encourage it. The more people who have seen how these processes work in an industry environment feeds back into the researchers, because we're trying to provide people not to be able to make one of them, because making one is great, but it's never going to be an innovative project if you can make one. You need to be able to make 10,000. So being able to make sure that you build in that manufacturability from the start is one of the things that we try and do for all of our clients.
One other thing from me, as a core support person, do you have challenges identifying the limit between reasonable customer support and being taken advantage of?
Yes. Well, I mean, how do you answer that? So we charge for every hour of tool time and assisted tool time. We do an awful lot of training, which we barely charge for. We do an awful lot of project consultation, which we do not charge for. There are people who take advantage of that, but we talk to their supervisors, and that stops pretty quickly, because we will give as much support as is humanly possible, but we're not going to do your project for you. We're not going to build your project. It's your project. If you want us to do this project, you give it to us, and we'll hire another postgrad for it, and they can go and actually do that project and write the papers and do all of that. We're there for support. We're not there to do your job. So we just have to, it's a balance, but most of our staff are experienced enough. As I say, very few of our staff are, well, actually none of our staff are juniors. everyone's had some experience. They know how to work these things. And if people are not doing what they should do, fair play as such, then we deal with it, because if they're taking too much, they're not leaving enough for somebody else. And we're trying to service 3,000 clients with 100 people. So, you know, we need to be able to fare. Okay. No, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jane. So just a reminder that COVID safe requirements are that you must wear masks unless you are seated and eating. Seated eating and drinking areas are the trade display area, the Belvedere and the atrium. Food is all available in the trade display area. We will resume again at 11:10. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. We might get started session 2. So it is my pleasure to invite to the podium Adjunct Professor Sash Jayasinghe. He has a long and extensive qualifications, research infrastructure, UQ and chief in UQ, sorry, Adjunct Professor Research Infrastructure at UQ and Chief Investigator at the Australian Digital Observatory, the ARDC Platform Project at QUT. Sash holds various adjunct positions supporting research and research infrastructure efforts of the 2 universities and its partners. In addition, as Chief Investigator, he leads the Australian Research Data Commons Platform Project, the Australian Digital Observatory, collaborating with colleagues at the University of Melbourne and the University of New South Wales. Please welcome Sash.
Thanks, Tess. Welcome, everyone. So, firstly, thank you for this kind invitation to speak today. I suspect, based on the talks this morning, this is going to be a very topical conversation. I mean, it's focused around what I'm hoping to present is very much a very focused conversation about people, especially core staff. A number of the challenges Margaret, Nigel, and Jane alluded to in the research infrastructure and core facilities space when it comes to people. I think we all appreciate the challenges. It's been described in any number of different forums, including in NCRES roadmaps. Suffice to say, nobody's able to do anything about it though, but it's been mentioned a number of times. The concept of a 3rd tier has been talked about for a number of years, but again, what I'm hoping to do is talk to you about a sort of a solution to that, and hopefully that'll be of interest. And the other point I would like to make is that this is actually not a unique challenge to Australia. Graham Galloway and I recently, or not recently, before pre-COVID, attended the Global Bioimaging Consortia in Singapore, and this very topic was also discussed in a global context. So it's certainly not a challenge isolated to Australia. It's very much something that a lot of jurisdictions are grappling with. Okay, so just bear with me on, as I try to introduce a little bit of psychology. So apologies because this is really bad. I have no experience in psychology, but I'm just going to go through a journey that I had pretty much using QUT as an exemplar, which was my last role before I stepped down recently. So Maslow described this very simple hierarchy of needs in the 1940s. And he tried to articulate this concept that people kind of need to meet some, it's almost a pyramid approach where you have to actually satisfy the lower levels of this particular pyramid, not necessarily 100%, but in order for people to focus and going right up to the top, which he described as self-actualization, or what I would like to call getting the best of someone, somebody operating at their best level. While it might seem a little bit of a distraction, it is actually an easy model to adopt in a workplace and in motivating staff. So what I'm going to try to do is to really talk to you about this pyramid, not so much the physiological needs, but from the safety onwards up, about what I try to do at QUT to work towards that top of that pyramid in helping the staff and the organization to get the best out of its people in the core facilities. And the other thing I would allude to is that this is a dynamic kind of interaction. You can imagine that if an organization went through a formal organizational structural change, people very quickly fall back down to safety needs. Is my job secure? So it's not fixed in stone. It is a dynamic kind of a hierarchy that you can go up and down on that particular hierarchy. So one of the first things that I really had to deal with is safety. People being secure in their employment. When I first came to QUT, there was far too many 12-month contracts or less contracts. And Jane also alluded to the challenges of the NCRES program, where, you know, sort of rolling 6-month contracts and so on. It's very hard to get the best out of people if they're not feeling secure about their employment contract. So one of the first things that I did, and working with the leadership, with Steve and others, is to really start providing 3 to 5 year contracts to people. But it wasn't just a case of not making, like just being random about it. When we articulated these 3 to 5 cases for 3 to 5 year contracts, we talked about the fact that it is actually a strategic initiative to retain and to recruit people, the best people. It's very hard to convince somebody to come from interstate or overseas on a 12-month contract. So I think what you had to do was, first of all, you have to clearly articulate to the university in this case that we have a roadmap in this particular technology area. We think 3 to 5 years reasonable because we believe our research programs are going to be aligned to that technology area. So we would like to offer 3 to 5 year contracts for these positions. So based on that, we moved quite a lot of roles into the 3 to 5 year contracts. We still do have 12-month contracts or less contracts, but they are focused on specific projects and project deliverables. And often, actually, the people we trained in this project level contract go on to stay often, especially if those projects become something bigger. One of the key things to this is, in making that business case, is technology roadmaps. Being able to articulate to the university leadership that, you know, if we're doing genomics, this is the long-term goal. And by the way, we have a Center for Cancer Genomics. So explicitly linking it to the research efforts of the university. And I think that's one of the things that as core staff, we need to really appreciate. What is actually the research direction of our respective organization, and how do we clearly articulate the business rationale and the business case for investing in the qualified and highly skilled core staff. The other thing that I'm very particular about is that I always put aside in the budget planning cycle a dedicated investment in staff development, for professional development. And I treat it as business as usual. And I think Steve will agree that we've all worked hard to make sure that's in the budget. We don't think it as a nice to have, we think it as a core business. So again, you have to make that part of your case, that ongoing professional development. It will actually support the research and teaching nexus of the university or the respective organization you're part of. Where we do still have a challenge is the question of tenured or ongoing roles. And part of the challenge that I had at QUT especially is that the portfolio is the core staff or the core capabilities were quite divergent. There were some things I could see were very much long-term, but there's some technology areas I'm not sure it's necessarily a long-term, well, at least the technology might exist, but it might end up being outsourced. So I'm thinking of things like sequencing, for example, you know, whether we will continue to be, would the technology advance so much that it's a benchtop instrument for everybody, as opposed to being in a core facility. But then if you were to provide ongoing roles to some folk and not others, then you create inequity in the system, which is not really helpful either. So I guess from my point of view, the happy medium really was these longer term contracts. And I think once you think about that pyramid, getting this employment security was one of the first things that I had to focus on. And in fact, that's what we did in the first couple of years of my employment my role at QUT. The next thing is really about sense of belonging. And I think, you know, while lots of organizations will put out strategic plans and blueprints and whatever else we call it, we can't assume that everybody, all the way from senior researchers to technicians, really understand what their role is in achieving that organizational vision and mission. And part of the leadership responsibility for those who are leading core facilities and the managers is to be really clear about, you know, everybody's role in achieving that vision and mission. I mean, simple questions like, where do I fit? What's my role within the team? How do I contribute? Are things that you have to reiterate to people and give them exemplars about what their contributions are. And certainly I'll talk a little bit about some contributions being another, acknowledgement of contribution being another important point. And sometimes you have to revisit this quite often, and because priorities change as well. For example, the impact of COVID, nobody could have guessed, but you know, in the case of QUT, Margaret and the university executive had to go to what's called a QUT repositioning. Essentially, we had to deal with the, you know, what is our budget impact, for example, without the international cohorts and the subsidy that comes from international students. But also it meant that, well, from a strategy, research strategy point of view, there's certainly an emphasis around quality, but how does that translate into the core facility staff? This again is not, you can't assume the core facility staff will know what those changing priorities are, but you have to be explicit and have, you know, I think often and more often than not, we do whole of team meetings, and I often talk about it, Steve often talks about it, and we present these changes to people and then translate it down to what does that mean for you in this core facility, right? And so I think that conversation has to happen as often as required. And to be honest with you, it's also part of the mindset. I mean, Jane talked about the sentiments that we've heard a number of times from the Commonwealth and the state governments about greater engagement with industry. Well, is your team trained enough to understand, to have this kind of entrepreneurial mindset where you say, you know, this particular company has done 100 transactions with that of services. What do we do to take that from service-based relationship to a partnership? Maybe they're trying to solve a big problem that we can help with. You have to have the entrepreneurial mindset and the license to be able to talk to that industry partner and help your staff to leverage that potential partnership. And I think one of the first things, again, another thing that I had to help the team with is not only introduce this, just like Jane, this kind of client-centric view, but also helping them to be more entrepreneurial in their thinking about, well, if Cook Medical is coming to us 10 times, 20 times a year, maybe there's something we can do that's bigger and better with them, and think about a partnership. So I think these are the things that leaders of core facilities have to think about, because you have to help your staff develop to think about what's aligned with the strategy. And then if there are repriorities, you need to revisit that and go back to your teams and help them to navigate that kind of complex changes and priorities. Another aspect is the sense of belonging. And I think this is where this might be a little bit of a, we might have to take a little bit of a break here, but there's been already quite a heavy discussion about the dichotomy between professional and academic. And we already talked about the professional scale being about the job. And I think Nigel was quite eloquent in speaking about this. And academic is about the person. So again, I've been thinking about this for quite a while. And I think also I have to deal with some of these kind of, you know, biases that exist in our system. You know, professional staff are and can be scientists and researchers. Likewise, academic staff can administer and manage. They might hate it, but they can do it. All right. I mean, that is the reality. In fact, there is published research literature on this. And there's Whitchurch talks about these kind of blended professionals that are emerging in the sector, which is hard to define. But the problem we have in Australia is that our enterprise bargaining mechanisms are so outdated, they're not reflecting the current contemporary environment. So one thing I managed to convince QUT to do was to actually introduce a new job family, if you like. The job family we call the research infrastructure specialist. And the research infrastructure specialists, as the name describes, are not academic necessarily, but they are on the academic track, HR track. So what that means is they won't have the same metrics as the traditional academic, but as Margaret alluded to, they can speak to the academic career framework. They can still make a case as a research infrastructure specialist to get promoted. So this is a big difference to what other universities and the sector is saying the EBs is an impediment. Yes, it's not easy, but I would argue it can be done because we have done it. Now, the real challenge here is we've already promoted to level C. The tricky one that I would love to see is, does anybody get promoted all the way to level E? Now, the other interesting point I would allude to here is this is a non-professorial track. So we use the word principal, kind of like NHMRC. So you can be, in theory, be a level E principal, but not a professoriate. We do have another flavor as well, where some traditional academics might say they want to they still want to have a independent research career, an independent one. And we do have embedded research academics in core facilities as well. But that's where the funding mechanism has to come in. So there's no tension between research infrastructure and the school and the faculty. So what we effectively do is we second people into infrastructure. So we buy out time from the school. And so there's no tension about, well, you know, you're taking away an academic from their teaching agenda or their research within the school. So there's a actual financial system you have to deal with it as well. So I think in this example, Tony, he would never have come from Singapore to Australia from Brooker if we didn't have this research infrastructure specialist stream, because he wanted to see some career advancement opportunity when we employed him. In the case of Lena below there, we took her from a professional and made the case to move her to research infrastructure specialist stream from a Hughes scale because she was internationally renowned in her field. She was publishing middle authorships and in some cases first authorship. She essentially drafted a whole ARC LEAF grant by herself. It's criminal not to acknowledge that, right? Just because she's in a core facility. So I think it can be solved. You just have to have the conviction to make the case in your own organizations. So I think, Nigel, maybe you can go a microphone. So my conversation with you would be, you know, if you said you had an interest in moving into a core facility, I would have said to you, well, what would you like to do? Do you want to become a full-time research infrastructure specialist for, let's say, 3 years? Because that'll give you a different experience, but we'll still give you the option to go back into a research role if you choose to. Would that flexibility would have helped you? Would that have been attractive for you?
I suppose yes. Oh, sorry. I suppose yes. I suppose that's how I treated the transfer to core anyway. I suppose I had talked to John Hooper about this, who's at TRI, and he had said that he went into a business degree thinking that he was done after his PhD. And then he moved back within about 2 months, realizing he'd made a complete mistake. So I had held on to my term as cell biologist and microscopist when I moved into core on the basis that I could still use that as a productivity relative to opportunity. So I think the opportunity to do that in a formal way would have been one way of opening up the eyes to the fact that this was a possibility. So I suppose that's a long answer of yes.
So I think, my conversation, Steve and I are both have these kind of conversations quite often, because we've had folks go from research infrastructure specialists back into sort of traditional academic role, and academics who come to the research infrastructure specialist role, depending on where they are in their career and how well they think they are competitive, for example, and what interests them. So one thing this has done is given tremendous amount of flexibility for the individual and the organization, because we're not losing good people, because these people are still skilled, whether they're traditional academic or research infrastructure specialists. We can still hold on to them and their skill set. Because don't forget, by this stage, we've already invested, 3 to 5 years worth of training on these people in the organization. If we lose them, it's a huge amount of opportunity cost, because it takes tremendous amount of effort to actually recruit people and to retrain them into the organization. So I think hopefully I've convinced you there is a third option here that you can leverage. The other thing that's important, perhaps unlike the philosophy that the service-oriented philosophy that Jane alluded to, at QUT, we're very much about embedding our core staff into the research endeavor. So, we all know it's not just about the kit, but I think it's actually healthier for the organization and value adding to the organization to embed core staff into the primary research activity. So if you look at QUT's Center for Material Science, apart from, including Steve, Rob Jones, Michael Jones are both research infrastructure specialists, but they're listed as, members of that Center for Material Science. Josh is one of those traditional academics in a school, but has about 50% of his time is in the core facility, for example. So I think the embedded staff plus the research infrastructure staff being embedded in centers or primary research activity, I actually think it's a win-win. I know people talk about biases and so on. There's conflicts of interest all over the place in the university sector. It's not the conflict of interest you have to worry about. It's if you can't manage the conflict is what you got to worry about. Okay, so I think there's a distinction between a conflict of interest and unmanageable conflict of interest. And I think that subtlety is important. And I think what we do is we want to recognize through co-authorships and research outputs. And of course, then it gets reflected in the academic career framework when it comes time to promotion. And the other important part is, of course, teaching and training. I think Nigel's talk mentioned this a little bit. It's no less valuable to teach cohorts as opposed to supervising PhDs and master's students and honors students. I think it's a shame that people don't capture that training outcomes sometimes in some organizations, because I think it's definitely a case to be made about if you train 200, 300 people a year in microscopy, that should be acknowledged, because that is contributing to the teaching agenda of the university or the organization. And the other thing, a simple thing that I also introduce is making job titles for people that actually matter. Because it would be very easy to call everybody just research infrastructure specialist 1, senior technologist 1. But I just said, look, introduce their specialty in brackets. Just put it in brackets so they have some identity, and their expertise is very clear in any kind of publication. Use it on websites and any kind of staff profiles and so on. And we have a whole different, at QUT, we have engineers, software developers, technologists, infrastructure specialists, but we use the brackets to help distinguish their expertise. And I think I won't mention in public here, but it's saved us in lots of other ways as well. I'll talk about in private, especially when it comes down to doing formal changes. So I think it's a simple thing to do, but I think it's a really valuable thing to do that doesn't take a whole lot of effort. And of course, recognition. So, this is in the public domain, but you can see, in addition to the primary researchers, Michael has been acknowledged specifically contributing to this Nature paper and to this research. And Michael is from a core facility. He's a core facility staff member. He doesn't have a school home. He he's the second author in this paper. So, and at the same time, he has helped, I don't know, 20, 30 different research groups access the synchrotron. We don't treat this as a conflict of interest. This is to be celebrated, right? I think this is what I would like to see more and more of for the core facility staff. Similarly, the Australian Cancer Atlas, which is a groundbreaking piece of work which captures all the cancers across Australia, and maps it onto the Australian map. On the actual website of the Australian Cancer Atlas, it acknowledges the whole team, the VISA team of QUT, publicly as contributing as partners into that project. Every one of those people with a picture is a software developer of some kind or user interface designer. They're not researchers, but they acknowledge in perpetuity to that program. And now they're going to expand that same model to different parts of the world, right? But their role has been acknowledged explicitly. Similarly, with this, what they call TWARC, which is essentially a pathway for academic community across the world to access Twitter data easily. Again, Betsy and Sam were acknowledged globally, and QUT recognized for that contribution in that kind of space. This is what I want to see more of. You don't have to, and these folk are not academics, but they are research infrastructure scientists and engineers. If you work up the pyramid, so we've talked about belonging and we've worked up the pyramid. If you do this well, you're going to get the best out of people. And if you get the best out of people, and if they feel like they're doing the best for themselves, the organization will be successful because they will be operating at their best. In order to do that, we do have to provide a path for advancement. You can't just give up and say, look, it's about the job, because I don't think Australia is going to be in a great position if that's where we stop. I think the university has to recognize it in whatever framework they use. In QUT context, it's the academic career framework. Of course, I haven't gone into detail about professional development. I'll leave that to the next talk with Linda. But in addition to technical development, you do have to provide some other management and leadership opportunities, but work with the individual and help them to grow and develop. We do also, I think there's tremendous opportunities for secondments as well to use that effectively. And also understand and apply mentorship and coaching. There is a subtle difference between mentorship and coaching. And I think for any aspiring leaders, I recommend you do some training in that space to understand that nuanced difference. And then you can help to also develop your staff if you understand that difference. And everybody hates, a lot of people hate the whole performance planning and appraisal part. But the reality is, if you can use it well, that is your gateway to promotion if you're interested in doing that and doing, that's the mechanism we use to move Annalena from a Hughes scale to the research infrastructure specialist scale. This is what we use to make business, to promote individuals. We say, here's your 3-year path to your promotion in time for your promotion. I think you should use the appraisal and performance planning as a positive exercise. And if your experience is a negative exercise, you need to understand why it is a negative experience, right? So, I mean, the reality is that this can't ever, what I've talked about can't ever be dogma, because each as I mentioned, different parts of the world, that different jurisdictions have different challenges, but even within Australia and within organizations, there are local systems and structures, culture, strategic imperatives, and as many people have already alluded to, the enterprise bargaining legal frameworks appear to be a hurdle, but I've already given you the fact that there is ways around that. I guess the take-home message is, in order to get, to climb that hierarchy of needs, link the organizational vision and purpose to your core teams, and always acknowledge and celebrate contributions to research and teaching. And if you have to, use policy mandates when necessary. I mean, I think sometimes people, I mean, I heard already, you know, people say, oh, if they're collaborating, it's free. Your postdoc is not free. You still pay your postdoc. So I think that these kind of myths needs to be, you know, squashed. The reality is that if you're putting intellectual input, you're putting intellectual input, whether you pay for it or not. It doesn't matter, right? And the code of conduct is pretty clear about that for NHMRC. Provide job security. Don't employ for the job, really. Secure the right talent. You know, I think, again, people make reference to the professionals track. Yes, it is about the job, but you should really focus on the individual when you're recruiting. And deliberately invest in professional development, both technical and soft skills. I'm a big fan for embedding primary research into CORES. I think you have to have that link, otherwise you can't make that business case in multiple dimensions. And provide a clear path for advancement. The research infrastructure specialist stream is one of our QUT's solution to the challenges we've discussed. And always challenge the status quo. You know, myself and the other leaders could have just, you know, said, no, it's too hard, professional and academic. That's the way it's always been. You would not progress if you don't challenge the status quo. So I encourage you to challenge the status quo in your respective organization. Questions?
Sasha, I was thinking, I have this theory that core facilities actually make it harder to recruit skilled individuals because cores do a lot more of the work on behalf of researchers. So it makes a smaller pool to come from. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think to recruit specialist skill sets, you know, in certain technology domains, especially, you know, for example, if you write a LEAF grant, often you try to go for something that's cutting edge, the first in the country or the second in the state. But you might get the kit, but there's nobody in the country who's qualified to run the machine. You can't go to internationally and recruit for a 12-month contract. So I think part of that of being able to offer longer term contract linked to that particular LEAF grant, for example, is part of some of the strategies that we've utilized in order to import highly skilled people from overseas, for example. But yeah, so I think, again, it's not so much about the people, but there is a piece there also about planning. So if you're going to put a LEAF grant in, usually before we put a LEAF grant in, I'm already writing a business case about the space it's going to go into and the person or persons we're going to hire to support that kit to the university's budget and planning cycle.
Hey, Sash, I'm Lachlan. I'm a junior academic at UQ in a core facility. I've worked with Josh and with Mike, and they've both been fantastic. So thank you for thank you for doing that for them. My question is, I guess I've just really appreciated the way that you guys kind of led in this in a lot of respects. Do you have a feeling for how these roles sit relative to the technical staff, professional kind of? Is it something where people would get to the high HW levels and then there's a formal process to transfer over, or has it been pretty ad hoc so far, or can you speak to that a little bit? Yeah,
so I think there's sort of kind of guide principles, if you like. So one of the things that I would often ask is, well, if you're a professional staff member at Hugh 8 and let's say somebody says, I'm thinking about moving into the research infrastructure specialist, then some of the questions I often ask is, well, where's your reputation in your technology area? What have you done with that local society in that technology domain? How much publications have you had as middle author, or what are your aspirations? It might not be they've done it necessarily yet, but I often frame it through the performance planning. Say, okay, if you want to do that, let's work together on some key performance indicators, and let's agree that if you can make these targets, the following year we'll make a case for you to be transitioned into that area. But it's not a given. There's you agree on some specific targets. Sometimes certainly with the case of Annalena, it was a given just because of established, it was kind of a legacy action. But I think moving forward, already some of the staff in QUT, for example, have said, look, I've contributed this way. I have a bit of international profile here. I've just submitted my PhD. I want to do more publications. Okay, if you're interested in doing that, let's work on a plan. I guess that's the approach. Yeah.
Sash.
Thank you. Oh, great. Cheers. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Sash. So next up, I would like to invite to the podium Professor Linda Lua. She is a professor in biotechnology and the founding director of the Protein Expression Facility at UQ. She leads a diverse team of research specialists to deliver world-leading research services and innovative solutions for protein production, driving scientific success.
Thank you. Thank you for the organizing committee for inviting me to give this talk. Interestingly, so I was the founding director of Protein Expression Facility, which was just 2 weeks ago. And then I'm now segued into being the director of research and development. So before I start off to give you a talk on professional development of core stuff, can I just take a little bit of a survey here to find out, I'm interested in terms of the demographic of the attendees, so I know how to pitch my talk. So how many people are actually working in what we call here as the core facilities or research capability facilities? If you can just wave your hands. Great. And how many people are managers or leaders of those facilities? If you can. Great. Wonderful. So that's good. All right. So before I start off to tell you, I guess, some of the strategies that I've taken to do, professional development of my team, it would be good for me to actually introduce to you what, the Protein Expression Facility are doing and who they are. So as I put out here, so that's the team, the Protein Expression Facility. It is always the people that's most important to us. And I say this all the time, people is my assets, not really the equipment. I can get the money and I can buy the equipment, but at the end of the day, as what you've heard in all your previous talk, the equipment will just sit there. Okay, so really it's the people that I'm more interested in. So here, the team of people I have, and as demonstrated also there is, we're very much driven by a set of values that we all agree upon, and that strive for excellence through integrity, teamwork, and passion. And I also show up there that, this is the team of people that have been recognized and been awarded in terms of team, excellence in service over multiple years, as well as in terms of their research impact. So what do they do? So, we're here to deliver world-leading research services and innovative solutions for protein production, driving scientific success. As I've shown on one side of the slides that you can see is, the different type of services that we were offering. And I won't go into details. So what it is we do have a global impact in terms of, outreach, to the reach to globally. So we service a lot of international, what we call researchers, users. And in Australia alone, you can see up there, it spreads across 21 universities, 26, biotech companies, and lots of different research organizations. So our focus is not just our local university, but essentially is the whole of Australia as well as internationally. So far, we've done, over 4,000 projects. So on average, it's about 200 projects per year. We also run symposiums, very tailored, facilitated, workshops. So not so much in terms of just research services, but as well as educating and upskilling, whether is it students or staff. Another thing that we've put in place quite recently is what we call industry placement. We see the need to actually enhance the employability of our students. So we put in place a formal way to do industry placement to help develop them. So this part is actually telling you some of the I guess feedback that we get from our people calling customers or users, in terms of the comments, what they say about us. So as you can read there, it's all very positive comments. So why am I showing you all this? what I want to say is that it is not possible, absolutely not possible for me to achieve all of this without my team. And it is not possible, absolutely not possible for me to do this if I did not spend time and energy to focus on them and develop them. So like I say, I founded the facility, and that was actually 17 so years ago. And I can tell you a little bit about my history. I was a very young postdoc then, 17 years ago, very naive. If you ask me now, would I start a brand new facility? I might think twice. It is challenging because nobody taught me anything about, what do you do with recruitment? How do you manage your staff? How do you, actually, put in terms of, performance management? How do you recruit people, train people, etc., and all that? So I have to drive a lot of my own, I guess, development. So why do we need a conference focusing on the professional development of what we call the core staff? And I just want to clarify here that, we call them, as you can hear, across all the different, university, institution, organization, we do all call them very differently. We say academic staff, professional staff, non-academic staff, core staff, facility staff. At the end of the day, who they are is their people who are actually bring to us their talents. And what I want to focus here is really who they are as a person, not so much to pigeonhole them into a specific scheme. So why is it important for us to, have professional development? This has been covered earlier, and I don't actually need to go, into a lot of details. What I want to tell you, I guess, to highlight is about 4 billion has been, invested by the government over the 12 years in terms of what they call the National Research Infrastructure Capability. And it's in the, I think, 2016 survey, they showed that, every dollar contributed by the government, there's a $1.29 core investment. So if you think about it, that's essentially $10 billion. And what it is, we spend so much money and investment into what we call the National Research Infrastructure Capability. But what are we doing to make sure that, we develop our talents? So first, let's define research infrastructure capabilities. They're essentially facilities, equipment, resources that are needed to perform research. So these are a group, a team of people who essentially solve, problem of global challenges. That's through discovery as well as translation. They're expert, they're specialists in enabling research. That they also provide the usage of the best and the latest equipments as well as the technologies. They have to be very well maintained, as Jane has put so earlier, and regularly serviced. And we also want to make sure that we get the best research data and data integrity and reproducibility there from all our research infrastructure capability. So if that's what we're after, if that's what we're asking from the research infrastructure capability, then of course the first thing we need to do is to focus on the people. So what are we doing to develop our people? And is this a priority? And that's a very important question. So one thing I'd like to ask of you is, how many of your core colleagues and peers are here together with you? If you say, I'm here alone, or only a couple of us are here, then is it because this is not a priority to them? And if this is not a priority to them, it's good to ask that question, why isn't it a priority? So our career, each and every one of us, is essentially a journey. It's a journey, it's not a destination. And I often say this to my team and they hate it. I say, we all end up having destination disease because we just want to get to a point and then we go, okay, I'm there now, what do I do? But we should learn that it is actually a journey. So we get some form of degree. So today we've been talking a lot about PhD graduate. And I do want to stress that a lot of our staff member in a lot of research infrastructure capabilities might not be just a PhD graduate too. So any form of degrees and certification, qualification they have gotten, then the next step is, okay, they landed their first job. So what do they know? So the next question will be, what's next? What's going on? Because they could be satisfied for the first couple of years, but what they want to know is what's going on, what's my career pathway? And what I want to introduce here is actually, I guess a concept and a culture, and this is not new, okay? There's lots of paper that has been actually published on it. It's called continuing professional development. So if you read that, it's essentially a process by which individuals are empowered to take control of their own lifelong learning and development. What I want to stress this is they are empowered to take control. And this is their lifelong learning and development, not just for a specific job, not just for a specific position, but essentially it's their lifelong, journey. And what does that mean? It's really engaging in an ongoing process of reflection and action. So we can be very reflective, but if we don't do anything about it, that's not going to, take us very far. So reflection is only useful when it's followed by thoughtful action. So after we have reflect, we act on it, there will be some form of experience. And that's the learning piece that we have to take, and we have to do that reflection again. What did I learn from that experience? What did I learn about myself? What did I learn that, I need to further develop on, and how do I take it forward? And why I want to bring this up is, this is something that I get my team to do a lot. When they first start with me, they absolutely hate it. They will tell me things like, reflection is a very personal thing. It's only for me. Why do I need to share it with you? So let me tell you this. We have what we call a weekly progress schedule reports, which all of us can get to read. And the first thing they write up there is your reflection. And they go, I have to share this with everybody. I say, yes, it helps all of us to learn together. And I realized that when they first started out with me, they would be very hesitant, and the reflection would be very much about, oh, I had a good week, it's good. But over time, it gets better. And then when I read their reflection, that's when I know where they're sitting, their mindset, how they're thinking, how they're operating, and what's bothering them, where they are. And that allows me to also fine-tune how I approach them and how I work with them for that week. So this is a good one. It's everything worthwhile is uphill. Our professional development is worthwhile, and it is going to be an uphill journey. And I used to sit there and think and go like, why do I have to keep doing this again and again? When is a time I can just stop and go, I've done it already, I should be happy, right? But essentially that's true. Everything worthwhile in life is uphill. It means that you have to make the choice to go and get it. You have to put on one foot in front of the other and take the hill a step at a time. You must grow and stretch yourself a little every day. So as you can see, the message here is not about us putting them through a kind of professional course, but really this is an everyday thing if we want to think about professional development. So then the question here is whose responsibility it is to do professional development? Is it, the leader's responsibility? And I can see quite a few of you are here. Is it the staff responsibility, or is it an organization, responsibility? So I've heard that argument a lot of times where like, well, if the organization is not doing it, why should I care? If they're not putting that in place, why should I care? Well, if the staff is not pushing for it, why should I do that for them? Or if we don't have a good leader, why should I think about developing myself? So at the end of it, it's actually everybody's responsibility. We have a responsibility, to develop people. And then if I can convince you would be, what are the benefits of development? So to the staff member, they're subject matter expert. They learn new skills, they're up to date, they learn new technology. And from my experience, what I realized is that then they become very motivated, very self-driven. They have a great well-being, they're satisfied because they know the purpose, why they're doing what they're doing. And I do not ever have to tell them like, do this because this is what you need to do, because they are the one that's driving it themselves. And usually they will be the one that come to me and go, hey, what do you think, Linda? If, we try this, this might be a really good idea. I go, oh, great. Yeah, sure. Go for it. And that helps. And then for the leader is, you have, great performance. They're highly engaged, effective staff and team, right? You're developing emerging leaders. And what I like to say also, this is shared leadership. It does make your role and your workload much easier. And the satisfaction in helping people, like if you try it, you will really absolutely like it. From an organizational point of view, that's excellence, because what they're driving for is not just to get to a point, it's always excellence, continuous improvement. And they build a reputation then, and you have very competent, adaptable workforce. You can retain the talent, as we heard, earlier on, and return on investment is very important. We've heard earlier on about, it takes a lot of time and resources to recruit people, to train them. And what we want to do is retain them. So of course, the whole return on investment piece is very important. And the other thing is the shared vision side. If we have shared vision, again, we don't have to drive them. They will drive themselves. So some practical tips here in terms of, what do you do? How do you actually do it? So between the leader and staff, I say this is a partnership. This is really a partnership and a relationship. And this is what I do. So the first thing I do is I set up what I call a career and professional development plan. And each and every one of them have an individually tailored development portfolio. So you will say to me, isn't that very time consuming? Yes. Isn't that a lot of work? Yes. But if I want the best out of my people, I have to give them my time. And time is the most precious thing to me and would be the most precious things to them. And that's how I have to say, I believe in what you would do and how you develop yourself. I will give you the most precious thing to me, and that's my time. And what I do is then I sit down and work through in terms of getting them to do self-reflection, as we talk about assessment, self-awareness, what skills they need to develop, what's their growth areas, set up goals. What are the measure of success? It's very important to have that measure of success, or else we'll all be missing the mark. An action plan. We can all talk about it, but if we don't have some very clear action plan, we're not going to get there. At the end of it, we're not all going to all sit down and agree on what we want to do. And at the end of it, we also have to make sure we give recognition and award. And recognition and award doesn't always have to be just progression. And if you have a really committed, engaged, team of people, they would tell you that, it's more than just progression. So some of the things I get them to think about is growth areas. And growth areas can be, your subject matter expertise. Should I send you to a conference? Do I need to, get you to sign up on a course to learn something different, or, get you somewhere, put you in a different labs, etc. I mean, when we could travel, that was a bit easier. And then transferable skills. And this is the part that a lot of people forget. Transferable skills are really important. And I'll come back to that later. Another thing I like to do, and they don't quite like it, is I get them to think about a growth area of choice. And you will ask me, what does growth area of choice means? So growth area of choice essentially is like attitude, right? Patience. I told them all the time, my growth area of choice is patience. Because I can choose to be patient with them, or I can choose to be impatient with them. So that's a growth area of choice. I need to work on it. So it's the same thing, right? Discipline, that's a growth area of choice. So I usually get them to pick a growth area of skills and then a growth area of choice and hold them accountable to it. We've heard about mentoring and coaching. So yes, mentoring and coaching are different, but what it is important to develop mentors and coaches even within your team, because then they can do peer coaching. So although they all spend time with me, at least once a month, but at the same time within the team, they can do peer coaching as well as they can mentor one another. And the other thing I also do is I connect them to mentors outside of the team, outside of the local unit, as well as to the industry. So they get a different, perspective. Shadowing and sponsorship. This is the part where you go like, okay, maybe you just need to come along with me when I go to have that meeting. So all my team and my staff member, they talk to CSO, CEO, CTO, CEO, whatever you want to name it, in all the big companies. And as I shown you earlier, we do work with a lot of big companies. They talk to group leaders, they talk to a principal investigator. They make the decision, not me. Because if we are running 250 projects a year, it's not possible if it's just me. I'll be the biggest bottleneck ever. So I have to make sure that they're skilled and empowered to do that. So the first way, the first thing I can do is take them along with me when I go to those meetings. And then, similarly within the team, they start doing it with each other. Sponsorship there, I mean so sponsorship is something we don't talk a lot about. It's essentially you go like, oh, okay, thank you for inviting me to that committee, but I don't have to be the one to sit on it. You know what? I actually know somebody who's really good. How about, introduce them to you. That's one example where that sponsorship, you actually help them to, make connections and make networks. So that's what I do in terms of, with my team. And then this is the part where we talk about, transferable skills and also leadership competency. So I view every single one of my staff member as a leader because they will lead, right? They're either leading or they will be leading, coming up. So these are the things I get them to think about, self-management. Before you can lead someone, you first need to lead yourself. How do you manage yourself? Emotional intelligence, communication skill. So pitching your story is really important. And I say, right, because we talk about a lot of like scientists here this morning. So sometimes we forget that, people don't want to hear all the technical details. So it's about teaching them a different skill set of how do you pitch that story? Who are your target audience? How do you get the message really clear? How do you take out all the jargons that nobody is going to pay attention to? So communications is really important. Teamwork, as well as building team. How do you build a team? How do you work together as a team? Problem solve, strategic thinking, conflict resolution. That's not an easy one. Supervision. All of them get an opportunity to learn to either supervise staff or as well as supervise students. Performance management. Do not leave all the whole performance management up to just the leader, because I think that's not a good way for them to learn. They need to be able to go to their peers and go like, hey, I really like you as a team member, but you know what you did in there is really not on. Okay, let's have a conversation, right? Hey, I just need you, to come on and be part of the team and help us out here. And also learn to delegate. The list can go on. So another thing I will share is, at the protein expression facility, we very much believe in what we call shared leadership. So traditionally, leadership is very much like you got a leader at the top, and it filter down, you got middle management, so on and so forth. But as you can see, the team looks big, but the amount and comprehensive amount of work we do is still considered a very small team. We essentially always have to run something like 30, 40 projects all running at the same time. So I believe in what, I call shared leadership. So each of my team member actually, besides what they do in terms of their expert area, they actually bring in other, ways of contribution. And I'll go on to that the next slide. So PEV essentially is a business unit. So each and every one of them might do all of this, but or might do one or two parts of this. So some of them could be leading in terms of engagement. They will be the one that's going out there to engage with stakeholders and talking to them. They could be the one that actually is like, okay, you know what, I'm going to champion, the, social media side. Like that's what they would do, right? They'll go like, okay, don't worry about that. I'll be the one to learn, about the legal contracts and so on and so forth. So that's really, of course, it doesn't mean I don't do anything, but it also means that it's shared leadership. So, if one of us step up, we have another person or two other person that can step into the role and do it. And this is encouraged throughout the whole team. So we ask them the question, what would you like to learn? What would you like to do? And then we try to match them. Okay, so then now I want to pitch it, I guess, to the leader who are in the room, right? So we hear a lot about, in terms of the partnership side, what you need to do with the staff. In terms of the leader, really the best way to role model professional development starts with the leader. So I get them to hold me accountable. As much as I push them to share their reflection, I have to share my reflection with them too. And I have to say, I'm not as regular as they like it to be. So similarly, they have to know what are my growth areas, what are my growth points, and they have to call me out when I'm not doing the right thing. And one thing, I want to leave with the leaders is this quote. It says, always remember that leadership is a privilege. When you're in a leadership role, your influence might affect the trajectories of people's entire careers and often their lives. And I think if we absolutely believe and understand that, we will really invest in our people. From an organization perspective, what do we need to do for professional development? Organization culture, the word culture is something that comes out a lot. But essentially what we need to do is make sure we can build authentic career pathways. And we've heard a little bit about that. And we all have different schools of thoughts. Is that really putting people on different type of scheme, or is there a way to look at, career a little bit differently? And, something we touch on is like, we got to have a better mechanism to, recognize and reward people. And, holding people accountable. The organization has to hold the leader accountable, that they are developing their staff. They also have to hold the staff accountable. Similarly, it's a feedback loop where the staff and the leader have to feed back to the organization. One thing I didn't put up there is also system and procedures. That's actually really important. An organization have to be able to do that well to make sure that's actually seamless. So now I just want to segue through, what's UQ doing about this? And like I say, interestingly, now I'm in a very new role. This is what we call the researcher development team. This is a new team that UQ is putting together and building. So we recognize at UQ that we need to develop people. We need to make sure, we put enough resources to develop them. And now we're building a researcher development team where we want to create UQ to be the destination of choice for diverse research and innovation talent, building opportunities for authentic career pathways. So Professor Al McEwen, so he's the Pro Vice Chancellor for Researcher Development, and I'm working closely with him and the rest of the team, and we're currently recruiting a couple more people. So what will we be doing at UQ? So we're looking at, building a we call them researcher development framework, which essentially we want to look at integrated approach for reflection, assessment, and development. I won't go into a lot of details. We're actually doing some work on that. And also the other initiative is mentoring and network. We want to look at things like, like we talk about coaching, mentoring, and shadowing. And this is across the whole UQ. And career planning is how can we help them to plan authentic career pathway for both academics and professional staff. So that's what we are doing to invest in this area. So really, I just want to finish it there, to open up for any question and discussion. But I want to leave it to say to you that, growth is intentional. We're here talking about the growth and development of a person, and it has to be intentional. Intentional means you actually have to give it your best time. So do we give our best time to our people, or do we give our leftover time to our people? Do we say to them like, your growth and development is a priority, or do we say that, oh, well, when you have time, then you go do that? So that's, I just want to leave it there with you. Happy to take any question from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Excellent presentation. It's actually reinvigorated my excitement to look into some personal development so that I can support my team better. We do have an online question from Andrew. How do you deal with competition between team members of the same team?
I have to say, very fortunately, I don't have to deal with team competition. So as you see there in terms of our value, it says strive for excellence through integrity, teamwork, and passion. It depends on how we really define teamwork. When we say teamwork, essentially we say, right, we play by the strengths of everybody. The first thing I usually get them to assess is like, what are your strengths, right? And can you recognize what are the strengths of the other people around you? And how can we use our strength collectively as a team? So as far as I know, some of them are here, you can ask them. We actually don't have to deal with team competition, thankfully.
That was fantastic. I suppose my question is about your reflections and using reflections to get the best out of your team. I suppose research, by definition in the past, has promoted large egos, and the person who shouts loudest gets noticed. Is your reflection, do you notice that you get more out of your introverts and really get the massive productivity from there, or do you see a difference between that? I suppose it's giving a voice to those who may not stand up so loud.
I actually think the whole reflection piece doesn't really, differentiate between whether you're extrovert, introvert, or people who are egoistic or loud and all of that, because that's really the section where, they can write whatever they want and they know I'll be reading it. They know, their peers will be reading it. And on our weekly team meeting, we actually say, okay, volunteer to share it if you like to do. Like I said earlier, the starting of it is really difficult. you find that it's more to do with their personality, where they could be very closed, to go like, why do I have to do reflection? What do you want to know? Why do I need to let you know? All these questions, and it's slowly trying to open, up. And I think what's useful is if I take the lead to open up to them, and I show to them that, hey, I'm making as many mistakes as you are, I'm still learning what's going on here. And, similarly, I have all these growth areas, because they've seen how impatient I am. I just go and scream. And then I tell them, oh, I need to actually develop, be better with my patients. So they do see that I have my challenges, I have my struggles. And I think over time, then they will go like, okay, this is a safe environment. I think it's all about creating a safe environment where they're comfortable enough to say, it's okay to put it out there. Nobody is going to judge me. But you know what? Once I put it out there, somebody actually goes like, hey, you know what? Let's work together on this, because, I'm struggling a bit on that too. Or they could say that, you know what? Actually, I have overcome that. I would like to share my story with you. So it's more of that. Yeah.
Thanks, Linda. That was a great talk. How do you navigate the potential situation of providing these professional development opportunities to staff, and they gain new knowledge, new skills, and all of that, and then you sit down potentially at the end of the year and you do their performance review, and they've taken on these additional responsibilities, and they may be at the ceiling of their Hue level, and so they've done all this work, but there's no real progression or financial compensation for taking on all that additional responsibility and work.
Yeah,
how do you keep them motivated if that?
Yeah,
if
so
they
I
run
guess
into that issue?
Sure, thanks. I guess the question here is, how do we, progress them, right? Reward them, given that they're doing so well in terms of developing themselves, as well as taking up, additional duties and responsibilities. So we have discussed this morning. It's not easy and it's tricky, and every organization look at it very differently. At UQ, similarly, we're seeing whether there's a way that we can do what we call the third track, to help them progress. But internally within my team, I do, find different ways to help them progress, or I give them different types of opportunities where, maybe they get seconded, in a higher level outside, to try something out that they really want to try. And, maybe they, do something a little bit different. And it's not also about just keeping hold of them, because say, for example, somebody is really interested in, say, business, development, and they're doing really well. And, say we don't have a role in business development in the protein expression facility, and maybe eventually is how do I sponsor them to a business development role at whether is it UQ or another organization, or connecting them to the industry. So we want to look at, I guess, the whole professional development and career planning, career pathway more holistically, and not tied to one position and one job in that sense.
Second. What would you say to the biggest hurdle that I think most people come across is I'm too busy?
Sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
I'm too busy. What would you say to someone that says I'm too busy?
I think if you saw the slide that I put earlier, everything worthwhile is uphill. Yeah, if you're too busy, it's not a priority, then, really you have to be prepared and not complain when you go, oh, why isn't my leader doing this for me? Or why isn't the organization doing this for me? Because at the end of the day, is you got to take control. If this really matters to you, you got to take control. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Linda. Next up, I am inviting two people to the podium. I have the pleasure to invite Dr. David Sester, who is the Senior Flow Cytometry Scientist here at TRI. He completed his PhD at UQ and spent time at UW / the Institute for Systems Biology in Seattle. Since 2015, he oversees our facility upstairs. His interest in and use of flow cytometry dates back to 1995. In addition, we have Associate Professor Raymond Steptoe. He's a Principal Research Fellow at UQDI. He heads a research group exploring the mechanisms of immune tolerance induction, a major focus of the is the exploration of the use of HSC-mediated gene therapy as a tool for induction of immune tolerance to turn off detrimental immune responses. Please welcome Dave.
Thank you, Tess, and thanks for the opportunity to speak today here. Introduction's already sort of been done. Today's a double act. My co-presenter is Ray Steptoe. He's the academic lead and chair of the TRI flow cytometry subcommittee of our shared operations committee now, and has been essentially in that role in its previous incarnation since 2013, and myself, who's been in this role since 2016. So our brief was talk about academic leadership at TRI, and we've interpreted this to give you a talk to provide insights on how academic leadership can improve the operations and deliverables of core facility. And that's with a model of using our facility, the TRI flow cytometry suite, as essentially a model, I won't call it an exemplar, of how academic leadership and a user group can really enhance the function of a core. Ray's going to spend some time talking about the key attributes and benefits of academic leadership. I'm going to spend a bit of time on sort of the goals and requirements that need to be met to have a really effective user group. And just a little bit of a brief overview. This new subcommittee for flow cytometry that's just been established this year sits under the Shared Operations Committee. All the core facilities have a similar subcommittee. We meet every 2 months, and there is the major users of our facility represented on that committee. The previous incarnation of this was a user group, which met monthly, but had slightly less representation in total. So most of the stories and the experiences we're going to take you through today comes from this journey. So I'm going to hand over to Ray now, and I'll come back after he's finished.
Thanks very much, Dave. Thanks everybody for your attention and the invitation to talk today. I'm really going to present kind of some insights into, I guess, my simple and pragmatic approach to kind of being chair of the user committee or academic lead, as that progressed into here in the TRI model. And so my background is I did my PhD at the University of WA in 1995. I had no flow experience back then, so Dave trumps me, of course. I did a postdoc at the University of Pittsburgh for a couple of years, a little bit of fundamental flow cytometry, did some staining. We had a dedicated operator. I learned a lot of things not to do during those years. I didn't learn much about the equipment. We just hand the stuff over and we get the data back, and that was kind of not the best way to learn everything that you wanted to know. I came back to Australia, worked at the WeHi as a second postdoc until 2004. Really started to develop my flow skills there, and in the lab that I worked in, we had one laser machine, a fax scan, if I remember correctly, maybe 3 colors. And I was tasked with the responsibility of looking after the machine, making sure it was looked after by the users and that it was reliable and so on. And so I kind of got into this role of, I guess, supporting flow users, if you like, way back. I came to University of Queensland in 2004. I've been here ever since. It was the CICR back in those days that morphed into the UQ Diamantina Institute. And kind of one of the things that I did soon after arrival here in 2006 was established a flow cytometry users group, which I thought was a very positive thing for moving forward with, you know, how flow cytometry was used at CICR as it was in the day. And then we moved into the TRI in 2013. And the user group was established here in 2013. And as Dave mentioned, that morphed into a role of, for myself, from chairing, Tess was chair, I was chair, then I morphed into kind of academic lead. And now it's kind of morphed into this kind of subcommittee of the organisational committee. And so you can probably see that I'm a proponent of user groups, and I most certainly am if you've concluded that. And what I think is really useful about user groups, that they provide a forum for bi-directional information exchange between users and the core facility. They help to align expectations between the users and those who are providing the service so that the users understand really what they need to bring to the facility to get the best results, and vice versa. Allows optimization of processes so that it works for both parties. And I think one of the kind of really key things that user groups can do is to provide confidence for both parties. So it can provide confidence to the core facility. They're really fulfilling kind of, service delivery to the researchers. And it can provide confidence to the researchers that, if they feel they need some input, they're able to do that. And so I think that, it's kind of a really positive experience. I think to make it all work, there are some kind of very serious requirements both ways. I think Dave's going to talk about some. I'm going to talk about some now. And so I think what I really need to say about being an academic lead in the model that we have is that I'm not a manager. There are no reporting lines. I have no responsibility for the core facility. What I am is an adjunct to the facility, and I serve as an advisor, basically. And so, it's voluntary, and what I do is I give what I can to the core facility. So in terms of what I think's required for the role of academic lead here in our model is that I think you need to understand, to some extent, the fundamentals of the technology. And of course, I'm not a technocrat, and I couldn't really train people on the equipment and design a really high parameter panel. That's the kind of thing that I do in collaboration with Dave. But I need to understand the fundamentals, but what I really need to understand are what are the components of the technology that are required to get the desired outcomes. And as a researcher, that's kind of quality data, stuff that we can publish and things that we can push forward to achieve our research goals. I think as an academic lead, you need to bring certain attitudes to the role. Somebody who is passionate and committed, I think, is really essential to the role. And I think the commitment needs to be a commitment to making the core facility work, to provide what the core facility needs from you. And we heard the term from Jane earlier about customer-centric. Well, kind of my version of that is that you need to be altruistic. You need to put your own kind of selfish goals aside, and you need to think about who you're there to represent, and that is the users. And so you need to be prepared to put in for everybody, basically. You need to be inclusive of all the viewpoints and give everybody the opportunity to feel like they've been fairly represented. And of course, you need to be open to the suggestions, from facility staff, other kind of academics and so on, and kind of incorporate that into a gamish that kind of provides something useful for the core facility. And as I've said, really that encompasses acknowledging the goals of the facility as the primary consideration of your role. It's really important to be supportive of the senior scientist or the manager or kind of whatever the person who is tasked with actually making it all work, and really, take on the responsibility of making the interaction constructive and working as a team. And sometimes that means putting your own ego on hold, but that's kind of what you have to do to make this successful. And you need to really facilitate this bi-directional reporting flow, and that is you need not just to take things to the committee, the users group, about kind of what you expect, but you also need to be able to take stuff back to the researchers to get them to understand kind of what the requirements are, what the facility needs from them so that everybody can work together for optimum outcomes. In terms of goals, I think it's really important that you have your own kind of personal goals about what you want to achieve at the facility. And you'll have some things that you think that I really want to kind of develop some strategic stuff, or just strategic development might be my goal. But the goals really kind of need to be focused around those that lead to optimal facility development. And the things that we've considered, as I say, it's always a teamwork. The things that we've found as priorities for considerations at the users group between Dave and myself are really things that lead to facility development. So that is quality, capability and capacity. And they're always things that we always consider in the conversations that we have. And so they're things as a lead that you really want to be able to consider. I guess the benefits of academic leadership are that the academic lead brings a researcher's perspective. So, that job is really to represent what the researchers are seeking to gain, what their research goals are and how you can facilitate that. I think one of the other things that's kind of been really good is that there's this dialogue around service expectations, what the priorities are going forward for the researchers, where they see kind of perhaps new opportunities, and really, bringing the researcher's perspective for what you see as the strategic goals for the facility. Where do you want to be in 5 years, and those kinds of things. The other thing that I think that is useful, particularly for the senior scientist, is to provide kind of an opportunity for them to just come to you and sound out ideas and provide a neutral ear for ideas, and to provide feedback and help some of those ideas to kind of gel into practical ways forward. To help facilitate the senior scientists to drive their goals for the facility by providing, support for them in making the decisions that they want to make. So it's a way of providing support. Okay, and so I've really, the mentoring one here is really people support, but it's kind of very important, and I think it's one of the things that we've heard a lot about today, and I really acknowledge the conversations that have been had today, and I really advocate for continuing those conversations, particularly at the higher level where that's possible. And that's one of the things that academic lead kind of needs to do, is to take on board and be an advocate for the staff of the facility and push forward ideas, so where possible, professional development within staff. We've heard that it's very difficult to get promoted. So, professional development is really something that we need to push. We need to make sure that it's always part of the conversation. How can we enrich the environment for the people to make them feel valued, and that they're always progressing their intellectual understanding, and they're intellectually actualized. And it's important when you get the opportunities to make sure that you always enlighten people to the value of what they're getting from the core facilities, because these guys are the repository of corporate knowledge about really what goes on. And without them, we'd all kind of just fall in a heap on the ground, because we could go down there and we wouldn't get a sword off the ground, because it seems kind of simple. You go down, you take your cells and you give them to them, but they're applying all of their, dare I say, decades, collective decades of knowledge and understanding that makes kind of what we want to do successful. And so the other thing that I've kind of found really valuable is that, it's been great working with Dave, because we're able to be completely honest with each other, and we're possible to peer coach each other and to provide support and a sounding board for kind of many things. And I think that if you can develop that relationship, that's something very valuable. So the kind of things that we should be doing as academic leads is kind of appraising local, national, international trends, understanding what's happening in the space, what's happening with technology. You know, are we seeing new approaches? Is there stuff that's happening within your space that's going to become necessary in the next few years, and how can we incorporate that? I think really an important part of this is also understanding your local market so that you know what's around, who's doing what capabilities are around, and engage with the people who are important, you know, the vendors and the companies that are important for the facilities. Always make the effort to go and see the exhibitors, you know, who are key supporters, provide equipment into the facilities. I think that's kind of very important. Great opportunities when you go away to international meetings to see equipment that is not necessarily available yet in Australia, and do a little bit of scoping, appraise their products and kind of have a chat. And I remember going away years and years ago when Sony had their first kind of spectral machine, and we kind of talked about it. We talked about it before we'd gone, and I was able to bring back stuff that kind of hadn't really landed in Australia at that point. And so from those kind of initiatives, I think one of the things that a really important role for the academic lead is to help develop the strategic goals for the facility. So, you know, that's by advocating for the incorporation of new and updated capabilities, facilitating succession planning, providing a sounding board for the facility, but also bringing to the party what you understand is happening within the partners. If you are aware of, you know, future strength building initiatives by the partners, then that needs to come in and be considered as part of kind of where strength is going to be built, and to seek out and really enable opportunities, and that's funding, that's interactions. You know, are there tools or resources or other people that can bring something to the facility? Can you kind of facilitate people getting together? And I think it's really important to kind of try new ideas and new approaches. And Dave's going to talk about a couple of initiatives that were facilitated, you know, where we kind of did some things that were new, I think, for facilities here. And I think it certainly doesn't hurt to have really high aspirational goals for where you want to go with technology and stuff. But the important thing to remember is that you need to know the local market and kind of where you fit. And so it's great to have really highly aspirational goals, but you need to understand how you might make that work. There's no point having an aspirational goal that takes 5 people to support and you have 3 people in your core facility, for instance. So, you know, having those aspirations is great, but kind of understanding where you fit and kind of what your kind of role in the overall scheme is important. So thanks, I'll hand back to Dave.
So I'm going to increase my playback speed to 2-fold, hopefully to get through the remaining slides. I will thank Ray's acknowledgement of mine and my staff vast experience, but I also really like to thank not being considered a repository and not something else of all knowledge. So there's 2 tribes, so to speak, in this sort of user group environment. There's researchers, core facility staff, faculty, administration, client service providers, whatever you want to call it. Really want to avoid this, and I'm apologies to bring you the second virtuous cycle of the day, but really one of the things that's been a key to success for our user group has been this iterative process, dialogue, reaching consensus. And I'm not going to talk through those touch points there, but go on. Building that consensus really enables quality research to happen and facilitates operational excellence. So some of the things that I think are really key to success for a user group in terms of membership, a lot of these Ray touched on. Membership really needs to involve members that are going to be of an altruistic mindset, a strong sense of community for the users of the technology that's being represented. There's a utility in having a balance of senior researchers with those connections to upper management and research direction, and less senior, more hands-on users of the facility, because that does provide direct feedback of what's happening on the ground. obviously members need to be engaged, and it's useful if the chair or academic lead has not only strategic insight, but really important to balance and recognise the facility's goals and also what researchers' needs are. Having well-defined terms of reference is important. This really helps delineate the remit of the user group if you're ever thinking of setting one up. Some other fundamentals in terms of those communications from the facility point of view, you want to really provide clear and concise reporting to user group. That might be instrument utilization data, instrument performance issues, education, events, etc. It needs to be an open forum where discussion can occur freely. One of the important things, I think, that you know, it's not rocket surgery, but we often don't really think about it, is closing the loop. And that's after having discussions of issues and how to resolve them, come to a point where you have proposals and voting on proposals, you reach essentially a position, and then you clearly action that position for driving those outcomes. I will say one of the things that's important is that academic leadership really does establish the environment of collaboration, cooperation within that user group. So that's important. And as Ray touched on, you know, there's a real bi-directional engagement between facility staff and researchers is useful. Having a user group just will not automatically resolve issues and problems. You really need to engage with the user group, get their feedback to really use it effectively. I'm just going to give quickly 2 vignettes of examples. One in terms of that iterative or consultative process. One was an operational example where I won't say we had hogging of instrumentation within the facility, but there were stresses there that we couldn't resolve with just increasing instrumentation or capacity there. So, and one of them was, you know, long lead times for sorter, getting access to sorters. Now, in some situations, lottery systems being used to address that. That's pretty unpalatable from my point of view. So we developed policies, refined those policies with the user group to come up with a way that we would have policies that would ensure, you know, equity of access for all users within the user base. The second examples are a couple high-end instruments that we were able to procure. And one of them was where we had coordinating partner funding through a UQ Major Equipment Infrastructure Grant and internal funding here at TRI to meet the strategically aligned needs. And another one was a high dimensional instrument we acquired, where we had gone through the process of getting internal commitment to co-funding that was, you know, approved subject to external funding. And we're in a position where we had all that groundwork done and that was established. So we're in an agile position to take advantage of any serendipitous or unexpected external funding opportunities. That did occur, and there was a situation, there was a somewhat undescribed or undefined use of funds for instrumentation. We were able to put a case forward and essentially leverage that to get those funds to contribute to getting that instrument. Just to reflect on what I've talked about and very quickly, benefits of the academic leadership and having a user group, independent oversight of the user group by the chair. And it's really important that, you know, that milieu or zeitgeist or atmosphere of the interactions is really driven by the academic leadership and particularly the chair. It gives you a perspective of what researchers' needs are, what's working, what's not working within the facility, and how to identify bottlenecks in terms of service provision, and as I said, to meet those needs of researchers, and gave a couple examples of that in terms of operational matters. Couple other things, strong academic leadership actually provides avenues for leveraging and funding and advocacy within the research community. So I sort of gave 2 examples of where those links into the academic sphere and academic leadership and that user group really did enable us to get 2 high-end instruments on board. And finally, the thing is, often as facility managers, we view user groups as a burden and more of a problem. But, you know, if you engage them and use them, you can actually use them to provide yourself validation in terms of what you roll out as policy or operations. And that can really, generate a situation where it seems to be ratified more generally. And that sometimes will help you with disgruntled users, which of course never exist. So I'll thank you for your time. I don't think we've got time for questions. So
Thanks so much, Dave, and thank you, Ray, for your insight. Next up, I'm inviting Dr. Brian C. to present. Brian is the Senior Preclinical Imaging Scientist here at TRI. He provides expertise to researchers on in vivo imaging in a collaborative manner, including image acquisition, data analysis, experimental design, project development, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. He's been running TRI's preclinical imaging facility since 2015, while holding visiting scientist appointments with QUT and UQ. Thank you, Brian.
Hi, everyone. Thank you to the organisers for the opportunity to talk about a topic that I'm quite passionate about, and that is appropriate acknowledgement of core facility staff members. I make it a goal that members of my team are appropriately acknowledged for their contributions in research as frequently as possible. So today I'm going to talk about why I believe it is very important to have proper acknowledgement of core staff's contributions, the different types of acknowledgement that we talk about. I'll provide a hypothetical case study where I discuss whether two individuals should have equal rights to authorship. Let's talk about what the code says about this, why I think some of the core facilities are not appropriately acknowledged, and I'll at the end talk about some of my own approach in this space. So it is important to recognize that core scientists are partners in the advancement of knowledge. So we work with our colleagues from academia to push the boundaries in research. And so for that, we really deserve proper recognition for our contribution to research outcomes. And recognition really provides tangible evidence of our value as core scientists, not only from a financial point of view, where we help with the sustainability of a facility, but also the scientific value that we deliver. And proper recognition of our contribution is really important and necessary for appropriate, ethical, and responsible conduct of research. Now, there are two broad types of acknowledgement. The first one being acknowledgements, where individuals or a facility are named in the acknowledgement section of a paper. And these are really for the more routine technical support provided, routine training, advice and optimization, equipment maintenance like QC and calibrations. So in my facility, 90% of our support for research or acknowledgement form is in this form, acknowledgement in papers. And some researchers do forget to acknowledge us, but if the institute or the university really enforces this, then I don't expect much pushback from the researchers. The other form of acknowledgement, which is a lot more tricky, a bit more complicated and a bit of a touchy subject, is co-authorship for core facility staff members. And for co-authorship, we'll talk about if someone has provided significant intellectual input to experimental design, project development, data analysis, interpretation of results, critical analysis, and or writing of manuscripts. Now, my experience is that core facility staff are often not very easily recognized as a co-author, even if they had provided this level of support. And look, co-authorship is a multifactorial issue. It depends on the type of core facility, the level of engagement, the nature of the project, how much work was done. So it is really complicated. But in my view, if a core staff is qualified to be an author, then they should be. So I'm going to present a hypothetical case study here, where suppose we have a researcher, we'll just call it as user, needs to do ultrasound imaging in an animal model to study disease. And this person has no experience how to do this work. So they turn to a person, which we call Dr. Science. And this person provides the help. So this is a senior postdoc from the other lab next door, has 5 years of experience in this form of technology, was trained in this technology abroad many years ago, had multiple discussions with the researcher in the office, talking about experimental design, appropriate controls and so forth. Trained or taught the researcher how to operate the machine, do the settings on the systems multiple times. And when it came down to the actual experiment, Dr. Science was there to assist with the process, and the user paid $100 per hour for the imaging machine, which was part of a facility. And Dr. Science ended up helping with some of the data analysis, results interpretation, and help generate some figures for the manuscript. Now, the question here is, what is the likelihood that this person would naturally be recognized as a co-author? I would say very likely. It's basically a traditional academic sort of collaboration. So now we turn to the scenario where we have the person who provide the same user with the same project approaches a core facility staff member. So we'll call Dr. Core. So this person could be the senior scientist or an officer. It doesn't really matter. But in this case, say Dr. Core also has 5 years of ultrasound experience over the years, trained nationally, invited the researcher to the office to have a chat about the experimental design, controls, and so forth. Train the researcher on how to operate the machine in the same way as Dr. Science. When it came to the actual imaging, was there to assist, and the user paid $100 an hour to use that machine, which is managed by Dr. Core. So, and then Dr. Core also did some analysis and interpretation of results and contributed to the figure. So now the question is, what is the likelihood that this person would be naturally considered a co-author when the time comes to publication? I did a survey. I spoke to a number of core facility staff members a few years ago, and the percentage was about 20. So 20% of people thought this person would be naturally a co-author. And so if you look at this, the contributions between these two individuals are pretty much exactly the same. The only difference really is that one works in a core facility, the other one does not. And the other thing is payment. So both of them involves payment of an imaging fee. So that may complicate matters, and I'll get back to that in a moment. So before we break down that, that situation, let's have a look at what the code says about this form of work. So in terms of authorship, so the code says that, authorship really is really dependent on having significant intellectual input in the design of the experiment, analysis of the data, and drafting significant parts of the manuscript. So that's very clear cut. But what's really interesting to me is the next sentence, which is the right to authorship is not tied to position or profession and does not depend on whether contribution was paid for or voluntary. So let's have that sink in. So therefore, whether instruments were fees applied, that does not take away one's right to authorship if they did qualify for that. So at the end of the day, it is substantial intellectual input that is key. So why do I think some core facility people are often not on papers? Well, there could be a lack of culture within the research team or the workplace, where they fail to recognize that core facilities are partners in the advancement of knowledge, and therefore they are not held to the same standard as your academic colleagues. Payment was involved. So if payment was involved, maybe, that's the form of transaction, or maybe viewed as a form of transaction. So therefore, if I'm paying someone, why should, that's sort of an exchange for intellectual input. Now, unless, of course, I don't think, okay, so the code says that's not really a reason to not include someone. Unless, of course, the interaction, the deal you have is that, well, you're performing contract research in which you're buying someone's intellectual input. But in that case, that person would be paying like 4 to 5 times the user rate. That could be commercial rates. And quite often core facility staff, I feel, may be taken for granted, where people may say, it's their job to help anyway. They're paid to assist, and we are paying for the service. So therefore, they sort of consider a separate category of people. And finally, we'll have also experienced people forgetting to include someone as a co-author. Now, you can imagine that if someone really considers you as a partner, would they really so easily forget, right? But that really happens. So my approach over the years in terms of having our team to have appropriately acknowledged is, this is my second last slide. So when a researcher emails me asking, oh, I need to be trained on a machine, or let's talk about some imaging, I first ask them to briefly describe the project in its, so I can get a sense of the scope of the project. Now, if people really only want to come in and do a very basic experiment, one sort of imaging, X-ray imaging on a one-off scenario, then we'll do that. However, more often than not, we have researchers, without the prior experience, so we can have a big discussion about what we can provide a lot more input into the project. So then I schedule a meeting with the researcher, preferably with the supervisor and also with my team members, to really talk about developing the project and all the controls and how to use multiple techniques, imaging techniques, to answer their biological question. There we discuss about what the expectations are, which I'll show you in the next slide. And this refers to what the roles of each individual people are, what are financial commitments and acknowledgements as well. But also I try to express that I have a genuine interest in adding value to the projects, and it's the scientific value that we can deliver and make a difference in. I try to position ourselves as a research partner rather than a pure service provider. And also explain to researchers that our facility is not for profit and what user fees are for. So if you're using a machine, there's an hourly rate that is really for the cover operational costs of the facility. And finally, what I find to be very useful when I talk about different commitment levels is I tell researchers, well, the number of ways in which you can work with us. Most common way is what we call the standard approach, where our facility staff will provide training to the researchers, but then it's the researchers who end up doing the experiments themselves. We will also provide basic training on data analysis, but the analysis is the responsibility of the researcher. So then I said the commitment for you guys is you got to pay for the equipment use fee and then just acknowledge our facility in your papers. The second common model we use is the service, where our facility staff will perform the imaging work for the researchers. So there's an embedded technical fee component to it. And we also provide training on basic analysis of the data, but analysis again is their responsibility. So if their commitment is to pay for machine use, the technical fee, because we physically did it for them. And when it comes to acknowledgement, just acknowledge us in the paper, and that's fine. And the third level of, or third type of model we sometimes use is what we call high engagement, which is a little bit like the traditional collaboration, but we try to avoid using that term because quite often people think it's free of charge and so forth. So under high engagement, what we do is, we'll say, we'll do the imaging for you, we'll do some of the analysis, data interpretation together with you. We'll contribute to the experimental design, project development, help write bits of the manuscript, help with animal ethics applications, grant applications. So it's very high level engagement. And in that scenario, we'll say, well, if that was the case, what you would have to pay would be your equipment use fee. You use a machine, you have to, the technical fee. But if the work is to be published, then we would kindly request that would be recognized as middle authors. And from my experience, this method has been very, very successful. We've had some success with it. So that's my thoughts. They're my thoughts. So thank you for your time.
Thanks, Brian. I'm going to ask you to join our panel. I'm going to invite our panel members to join us down the front here. So we have Dr. Brian C., who has previously been introduced. We also have Professor Stephen Blanksby, Acting Pro-Vice Chancellor of Research Infrastructure and Principal Research Fellow of Mass Spectrometry, as well as Professor of Chemistry at QUT. I'm also happy to welcome Dr. Nicholas Condon, Senior Microscopist and CZI Imaging Scientist, ACRF IMB at UQ, and Dr. Michael Baslov, Research Leader at Griffith University. I am mindful that we are running over time, but I would like for each of you, except Brian, because we've already heard from Brian, to take a minute or two to talk about your experience in this area, what you found challenging and successful for you. Who would like to go first? Stephen?
I can go, yeah. So I'm Steve Blanksby from QUT. So there's a lot of great stuff that's been said about this, and I really pick up on Brian's last slide there. I think that clarity of engagement with the researchers is a really key thing. And I think one of the reasons it doesn't happen as often as it should is to do with communication. That would be the other thing that I would I'd put on that list of reasons why with good intent the right outcome doesn't always happen. And that miscommunication can be because you know, we in the core facility are engaged with the student or the postdoc and not necessarily directly engaged with the group leaders. So I thought it was important what you said, Brian, that as often as possible, we're trying to engage the group leader, the person with sort of budgetary responsibility, but also will likely be the senior author on the paper, the corresponding author, to be engaged from the get-go. And I guess the other thing we try and put into our processes is to maintain that engagement. I'm not worried if the group leaders get annoyed by how often they get CC'd into the discussion between the user of the facility and the facility team. And I just want to throw one other thing in there that I think is important, and that is actually facility-led publication. So I think, you know, certainly the second and 15th author publications are critical, but actually the beauty of the science, the bit that makes your facility stand out from other facilities, both nationally and internationally, and it's been picked up by all the speakers. It's not necessarily about the kit, it's about the people and what the people can do with the kit. The way to get recognition for that is through discipline-specific publication, which is facility-led. So, you know, does your facility publish the occasional paper in the Journal of Mass Spectrometry, the Journal of Flow Cytometry, okay, the Journal of Vibrational Spectroscopy? These are well-established international communities. And that's a way that your contribution isn't buried in, you know, page 15 of the supporting information. It's right there for your community to see and support. And it also picks up on the comment this morning, you know, sure, there's lots of mass spectrometry facilities in Southeast Queensland, but actually it's the capability. What's the unique capability? What's the proposition? Why should a researcher be coming to your facility? It's not about necessarily what machine you have, it's what capability you've got. And I think it's those facility-led publications in discipline-specific journals and the associated engagement with the professional societies, both nationally and internationally, that allow that recognition. That would be the extra point I would add.
Thanks, Stephen. Nick?
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. And I think an area that I try to target is there's a lot of open access protocol journals now, just to develop a presence for the facility staff in the community, both, you know, nationally and internationally. You know, being active members of the societies, being on these technical committees is really beneficial to that space. And it lets you own the equipment and the technique, and you can, you know, become that expert. So I think definitely working with research groups where you've helped them with the technique and, you know, they may have offered co-authorship. Another avenue is to say, well, let's follow it up with a methods paper. It's an extra paper for them, but then you get the seniority as, you know, a professional staff member or as a facility staff member. You still have a publication and that recognition.
Thanks so much. Michael, how would you like to add?
Thanks. Not sure what I can add from the discussion today. It's been great. I think one of the hurdles is every core facility is different. Some core facilities have policy, some don't. Some we've heard today only seek that acknowledgement. Others are a blend of all three. And so when researchers are engaging multiple core facilities across different organizations, they're coming to a different scenario each time. And it's interesting that we're discussing this now in 2021, and overseas have had firm policies and associations around acknowledgements. ABRF published 99, their guidelines for their facilities and what they expect for acknowledgement and recognition in publication.
Did we have any questions from the room? Bring one down, Gareth.
Thank you for that. As running a national core facility, but one where we don't always see our users, this is a real challenge for us. So it's a three-phase question and hopefully very quick. Do you provide a pro forma acknowledgement statement so researchers aren't having to guess what to put in? Do you have any kind of persistent DOI for your facility that you can reference in a publication? And the third part of that is, do you routinely monitor and mine the literature to see how many times your facilities are being cited?
I can jump in with that one. That's a no, no, and a no.
If I may, for us, I worked with the library service at UQ over a number of weeks, and we developed monitoring tools that scrape all the different, Scopus and things like that, which was a great help because you see every publication that comes out, and you can tap on the researchers who don't acknowledge, and you can try to pick up the researchers who, when you read the methods section and in horror at what they've written. So we're trying to start up in our facility a, check your publications for you before it goes out, so that, with a guaranteed, turnaround time, because it's always the last minute. And as for the other parts, no.
Yeah, I think for us, it's yes, yes, and yes. We've found the last bit more challenging, but it's been informed by the first bit, if that makes sense. So by getting sort of some clarity around what people are acknowledging, then scraping the data. Actually, Sungway's here, so she can talk about the hard work she's done to do that. Even through Google Scholar seems to be possible. Then there's a bit of manual filtering that sits on top of that, but that provides the opportunity to pick up some of those issues. Yeah.
Yeah. So for number one, yes. So on our website, we've got like templates for people to write down how to acknowledge, and also there are documents within the building. Can't remember number two, but number three, also yes. So I track. So I send out an email regularly to my user base and say, if anyone's published in the past 6 months, please let me know, and we publish it on our website. What was number two?
Number two is about a digital object identifier.
Right. Yep. Yep. So yeah, we have a record of all those. Yep, on the website as well.
Thank you all.
Any other audience questions? Yep, down the front here.
How do you crack the veneer of the researcher divulging what their project entails without them thinking that you're going to steal their idea? That seems to be a really big hurdle that we come against all the time. How do you build that bridge so that you can speak freely with them about their projects?
I don't have a TC space, so I can't really steal or do their research, and usually they'll need our help. That's how they come to us. So.
Yeah, I think I've been lucky. I've never had a scenario where I've had a researcher balk at thinking we're going to steal their research. Obviously, protection of intellectual property and confidentiality, yes, but not necessarily stealing.
Yeah, I think we try and deal with that through the scoping type mechanism that that Brian has described. We have a very similar mechanism to try and make sure that we can have a sort of a peer-to-peer conversation with it, and within that, what you're bringing intellectually is more transparent, and it shouldn't be seen as much as a challenge to steal somebody else's intellectual contribution.
Yeah, likewise, we haven't experienced a situation like that. We, as I said, we position ourselves as a partner rather than taking over. We're really here to facilitate the research, and I think through the way we talk to them, we make it very clear that it's a partnership and that's nothing more. Yeah, and if we need to if I want to show some of their data to another in a presentation, I'll always ask them, is it okay for me to show this audience? If they say no, then I won't. So
I guess the other thing I'd add is, there is always the option of a user drives, right? So training is very much built into our model for core facility delivery. So if somebody, I guess, had that real concern, then we can still train them to a level in a generic context. And then, what they do with the curtains drawn is a little bit up to them, safety notwithstanding.
Nigel?
I suppose my questions come from the idea as to what authorship and acknowledgement actually are and what they mean. I suppose in the Vancouver Protocol, which was where the original document that you cited, the current level of what an authorship is, states that the author must be there from the conception of the project to the end of the project, rather than the conception of the first figure to the end of the first figure. So I suppose there becomes that definition between what is contribution as an authorship to one figure versus contribution to the project, and whether you see an authorship as being sort of the star of a television show or whatever up at the start of the TV program versus the people who are the boom boy or the whatever at the end of it, which is more the acknowledgement side of things. And I suppose the other scenario that I was wondering about in your logic, Brian, in your scenario there, is where you're a not-for-profit organization where you have certain fee structures for standard 1 and level 2. But in level 3, you still have to cover those cost recoveries, and you're actually selling out some of that cost recovery for authorship, which means that the people who are in standard 1 and standard 2 are actually paying for the work that was done in level 3 to sell out for an authorship.
yeah, so it's a complicated matter. So with the three, the three categories, a lot of them do vary in what the researcher wants. I mean, for the standard, that's 90% of the time. A lot of the times they say, all that we want to do is you just train me on the machine, and that's the nature of the project. Where for more complicated matters, yes, there would be a higher level of engagement, but we also do restrict ourselves to not overcommitting. So that's why we don't do all the analysis, would be some of them, there's no one single rule for everything. It's really case by case basis. So we just try to work within those frames, but I understand what you mean there. So yeah. Was the
I suppose it's just one of those interesting things when you had your case study as to where if you knocked out some of the things at the bottom rungs, where would you knock back further up to the point where now it would no longer be an authorship? And I suppose the other thing is about actually getting money, because that's what we're after, is that we need money. So authorship leads to grants, and therefore money coming into Queensland rather than other states. That's a terrible way of looking at it. But that's what we're after. And therefore, how does CORE lead to that actual contribution to research and the attraction of funding? And that's really what the authorship is about, is that proof of funding.
Yeah, I think it's multiple files. So so for core stuff, having the authorship isn't so much for us to apply for our own grants, because at least in the core facility that I'm in, so I apply for equipment grants, but not project grants. So the authorship is really a recognition of the input that we provide and the value. And so, yeah, our goal is to help people. Now, what we've found
I'm
is.
just going to interrupt, sorry.
Yep.
I'm going to ask if either of the other
sorry.
guys have any input, because we are over time.
Okay.
We have one more question.
Anyone want to jump in?
So jumping in on that, I mean, I think they're two very separate conversations. So I think there's a conversation about what's the, and it's a conversation you'd have whether it was a core facility or a colleagues lab. What are the resources we need to do this science? And that's separate from, is there an intellectual contribution from that person to this science? So to come back to your point about the figure, well, if the paper could go without the figure, then it could go without the author. I think that's pretty straightforward.
One more question.
Yeah, Brian. So according to your third model, where you are helping with the publication and the users pay money as well. So is there any case like the tricky situation where you go for publication and you get rejected, then you still get the money from the client, and what happens in that situation?
So in terms of generation of data, if the work was done, the machine was used, then the income you know, is generated early on. The publication is, you know, probably several, you know, a couple of years down the track. So yeah, if your work is not rejected, then you don't get the publication. So we don't refund the money, or if that was your question.
That's what it's not published and the user asks for money back.
No. Yeah, as I said, yeah, the main thing for the publication, yeah, we're not guaranteeing that, you know.
You didn't give it to them, Raj.
Yeah, the idea is not to, you know, only pay when there's, you know, good data. Yeah, so if you use the machine, then you pay, and that's research. Yeah, so.
Thank you, everyone. I encourage, if you have more questions, to bail these guys up in our brief lunch break. We will break for 20 minutes or so and see you back at 1:40 for the next session. Thank you, everyone. Apologies for the relatively short lunch break, but there's been so much interesting presentations that I didn't want to cut them short. For our final session for today, it's my sincere pleasure to invite Professor Ian Fraser to the podium. Ian has a long list of accolades, ACFRS Professor of the Faculty of Medicine, University of Queensland. I know he's also won medals and whatnot. He's a clinician scientist trained as a clinical immunologist in Scotland. As a professor at the University of Queensland, he leads a research group based here at TRI, working on the immunobiology of epithelial cancers. He's recognised as co-inventor of the technology enabling the HPV vaccines currently used worldwide to help prevent cervical cancer. We all know that as Gardasil. Please welcome Ian Fraser.
Okay. Well, I must admit I had to think a little bit about what you would want to hear from me, because obviously I am a research scientist and you guys are actually the driving force behind the research that we do. So I thought I would reflect a little bit on that in my career, because I got this title given to me that they wanted me to talk about my career in some way. And the message that I really want to leave you with is that technology, which for practical purposes means core technology these days, is the major driver of the progress in science that has happened, at least during my professional lifetime. So see if I can make the slides work now. That's the next challenge. If I want to advance them, do I need to do anything more than just press? Oh, right, okay. No, we got there. Right. Okay. Look, I had a long non-productive period in my research career from when I was in Scotland. I was more of an engineer than a scientist, as you can see there. But when I came out to Australia in 1981 to Melbourne, my first task was to look at autoantibodies in the blood of patients with particular autoimmune diseases. And I was introduced to the then brand new technology of the immunoblot, which is not these days even regarded as a valid means of doing things. But I put that picture up. I mean, I've been digging through my old slides to see what I could find. And that was a picture which was interesting, because I was looking at autoantibodies to mitochondrial proteins at that time. And the best source of getting them was bean shoots. And so I had this nice green immunoblots, because the green color came from the beans rather than from the immunoblot. But it did at least allow us to identify that the autoantigen that was associated with a particular disease, primary biliary cirrhosis, was a mitochondrial antigen, which a bit of information has now been kind of lost in the history of science. It had no impact on anything at all. And certainly the disease has gone away without us having to do anything. It's now extraordinarily rare. But at the same time, I was introduced to the art of flow cytometry. And when I say introduced, I mean, that really was something that you did as an experimental process back in those days. There were two components to it. Obviously, one was that the monoclonal antibodies that we worked with had very recently become available that allowed you to distinguish different sorts of T cells in the blood. And the second thing was that the fax machine was something you ran yourself, because it was something which was deemed a tool that you would have to learn to use in order to get results out of it. And I spent many evenings running the flow cytometry machine. In those days, you might find it rather hard to believe, but we used 12-inch magnetic discs to store the data from one run of the flow cytometer on, and then you had to wipe it clean because it was needed by the next guy. So you had to extract the data at the time and keep it. And so you could get quite reasonable results with it, but I spent 2 years learning how to do flow cytometry, and then after that never did any more. So just the way things work, I guess. So still in Melbourne, still prior to coming to Brisbane, I was sent to meet this guy, Harold Serhausen, who worked in Germany. Not because I was supposed to go and see him. I was supposed to go and see a guy who was working on the liver disease that I was supposedly working on at the time. And the guy who worked on the liver disease, Hans Myers from Buchenfelde, sent me up to have a cup of coffee with this guy, Harold Serhausen, who was at that time the director of the German Cancer Research Institute. And he told me all about this work that he'd done on papillomavirus, which I had previously known nothing whatsoever at all about. And he taught me that I needed to learn one particular technology, which again, we don't use very much these days, but that's a southern blot for those of you who don't recognize it. So we're looking at bits of DNA from papillomavirus found in cervical cancers. And it was those data that allowed Harold Serhausen to conclude that it was possible that perhaps cervical cancer was caused by one or other human papillomavirus. He was pretty sure it wasn't the ones that were commonly known about at that time because they didn't have the right restriction patterns. But he ended up deducing that it was probably going to turn out to be a new one, which indeed it was, HPV-16. So that was a technique that I learned while I was over there, which helped me later on in my career because I got much more involved in papillomavirus. But actually, the technology which actually drove the work that I started on papillomavirus was actually a simple cytology, because what we did was we looked at patients who had HIV and were immunosuppressed, and they had anorectal dysplasia, which was actually a pre-cancer condition caused by human papillomavirus. And that was my first paper that I got into a decent journal. I've actually got into a decent medical journal, but it was the first proof that cancer other than cervical cancer could be caused by papillomavirus infection. And that kind of shaped the rest of my career, I have to say. So we spent quite a lot of time looking at the association between papillomavirus and cervical cancer. We were particularly interested in the effect of immunosuppression on the disease, and that in turn also colored my future career because I became very interested in the immune response to the papillomavirus and why we didn't get rid of it. I mean, at that time, the idea with viruses was that you became immune to them and you didn't get them again. And this was a virus which clearly didn't follow that rule because people made immune responses to it, but it didn't clear the infection and it quite commonly persisted. And that was particularly more common in patients who were HIV positive and immunosuppressed, who were much more likely to go on and develop chronic infection. So that moving along from there, basically I started to look at the immune response to papillomaviruses in humans and learned another technology, which nowadays is a bit out of date, the simple ELISA for looking for cytokines. These days you can do 32 cytokines at once in a nice array, but in those days it was single cytokines one by one. And it allowed us to deduce that there was a very minimal immune response to the genital warts that we were studying, but that if we gave treatment with a drug which enhanced the immune response, we could actually make a very good local immune response which helped clear the infection. And it turned out that interferon alpha was the best thing to do that with, but unfortunately it didn't in the long run become part of the routine treatment of genital warts, firstly because it was expensive, and secondly because the side effects were significantly greater than we had expected. And finally, because when we actually looked at a year after we treated the patients, we found that there was just as many cured who hadn't had the drug as who had had the drug. While you got good cures in the first week or two after you gave the drug, the long-term outcome was no different whether you had the drug or not. So I did stick with papillomavirus, however, and I have to go back in history a little bit to point out that I hadn't anything to do with the cytology that was involved in cervical cancer. I mean, this guy, George Papanikolaou was the first person who described cervical cytology as a means of predicting women who might go on and get cervical cancer. He first described that in 1928, that you could see abnormal cells, but it took him another several years to get round to publishing those results. I mean, if you'd spent 15 years to publish your primary result these days, you would certainly die of starvation before you got there. So perhaps in those days, life was a little easier. After that work was done, it took perhaps another 30 or 40 years before what he had described actually had a real impact on disease. The graph there shows that the incidence of invasive cervical cancer in the United Kingdom really wasn't shifted until 1987, when the introduction of routine pap smears, as opposed to merely adventitious pap smears when you had the chance, took over, and with the coverage rate going up to 80 to 90%, cervical cancer became a much rarer disease. That was Michael Quinn's work from Melbourne, by the way. So I came to Brisbane originally to work on papillomavirus because I'd learned that trick down in Melbourne, and initially started working on immunotherapy to treat patients with cervical cancer based on the fact that they had papillomavirus driving their disease. And what we did was develop ways of invoking immunity to the papillomavirus using vaccines, targeting the protein E7 from the virus, which persisted in the cervical cancers. And we, and many other people, I must point out, did trials of immunotherapy using papillomavirus proteins to induce immune responses. And what we showed was that we could induce very nice immune responses to papillomavirus infection. Now, these slides are advancing themselves now. We've gone from being not advancing them to them advancing themselves, but that's my problem. Probably used the wrong ones from the set. Anyway, the bottom line was that we could get immune responses, we could get antibody, which wasn't very relevant, we could get cytotoxic T cells, which were relevant, and we got delayed type hypersensitivity, which suggested there was a CD4 response as well. But unfortunately, despite all of that, we didn't get any improvement in the disease. In other words, the patients came in with cervical precancer into the trials, they got the treatment, and at the end of the treatment, they still had cervical precancer. So that immunotherapy as a means of treatment at that time didn't seem to be very successful. And I'll come back to that theme a little bit at the end of the talk. But so I went to Cambridge on sabbatical to learn a little bit more about papillomavirus. And one of the things that I learned while I was there was that there was another new technology that came along, which was really rather important and is still of significant use, and that is making proteins artificially in the lab using eukaryotic expression systems. Now, prokaryotic expression systems were already well in use, although their use had been halted because of perceived risk of creating something that you didn't really want to create by genetic manipulation. But the eukaryotic expression systems gave the advantage that you would get proteins which, at least in principle, would be correctly conformed. And I learned with my colleague Jan Zhu, who I met in Cambridge, the way of making recombinant proteins using eukaryotic expression systems, where the expression system was a vaccinia vector and the target cell was monkey kidney cells. And that is, as you're probably aware, became the basis for the development of the cervical cancer vaccines. So that while Harold Zerhausen came up with the observation that papillomavirus was responsible for cervical cancer, Jan Zhu, my colleague, and I came up with the technology for making these virus-like particles in the laboratory using eukaryotic expression vectors. And those in 1990 became the basis of the vaccines which became available in 2005 for preventing cervical cancer. We had the advantage of that eukaryotic expression system and found that you could just use the capsid protein of the virus made in monkey kidney cells, and it self-assembled into these virus-like particles, which made a vaccine technically possible. If they hadn't self-assembled, then it would have been very unlikely that a vaccine would have been affordable and effective, because the native protein on its own, the L1 protein, while it was immunogenic, did not produce neutralizing antibodies to the virus. It was only when the proteins were conformed in the shape of the virus that you could actually get an immune response which neutralized virus in both in vitro and in the patient. And those virus-like particles then became the basis of a very conventional vaccine, which has been used since then to help prevent cervical cancer. That work was sufficiently novel that we were able to patent the technology, which another core facility, which I think the universities need to invest a little bit more in thinking about, because when I thought about patenting it, we found that the university and the hospital, neither of them were really interested in patenting the technology. We had to encourage them very considerably to do so. That was possible because, first of all, we'd use a novel eukaryotic expression system, and secondly, we found that you had to express the gene from a non-obvious start site in the open reading frame in order to get virus-like particles. And the third thing was that we actually had to go and clone the genetic information out of an infection, because the cancer cells that were circulating at that time had a corrupted gene and didn't result in virus-like particles. So that was the basis eventually of the vaccines which are now available. I kind of wished that we'd patented the technology of making virus-like particles, because there's become a very major production effort in trying to make other vaccines that way, including, of course, one for coronavirus, although it's a bit more difficult because it's not a crystalline virus, it's a lipid encapsulated virus, and the virus-like particle technology is actually best for crystalline viruses. But anyway, judging by the number of patents, number of publications that have been produced on that topic, I suspect that we probably could have got something more out of the technology than just an HPV vaccine. Anyway, I moved on from thinking about prophylactic vaccines. I mean, they didn't come out into the market until 2006, but my research work focused then back on the immunotherapy for people who were infected with papillomavirus, because clearly there was a great burden of disease out there being caused by papillomaviruses. And so we came up with another technology, which was to make a transgenic mouse that mimicked the cervical precancer. That was something which actually I had learned how to do in Cambridge back in 1990 when I was across there meeting Jan Zhu and doing the virus-like particle work. I also worked with Michael Evans and learned how to make transgenic animals, but these animals were actually made by a colleague of mine in the United States. But they became the model which we've used to work with for now over 20 years now, looking at how papillomaviruses when they're expressed in the skin of an animal, how the virus proteins corrupt the immune system so that the immune system can't actually see the viral proteins. So that the little pictures down at the bottom show mouse ears in cross-section, and the normal mouse has very thin epithelium, the purple bit, but the mouse that's transgenic for the E7 protein, it's obviously leaning on the bench, does it? I've worked that one out now. The mouse that was transgenic for the E7 protein of papillomavirus has a much thickened epithelium, and it actually resembles cervical precancer, not only physically, but also immunologically. And we've spent quite a lot of time exploring that model and looking at how an animal that receives a graft of skin that expresses E7, presumably an animal that has a normal immune system, and receives a graft of E7 transgenic skin, responds to that E7 transgenic skin. And again, technology has been a very important part in that. And we basically, each time a new technology comes along for looking at the immune response locally in tissue or in cells, we have to adopt it to find out what it will teach us. So that we've been very much interested in looking at the cells in the skin and find out exactly what they're up to. And by doing single cell transcriptomics, which is not now state of the art, but was when we did it, I guess, we could see that when we looked at the T cells, we could sort them out and find significant populations of regulatory T cells and exhausted T cells that were found in the skin of E7 transgenic animals that were not present in normal skin, so that we've been exploring why these cells arise, and now have worked out that it's partly to do with the presentation of antigen by the antigen presenting cells in transgenic skin that are modified by the fact that the skin is in fact proliferating. It makes sort of sense. The proliferating skin would be repairing skin, and the immune system basically doesn't want to make an immune response against repairing skin, so that the cancer or a pre-cancer lesion is actually seen as a bit of repairing skin. It's nothing to do with the papillomavirus proteins being there that the immune system is switched off, but rather to do with the fact that the antigen presenting cells in the proliferating epithelium simply present antigen in a way that induces tolerance. And we're now been going on to look at using spatial transcriptomics at this and trying to find out exactly what's happening in there. We can look at differential gene expression within the tissues, and we're now using quite a lot of human material. So this is actually what results from oropharyngeal cancer done by Jasmina Gonzalez-Cruz in the lab, where she's been mapping out the sorts of immune response cells that are present in this oropharyngeal cancer, and finds exactly the same thing as we find in the mouse model, that there is an impaired immune response, probably due to impaired antigen presenting cell function because of the epithelial proliferation. So I've taken about 20 minutes to give you a very rough, rapid run through of how technology has had a very significant impact on the work that I do. The core facilities that you guys look after are core not only to what we've been doing, but literally to everything that goes on in this building. And the really most important part of going forward in science is going to be to make available all of these new core technologies as they become available, so that we can be doing the cutting edge research that will enable us to solve the clinical problems that we're here to solve. The days when you could do the flow cytometry yourself, well, you still can if you really want to, but I know I will get a better result from the experiment if I get somebody who is expert at doing the technology to do the work. And that applies across each of the technologies that we use. So that basically what's happening with science is that we are planning experiments in collaboration with our colleagues who are running the core facilities, so that they can tell us the best way of doing the technology. And then we let them do that and we get the results back to analyze. It's a different sort of science from the sort of science I was brought up with, where you did everything yourself. It was expected that you would do it yourself when I was in the lab down in the WEHI in Melbourne. But it's probably better science in the sense that there's a better process of developing the technologies, and more importantly, understanding their limitations. And what you collectively can do for us is make sure we have access to the best technologies available, but more importantly, to tell us what the strengths and the limitations of those technologies actually are, so that we end up not over-interpreting, and on the other hand, not missing out on the data that are available. So I'd just like to acknowledge the fact that there are quite a lot of people that have been involved in the research over a period of time with me. I mean, the group on the left there are people, apart from myself, who have left the lab, and the people on the right are the current people in the lab. Certainly I've been very fortunate to work with a lot of people who've been very interested in the work that we're doing, but also more importantly, have been able to drive the science by making use of the technologies that I've been talking about. And of course, while they're busily doing that, I go off skiing in Canada and keep well out of the way, because if I stayed in the lab, I would probably disadvantage them quite considerably by trying to tell them what they should be doing. And I'll just leave you with one little thought about coronavirus. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks, Ian. If you wouldn't mind, we'd love to ask you a couple of questions. From myself, you were heavily involved in the establishment of the TRI, where can you tell us a little bit about the dynamic of pulling together 4 organizations towards collaborative core facilities?
You mean the knocking together of heads that was necessary to get it to happen? No, look, if you build a better mouse house, then people will come. Mousetrap perhaps as well. But the reality was that we needed a research facility like TRI the universities, the hospital, they knew it was necessary. And we were fortunate enough to get a sufficient amount of money out of the state and federal government, and also Chuck Feeney, to actually build this place. It was made more fortunate by the fact that there was a recession that happened just after we got the money and just before we started the building, so that we actually got built the building we wanted to have, rather than the cut down version that we would have otherwise got if the prices had stayed the same. So that we were able to put in the core facilities right back at the beginning here. And that was one of the things that attracts people in, because they know that the core facilities are there, and therefore their lab is better placed in close juxtaposition to those core facilities. The challenge going forward is to keep the core facilities at the international top level. And we were lucky when we built the place that we also thought a little bit about that there would be space for that to happen. And that I think we've managed to maintain that. It's been a challenge, but we've got there. Yes, we had to knock heads together, but that was all to do with who was paying.
My other question was, you might have alluded to it a little bit, but do you have any thoughts about the next areas of technology which will most impact your areas of research? If there's anything emerging that...
Yeah, what do we need now? Yes, well, well, right now we need to make the technologies that we have at the moment combine effectively. I mean, we've got single cell transcriptomics, that's very nice. We've got spatial transcriptomics, that's very nice. We can indulge in ATAC-seq and try and find out what's controlling gene expression, and that's very nice, but we need to bring them all together so that you can do the same thing, all three technologies, if you like, on the one bit of tissue, so we can really understand at a molecular level what's going on and why it's happening. And then the next thing after that, by the way, is if you could just add in temporal sequencing so that we can watch what happens over a period of time, all on the same sample, you understand, no problems there, and preferably free. But since we know, since we know that's not likely to happen, I think we probably just have to stick with at a cost we can afford.
So I suppose one of my questions on the same lines is sort of moving forward in a translational research institute as to translating research into practice. We currently hear on the news today, obviously with coronavirus, that our hospitals and our all that is currently super stretched. So our clinicians are super stretched. How do you see us moving forward with this translational stuff to actually really engage hospitals in the best way?
Yes, look, I'm wearing a different hat as chair of the advisory board to the Medical Research Future Fund. That is our primary objective for the Medical Research Future Fund going forward, is how we can make use of the very good clinical science that's now being done and move it into translational science so that it's actually happening in the clinic. So that the vision that we have is one of bringing groups together so that you've got the basic scientists, the clinical scientists, the technology, and the clinicians all working on the same project, funded under one umbrella, so that, in fact, for them to succeed, every bit of the program has to succeed. Because this, you're quite right. I mean, that's the real challenge now. We have all this wonderful data on oropharyngeal cancer that we've been developing. How do we translate that into practice in the clinic so the patients don't die of the disease? And we understand quite a lot about why the disease goes the way it does, but we still haven't got quite far enough to say, well, and we can intervene in this way to make it stop happening. We need to have better incentives to encourage people to jump that gap, because at the moment you get your papers out of the preclinical stuff, clinical papers are really hard to get, and they don't have so much impact because they always say, well, you didn't do enough patients and the trials aren't advanced enough, so that you don't get the same credit for it. So there has to be another system for crediting going into the clinic other than simply publications. And that's the challenge that I think we all face, but it's one that the Medical Research Future Fund is particularly aware of. Okay, well, thank you. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Bear with us a moment while we change tack slightly. So we had grand aspirations that our borders might be a little bit more permeable than they are. Our next presenter is actually joining us from New Zealand. She couldn't join us on the day, but we'll just do some magic in the background here and get her on screen.
Hello, hello.
Hello, we can hear you.
Kylie, would you
Hello,
like?
good. Can you see my first slide?
Not yet.
Okay.
No, we don't have a share screen yet, so you might need to just share it.
Oh, yep, sure. And show opening all the Zoom stuff. Okay. Start share. Let's see. Is that working?
Yes.
Yeah, yep, we can see that now.
Great. So you just see, okay. Hi, everybody. So everybody can hear me? We're away?
Yeah, yep.
Yep. I will just introduce you for everyone. Please welcome Kylie Price. She's the Head of Research Technology and Senior Staff Scientist at the Malaghan Institute of Medical Research in New Zealand. She's a senior scientist with 17 years of experience providing strategic, scientific, and operational direction in multidisciplinary environments. Kylie leads a team of 7 highly skilled technology scientists in providing support to over 80 scientists at the Malaghan Institute. Please welcome Kylie.
Right, kia ora koutou, everybody. And it's a real shame. I was so hoping to be there. It's been a while since we've had some international travel, and it would have been nice to be in Brisbane hanging out with everyone. But I want to thank the conference organisers in the first instance for inviting me here today. And this is the first time that I've given a My Journey type presentation. So in order to give this type of talk, what I've done is reflected back over my career path to look at the successes and see if I could find some common threads. And what I discovered is that of all the things that I'm proudest of for my career, most of them have tapped into my core strengths and align with my values. And so these are the things that I think I'm naturally good at, that I'm passionate about, that have made my career a fulfilling and rewarding adventure for me. And so while I'm going to be presenting 3 defining moments in my career to you and how they've played to my core strengths, I'd like to invite you to think about your own core strengths, because I believe that we can achieve real career happiness when we find a way to align our core strengths and values to the opportunities that are presented to us along the way. So I thought I'd start with a little bit of context about who I am in a work sense. So while it's not paid employment, it is definitely my biggest and most important job. I'm a mum of 2 beautiful little people, Sienna, who's 5 years old, and Santiago, who's 3 years old. And I'm a cytometrist. So I've got 17 years experience in flow cytometry working at the Malaghan Institute of Medical Research. We're a pretty small, independently funded charity, and our key focus is on diseases that affect the immune system, like cancer and asthma and allergic diseases and other infectious diseases. I'm the past president of the Australasian Cytometry Society. I manage the Hugh Green Cytometry Centre, so I have 7 incredible scientists. And it's a little bit of a different setup as a core facility in that we are, like I said, there are 80 scientists at the Malaghan, but we have this small group of multiple cores within the Hugh Green Cytometry Centre. So I have genomics and molecular biology. We have flow cytometry, which is the biggest part of our core facility. And we've got, I think, the most spectral cytometers in the Southern Hemisphere. We've got 4 Auroras, and we've got the Aurora CS, the cell sorter, winging its way to New Zealand. And we've got conventional cytometers as well. We do cell sorting. We've got a bioimaging facility and other microscopy, histology, immunohistochemistry, bioinformatics. And I have Laura Ferrer Font, who is she's got quite a new position, which is all around spectral cytometry, and she does a lot of the high dimensional data analysis for our team. I am also a cytometry teacher, so this is, I think, something common to all of us who run core facilities. We're often teachers, and if you're not, maybe you're in the wrong career. But I think this is something that I definitely enjoy from my career. This is a picture of me doing a live education task force workshop in Thailand with ISAC, which is something I really enjoyed doing before I had children. And as Tess mentioned, I'm the current secretary of ISAC. So that's a little bit of background about who I am. But more than what I do for a job, what I want to do for today's talk is reflect on which core strengths and values do I have that have helped me either create or capitalize on opportunities I've been given throughout my career. And in order to focus on my core strengths and values, what I did was I asked my friends to send me a list of what they think my core strengths and values are. And I generated this word cloud. And I'm happy to say that there's nothing on there that I don't agree with. I recognize these words as my own core strengths. And so that was nice to see that what they think about me also maps to what I know about myself. But what I'd like to reflect on is how different subsets of my core strengths have helped me achieve various career milestones. So the first one I want to focus on is perseverance. So I can't tell whether this is a core strength that I've always had or whether it's one that was forged by the context of fire that I grew up in. So it was far from an easy start, and we had very few resources and a lot of financial instability and stress. And so I think I've definitely have a core of perseverance and a person who wanted to get up and out of the situation that I grew up in and change the trajectory of my future. And my personal motto has always been perseverance prevails when all else fails. And I won the Diligence Award every year at high school, which is just basically someone who tries really, really hard. And so the story that I'm going to tell you to exemplify perseverance in action in my working career is about the sabbatical that I did in Spain in 2012. So after having spent 6 years in cytometry, I was ready for a new challenge. So as you can appreciate, New Zealand's quite isolated, and there's not really a critical mass of cytometrists around. So one person introduced me to flow cytometry, and then she left for a job in Switzerland. And then I felt quite isolated. So outside of the conferences that we attended every year, I didn't really have many people to draw on. I didn't have a lot of people to learn from. So I felt like I'd learned as much as what I could. And I really wanted to go and look at big institutes. So I had this thought bubble. I was like, imagine if I could do a sabbatical. And I wanted to go on a sabbatical to Spain. I decided Spain was the place. And I can tell you that I had a phenomenal amount of pushback. Everybody that I talked to said, that won't happen. You can't do that. You don't have a PhD. You don't have a research grant. You're not a PI. Who's going to run the cell sorter? My workplace wasn't going to support my salary. Spain's on the verge of financial collapse. I mean, everything that I was getting was a big no sign. And but given that I'm perseverant, I was like, okay, I will find a reply to the criticisms. Let me see if I can find something that will convince people that this is a good idea. So I worked on my value proposition. What was in it for the Malagan? You have to make these things a win-win. It's not just enough for me to want to go to Spain. What could I do to make it a win-win for everybody, for my host, my potential hosts, as well as for the Malagan? So one thing that I did, just one example, was through the connection in the community we've got, I'm sure some of you will know Bill Telford, a wonderful cytometrist from the NIH. He and I are good friends, and he was a mentor of mine, and he talked often about wanting to come to New Zealand. So to address the point of who was going to run the cell sorter in my absence, I asked Bill whether he would entertain the idea of coming to New Zealand and doing a sabbatical at the Malagan while I was elsewhere. And actually that worked really well, because who's going to miss me, somebody with 6 years cytometry experience, if you're bringing in Bill Telford, who bought lots of lasers. He agreed, he bought lots of lasers, and he completely pimped our Vantage while he was here, which was really amazing. So then the other thing that I needed to do, I felt, was to get stakeholder buy-in. I wanted to make sure that the supporters that I do have, and which I'll talk about a little bit later, that they were on board with the idea of me going overseas, because I felt if I had their support, that would help get the Institute to support the idea. And then I needed to obtain financial support. So the first thing is I went back to the Milligan and I said, okay, you've said you won't support me at all, no salary, but how about you support half of my salary? So I started a negotiation. And they said no, but thank you. And they came back with a third. They said, okay, we'll pay a third of your salary. You still have to find the rest. And I said, okay. So I wrote 20 letters of support, probably to some people in the audience, definitely to every company I knew. And I'd put together a package of why it was a good idea for me to go to Spain. And I got 19 rejection letters and 1 acceptance letter. And then there was a chance meeting. Because the Milligans are publicly funded charity, I often go and talk at different events, and I was talking at a Rotary Club, and I was just giving a presentation about the amazing technology, and someone asked me, future plans, and I said I was trying to plan this thing to Spain, but I was just missing some salary. And actually somebody in the room was a lawyer from a foundation where a husband and wife had died, and he was sitting on this money, and he was looking for a young scientist to support. I'm not sure that I was young, but he hadn't really met any other scientists. So it all worked. So I kind of putting myself out there. So this was my story of perseverance. And then I maximized my chance of success, and I tried to reduce the risk. So while I was away for a whole year, I spent 6 months in Spain, but I did a bit of traveling as well. I negotiated all of the contracts. I did everything that I could to help my team succeed in my absence. And so what I did, I spent 3 months in Madrid, 1 month in Murcia, and 2 months in Barcelona. So what was in it for my workplace? Well, we were on the verge of buying a new cell sorter. So in 2013, we needed to invest in a new Vantage. Well, sorry, not a new Vantage. We needed to replace the Vantage and invest in a new cell sorter. And I basically said, in Spain, I'm going to get the opportunity to test the sorters on the market. And we were interested in an influx, so I tried to find places that had influxes. And so I'd get real hands-on experience, and I'd get feedback from users. And I also scoped a bunch of different technology platforms. So I spent a lot of time in core facilities, different core facilities, histology, immunohistochemistry, monoclonal antibody production, really interesting stuff. And obviously my general knowledge about flow cytometry increased. I was working with people who had more than 30 years experience in the field, so that was fantastic. And I also learned how to scale up and grow. But what was in it for me? Because if you hear the list that I mentioned of why I wanted to go, technically someone should have just said, well, go to Australia, you don't need to go to Spain, because you guys have got all of that. But what I wanted was an adventure and a challenge. And the main reason I chose Spain is because my husband is from Argentina, and I'd taken every night course you could think of in Spanish. And I wanted to basically just become fluent as quick as I could, and full immersion was the way. So that's what I did. And what was in it for the host institutes? Well, what I asked them for was to pay for my accommodation. If they could do that, which was actually quite cheap in Spain, then I would be a free set of hands, and I would do anything that they wanted. So I ran lots of training courses, the basics of flow, advanced flow, software training, you name it, proliferation assays, set up SOPs, and I was an extra set of hands. I was the person who set up the cytometers. I did whatever needed to be done. And so this seemed like a good deal for them. That was the win-win. And I can say that it definitely wasn't all smooth sailing. It wasn't easy getting there, and it certainly wasn't easy sometimes while I was over there. But it was an absolutely incredible experience, one that I refer back to. I got the idea of a technology roadmap. I came back and I had a vision of what we needed to do and what we needed to grow, and I'm pretty much working to that. And now, funnily enough, the director of the Institute supports core facility staff going on sabbaticals. He can see the value in it. And so now the core facility manager of our animal facility, he got to go away last year for 6 months, and the Milligan paid for his salary, they paid for his accommodation, and all the airfare and associated things. So, I mean, I broke a bit of a ceiling, I guess, to allow that to happen, but the value that we've reaped from that experience was brilliant. But I think you can see that without being a perseverant type person, that might not have happened. So the next subset of values I want to reflect on are my desire for connection and community. And here I don't think I'm alone. I think as human beings, we've evolved to need each other and to be a part of a community. And in fact, there's research that shows that people's happiness is defined by 3 levels of connection, that they need 3 levels of connection. Need an intimate connection, which is close family, relational, which is your circle of friends, and then a collective, which is the community that you belong to. And there's something deeply ingrained in us to need to have a shared identity. I think we derive a lot of meaning and value from having a common identity with others. So I'd have to say one of the greatest and most unexpected pleasures of my cytometry career has been the true sense of connectedness and camaraderie that I get from the cytometry communities. And unlike academia, I think where people hold on to information and you shield everything that you can, our field is much more open. We want to invite people in. We want people to use our technology because it's better for us and it's better for them. And so the next story that I'm going to tell is to exemplify the value that I see in community. And that's via the involvement that I've had in the societies, the regional and international societies. So my career path, probably a lot like yours, has largely been shaped by the people that I've met along the way. From the person who got me into flow cytometry in the first place, which was Joanna Roberts, to Bill Telford, who I met at a conference in Quebec in 2006. He was actually standing by a poster, and I saw this kind of older gentleman standing by a poster, and normally it's the younger people that stand by posters. So I felt sorry for him. I didn't know who he was. I was like, oh, poor man. So I went over and talked to him. And yeah, it turns out he's amazing. And his poster was about, Raman Stoke shift in lasers and how you can get a white light laser to make 6 different laser lines with anti-Stoke shift. It was pretty amazing. So he introduced me to a bunch of people. He opened my door. He's been my mentor and friend the whole way through. And he introduced me to Paul Wallace and Kathy Muirhead. So Bill Telford also does a lot of training on apoptosis. And at one point he said, well, why don't you do proliferation? You can be life and I'll be death. And he held some space for me at a cyto and in a tutorial. And I'd been doing CFSC proliferation assays and teaching them a little bit. And so he said, why don't you do this? So I accepted. And then he introduced me to the real gurus, Paul and Kathy, who have got, a really long history in delivering proliferation assays. And in 2012, we started working on the proliferation modules for Cyto U, which has been a labor of love. And then the last person who really had a key role in my society life is Adrian Smith, so somebody that I'm sure we're all familiar with. So Adrian, after I'd hosted or co-hosted an ACS conference in Wellington that was quite successful, Adrian basically said to me, you should really think about being president of the Australasian Cytometry Society. And I was like, oh, I don't know, president, I'm not sure. I've never done anything like that. And but he convinced me that it was a good idea to try, and I put my hat in the ring, and I ended up being president for the 2 years, which was a wonderful experience and a really good way to get to know people better. And so the other thing that societies have provided me is the moments in your career where you're feeling a little bit stagnated. We're not always growing and changing, and there's not always room to move up. But if you're like me and you want challenges, then societies can be great for that, because you get to work with people who are expert in so many different areas. And I think it's been amazing for me to see how my career has grown and the extra skill sets that I've learned. For example, as secretary of ISAC at the moment, I'm learning about governance. So I started learning about governance as president of the ACS, but now we're rewriting the ISAC governance documents, the bylaws, constitution, and 65 pages of the policies and procedures. And it's more interesting than what I thought. I didn't realize I would be a governance person, but I am, and I'm really enjoying it. But it also means that I now have this governance CV, and I've been approached by people to be on a board of directors. So I'm a little bit too busy for that at the moment, but I can imagine when I finish being secretary that that's actually something I might take up. So even though you often give a lot of your time to societies, I would say that you can get a lot in return. And the other thing that I want to say about societies and this idea of community is that I know I've heard people say that it feels like a bit of an exclusive bunch, that it's hard to get in. But I've been involved in organising conferences and things like that. And I think if you put your hand up and if you do the work, then you're more than welcome to join societies. People want volunteers who can help. So when it came to the presidency, I put my hand up and I took a leap of faith. And here's a fella that you might know, seen this guy today. You know, it was scary. It was a really scary thing for me to take on, because these are people who, you know, have got huge amount of knowledge and experience in all sorts of things besides cytometry. And the idea of leading them was initially terrifying until I realized that you don't have to have all the answers. You need to be open and learn from these people. They can teach you, and you can use all of their superpowers, and they can become your own superpowers. And also you can have a chance, if you're brave enough, to right the wrongs of diversity. So I'd like to say that by the time I finished being president, there were a few more females on board. But I guess in the fact that they identified me, they were trying to do that in the first place. So I would encourage you to get involved in societies, because it not only broadens your scope and your knowledge and your network, but you can end up with amazing friends and mentors who are genuinely interested in lifting you higher and seeing you go further. And so the last thing that I want to talk about, the mantra, sorry. So the other thing that actually helps me to take on scary situations is a mantra from Brené Brown, which is, I'm here to get it right and not be right. And I think that really depressurizes the situation. If you think that you have to get it right and that you know the answers and you're expected to do it all, then maybe you won't be able to have the power to overcome your fear and take it on. So I have this mantra in my head sometimes when I'm stepping up into bigger spaces. So the last core strength I want to focus on is how much I enjoy building and maintaining genuine relationships with people. It's common to everything I do. You'll probably have seen it already threaded through the last two examples. But when I turn up authentically. I don't pretend to be somebody I'm not. I'm empathetic and loyal, and I really enjoy listening to people and learning from them and finding out what they know. You know, I don't want to make the same mistakes. If somebody can teach me something, I'm more than willing to learn. And so the story that I'm going to share with you now is about the formation of probably one of the most important relationships of my professional career. And that's the one that I have with the Green family and the Hugh Green Foundation. So as a publicly funded charity, the Milligan often interacts with potential donors and philanthropists. And in my role as head of research technology, I've been fortunate enough to attract over $15 million of support for our core facility over the past 12 years. And a whopping 60% of that support has come from the Hugh Green Foundation. So when I first met Hugh's family, it was 2009, and they knew he was going to die. He had terminal cancer, and he had a family trust, and their family trust had a history of supporting health and education equity and helping people out of poverty. And they were looking to donate to medical research. And this was the first time they'd been interested in medical research. And in fact, it was his wife, Moira, who's the daughter of an Irish nurse, who really had an interest in medicine and health. And she encouraged the family to take a look at supporting medical research in New Zealand. So Hugh had made a phenomenal amount of money over his lifetime by building New Zealand's most successful civil engineering company, but he was also an extremely humble man. He believed that you came into this world with nothing and that you leave with nothing, and all that you need while you're here are just the bare essentials. And what he really cared about were his family, his cows. He really cared about his cows and his farms. And actually the foundation still owns a lot of the developable land in Auckland, which is worth a lot. So what happened in 2009 was that an entourage of 13 of the family, not Hugh, he was too sick, they came down to the Milligan Institute, and we were told that a family was coming. We had no more information about the family than that. And that we were told that they might be interested in donating anywhere between $5,000 and $500,000. And so various groups all got together and we put in a range of proposals. And I asked to go last because I had this, what I thought was a master plan of capitalizing on all the efforts and energy of everybody else, because I'm sure everybody else was saying, well, we do the most amazing asthma research and we do the most amazing cancer research, which we do. So I thought if I go last and I can say, do you know what, if you can't decide, because it's amazing what we do, I understand, we're the technology that supports it all. So if you pick us, you're picking everything. And I thought that was what worked. I thought that was the way that we were, that we bonded, because we definitely did bond. So I wowed them with the lasers, and I was, really passionate about all the amazing things that cytometry can be and is, and the power of the technology for innovation and discovery. And what they were more interested in is what got me interested in science. So that was their question. Not about the cytometers, not about the lasers. They were just like, tell me your story. How did you get interested in science? So I was like, well, I grew up on a farm in the middle of nowhere, and biology was alive everywhere. If you live on a farm, you see life and death and disease and everything in between every day. And so I was always really curious, and my granddad was a butcher, and my job was to take the offal from the offal pit in a wheelbarrow and try and fight the dogs off to get the offal to the offal pit. But I would often look at it and think, what do these do? All these different colored organs. I didn't even know the organs, but all these different colored things, different shapes, sizes. If you poke them, they've got different smells and different textures coming out of them. And I mean, it was just that genuine interest and curiosity in biology, and that stuck with me. But unbeknownst to me, because I didn't know about the family, that really struck a chord with them, and we had a genuine connection. So what we did was we built our relationship slowly over time. Like I said, I met them in 2009, and I asked for $300,000 over 3 years. And so it was $100,000 every year for my salary and a bunch of consumables. And then that seemed to go well. We built up connection and touch points, and I shared, the successes of what we'd been doing. And then in 2013, I asked them for that influx that I went to Spain to trial in 2012, as well as my salary for 5 years. And then in 2019, we asked them for $7.1 million, which they have given us over the coming 5 years. And that's to support more people in the core facility, to build a whole new lab for ourselves, and to get an absolute laundry list of really cool technology. And so looking back, I think it's easy to tell the story of how, if you start small and you build up, because I mean, I think it's a genuine story. And if you're interacting with philanthropy, I think it's a great way to go, because instead of asking for 300,000 in one hit, if you do it over 3 years, you give yourself the chance to build that relationship. But that wasn't, I didn't have a crystal ball. I had no idea what was going to happen. And the 300,000 felt like more than what we could have initially dreamed of. So it turned into a lot more over time. So what did the relationship building look like? So we're at a point in our relationship where we really care about each other. We know so much about each other's common interests, and we've got a ton of hobbies. We keep bees, we love horses. We've got an alignment of our values around health and education equity, and about helping people out of poverty. I often do a lot of education in low decile schools, and they can obviously help with financial support. But I make sure that I'm their unofficial science teacher. I share my passion for science, and I share our amazing research updates. And they don't have to be the big groundbreaking ones, and it doesn't just have to be all the big stuff. It's nice to just keep them interested and share your passion for the great discoveries that our scientists make on the daily. And the other thing about being the unofficial science teacher is, if there's a medical problem in the family, then they'll call me. And obviously I'm not a doctor. I don't pretend to be a doctor, but we've got networks, and the director supports me here. We've got gastroenterologists and hematologists, and he will happily share that information with them so that we can provide them with some extra support if they need it. So I don't think you want to ever forget the primary reason that they got involved with us, which is about medical research, but spending time with them, spending time, our families together, and bringing them along to different awards. And in fact, spending time outside of the lab. This was this dinner here. I'd put in something before I asked for that last, the last $7.1 million. I'd put in something called a high concept statement to them, because I just wanted them to, I wanted to test the waters. I was like, I'm going to ask for 5 million. This seemed like a lot of money from where we'd gone to what I was asking. So I was like, look, I'm going to ask for a lot of money. And it was at this dinner that Moira said to me, oh, for God's sake, ask us for more. And I was like, oh, okay, sure, I can do that. So I think it's about building relationships and building connections and staying together, but not losing sight of the full purpose. And obviously, I mean, they're incredible business people. So if I need any business advice, I talk to them first. So I want to loop back to this idea of your core values and your strengths, and introduce you to a framework that's helped me find meaning in my professional and personal life as well. And it's a concept called, it's a Japanese concept called Ikigai. And I'm not sure if anyone's heard about it, but it's effectively a Venn diagram where you look at what you're good at, maybe I'll just point over here, what you're good at, what you love, what the world needs, and what you can get paid for. And so the intersection between what you love and what you're good at is your passion, and between what you love and what the world needs is your mission, and what the world needs and what you can get paid for is your vocation, and what you're good at and what you get paid for is your profession. But what you really want is the intersection between those, the junction, and that becomes your Ikigai. And so I've found this to be a useful tool to help me identify what my core strengths are, which are what you're good at and what you love, and put them in the context of your environment. So not so much the world, but more about what your institute or what your core facility needs. And I think if you can align all of these things, then you can have a chance of finding contentment in your work life. So I just want to wrap up by saying that I think career happiness can lie, or at the very least be enhanced by, understanding your core strengths and values and finding ways to align these with the opportunities that are presented to you and the needs of your institute. And I'm also a big proponent for finding your own path. I don't look to what other people do. I look to what I want to do, and try and find your own path. And it obviously needs to make sense for everybody. The win-win is really important. But I think it can definitely lead to a more happy career, a lot more happiness in your professional career if you can align those things. So I just want to finish by acknowledging, of course, the Hugh Green Foundation and my amazing team, and the head of communications, Gail, and also the director, because I'm sure the one thing that might be slightly different about my situation is that the director gives me a lot of freedom. I mean, he's letting me manage this relationship by myself. He comes in and they care about him and they know him, but he trusts me to do a lot of things that I think I'm quite lucky to have. And then the last thing, just before I finish, because I am, Secretary of ISAC, little plug, this is it's a core facility conference. So ISAC's come out with a new program called the Shared Resource Lab Recognition Program. And this is its inaugural year, and it's not a competition. If you'd like to, I'm not going to read all of this. This is their slide. I think it's a bit busy. But if you'd like to find out more about it, have a look at the program on the ISAC webpage. But it's basically recognising SRLs that are adhering to the flow cytometry SRL best practices, and you can get a plaque and you can lift the mana of your core facility. So with that, I'll finish and I'll take any questions.
Thanks so much, Kylie. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. Whilst we have people running around, I thought about a couple of questions myself. We often reflect as Australians on being comparatively small to the rest of the world, US and Europe. How do you find running a core facility in New Zealand, and what are the challenges?
So let me see, does that still work? Can you still see me?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, that's interesting. I've been doing a bit of work with the Australian government and the New Zealand government, and that's a real shock. I realized I just found this out about Australia. I didn't know that. I guess you're trapped between being not big enough to be the States, so but not small enough to be New Zealand. So this, I'm not quite sure. So I heard on one call that we're not big enough, and it's like, whoa, oh my gosh, you're enormous compared to us. And I'm not sure. I think obviously being isolated and not having that critical mass can have its impacts, but it's minimized. There's a lot of things that, because of Zoom, I mean, here I am in Brisbane. I think Brisbane, sorry, I'm not sure if it's Brisbane, Queensland.
Yes, no, perfect.
Yeah, good. I said it before and then I was like, oh gosh, maybe it's not. I would have known if I'd flown there though, see. And yeah, so I think that we've got, there are pros and cons. I think sometimes there's this idea of the Kiwis and the number 8 wire mentality, where because we're isolated, you know, you kind of have to be innovative and maybe you do create your own path. I think without having examples around of what it should look like or what you should be, it's easier to just imagine your own reality, and maybe that's what happens sometimes.
One of the other questions I thought about, did you find it hard to ask for that sort of money? We look at it as you've laid it out and you're going millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah.
I think most of us would go trying to do
Yeah. No, so in dealing with philanthropy, so I've learned a lot about them, and it's really interesting hearing their perspective on it. So there are things that I've learned from them and from like philanthropy conferences and things like that, about the fact that if you have money and you want to do good with it, I mean, it's not a situation many of us can imagine, but there are some people who really want to do good things with their money, then provide them with something, provide them with a vision. And what one of the managers from one of the foundations I work with was telling me was that often when they go and visit a place who's asking for money or interested in getting funded, they always present the perfect picture, that they've got it under control, that they're the best at everything, and they're not leaving any space for the person to walk into. So you're better to say, yes, we're amazing, like build your credibility, but at the same time say, but here's something that you could help us with. And so create that vision. And then it's genuine as well. I mean, it's not a nice feeling to just be asking for money, which is why I think the relationship aspect and finding common touch points actually helps, because then it's genuine. So I don't feel, it doesn't feel like anything, it doesn't feel bad to me. In fact, I feel like I'm helping them and they feel like they're helping me. So yeah.
My last question around that, it was very interesting to see, you know, you talk about a lot about the relationship and the commonalities and the activities and all that sort of stuff. I imagine that what people in the universities might find challenging was there concerns at all about conflicts of interest?
Around the technology platforms that we're getting?
Around, I guess, doing activities with the philanthropists, going, you know, say going out to dinner or going and doing activities, that sort of thing. It's quite a heavily regulated thing on some of our areas.
Yeah, so we're well, we're not part of the university, so we're just an independent research organisation, and so maybe that's uncouples that in some ways. And so I think, yeah, I think family trusts in general want to get to know you. And maybe not, I mean, I'm not promoting everybody go and have this amazing relationship. In fact, the moral of the story is, what are your core strengths? So these are mine, but what are yours? And how can you use them to find situations that will benefit you in your career? So this works naturally for me, but maybe that's not everyone's cup of tea.
Awesome, thank you. And last chance for any questions. Otherwise, we're going to thank Kylie so much for joining us. We'll let you watch the rest of the presentations and we'll see you soon.
Cool, thank you.
Next up, my pleasure to invite to the podium Dr. Derek Smith. He is the Senior Manager at Griffith University's Advanced Design and Prototyping Technologies Institute, or ADAPT. It's very cool. He is at the forefront of the contemporary convergence of health, science, and engineering empowered by digital technology. His breadth of industry experience is reflected in his understanding of what drives his external clients and his ability to engage with them to achieve the outcomes they desire. Please welcome Derek.
Hello, standing still does not come natural to me, so I do apologize if I slowly wander away from the microphone at some point. So I'm here to talk about industry engagement, and I've added on the Startup Core facility. Now, before I begin, just a little bit about me. This is not about me, but a little bit about me to start with. I'm also not a doctor, unfortunately. I didn't review the pamphlet, so apologies. But like my Celtic partner, there's also a kind of point to be made there that I'm an engineer who's came the other way from industry into this hybrid place we find ourselves between technology and academia and industry and so on and so forth. So my background prior to starting at the university and coming in on this endeavour in 2018 was with Cochlear. I ran mechanical design up here in Brisbane for a number of years. And my background is heavily in industry, and my highest qualification is just postgraduate, not PhD. And I've never had any aspirations to go there, although that might change somewhat, we'll see. But generally, I've worked in the startup bioscience, medtech sector, and what I'm going to talk to you about today is actually going to be a little bit outside of that comfort zone. And it also, I'd like to thank Kylie for that presentation, because there are a lot of common threads that she pulled out around core strengths that kind of come through in this as well. Now, I'm not an expert in industry engagement. However, we're in quite a unique position where we had a length of rope with an idea of what ADAPT could be. We had a $6 million investment given to us by the university to build a facility and start it up, and really then go and find. And so that's kind of what we did. So about ADAPT, what we do, it's an industry collaboration platform. Again, we've talked a lot about CORES as a technology offering and expertise to provide technology. We also focus on the extra side of that, which is the service side. How do we get the research projects out into adoption and translate? That's the kind of key thing that we wanted to address with ADAPT. So we actually focus a little bit more on that service provision and that guidance. So everything we do is about design and development and technology translation. So if you talk about the TRL levels, which were in another presentation earlier on today, we work in that 4 to 6/7 area. We really want to push it out of the university. We really want to get out there, and that takes a long time and a lot of effort and a lot of pain. And we don't have all the answers. We don't have all the facilities. So there's a heavy collaborative effort about that as well. And really, as far as ADAPT's concerned, we are a staff of 2 currently, full-time staff, but we have a project team of probably 20, 30 people over the various suites of projects that we've established over the last 3.5 years. That's reflected in our approach, whereas it's a very industry-driven approach. That's a simplified version of it for ease of consumption. But really, as people come to us with a project idea, a concept, or a technology they want to take to market, prove the concept, whatever that is, whether it's manufacturability and the more than one principle, again, mentioned earlier on today, but putting the right expertise and the right academics behind it to drive that through. So I'm going to talk today actually about not the Field of Dreams with Kevin Costner, but that was the founding concept of ADAPT. It was very much build it and they'll come. We'll bring all the industry and they'll all come because we've got this magnificent equipment, blah, blah. We built it. I came on board. We had this lovely facility. No one came. No one came at all. So that was frustrating. You know, I was just expecting to be lavished with contracts for research or build services or whatever it is we're doing. But that's not the case. So we had to do a lot of very hard work. We bootstrapped, and I treated it very much as a startup. And I was given a length of rope to be able to do that. So we're still on that journey. We're only 3.5 years deep, but what I'm going to tell you about is our first $1 million grant. And that's really it. So that was with Gilmer Space. Everyone in their monkey is really working with Gilmer Space at the moment, and they need that money and they need that collaboration and they need that research because they're not Elon Musk, they're not Jeff Bezos, and they're not a nation state. So how are they going to build a rocket and how are they going to get to space? They're going to need the universities and they're going to need collaboration and they're going to need some smart academics. So our main challenges was when we walked in, first meeting we had with Gilmer Space was probably about 18 months ago now. The first sentence that came out of their mouth is, you know, we've worked with a lot of universities and really we're tired of the science bullshit. We don't want to do the science bullshit anymore. And it was literally that blunt. And in many ways, that's a positive. It taps into my kind of my personality, which is kind of no bullshit kind of way of going about it. I'd rather have that open, blunt conversation with someone and have an open, honest truth about how are we going to achieve this? What is it you actually want? You know, and so that first conversation really helped frame the whole relationship. I immediately felt comfortable in that room talking to them, even though I've got zero idea about how to get to space. I'm a mechanical engineer, and that's about as far as it goes. And so really it was having that conversation, sitting down and saying, well, what do you need? How can we offer you something that will help push you in that direction? And they're looking for research collaborations. But what we found as we went along is there was a heap of false starts. What happened for us at the time is we happened to do a strategic academic appointment, Professor Paulo de Souza, who came from CIRO, but via many other places, but actually has a sensor on one of the Mars rovers, not the latest one, but the one prior to that, the one that didn't crash. And he has obviously the expertise that we require in that project development pathway and how to get things and how to build things and what we need to do for those products to get them to space and to survive in the environment. So that was great. It was a strategic appointment. It all happened at the same time. And then we found out that there was a grant opportunity. It was about 3 weeks. And this was maybe a month after we'd started talking and had that no science bullshit conversation. And what we immediately did was cover the grant application in science bullshit. We did a, how can we say it, a very democratic process of trying to attract as many senior academics as we possibly could to work with Gilmer Space, which was a fundamental flaw from the start. What really ended up happening is we talked a lot, we put a project plan together, which was a monster. It was hellish, it was terrible. And quite frankly, we were trying to pay for everyone's research fellows, everyone's PhD candidates, and we would have had no money left over to actually do any work or build anything because we didn't have any materials. So the best thing about that application was that it got rejected, unsurprisingly, even though we spent a reasonable amount of time writing it. And I wrote alongside the Office of Research people, the majority of it, or rewrote it, shall we say, because it was just hellish. It was terrible. It was everywhere. So we learned something from that as well, which I'll touch on later on. But that also talked to us about the value of internal contributors. You know, all these people had great technologies, great subject matter experts, very senior academics, very well respected, and they all have their very specific specialism, but trying to bring them all together in one application was just a nightmare. So what happened for us? We moved on from that. Obviously, we fell over we had more than that as a false start. We had build services, which they expected us to be set up as a business would, holding inventory and stock of certain things and certain materials, which we're a university, of course, we're not going to do that. And we run additive manufacturing facilities as part of our offering, particularly in metals. And so we do a lot of build work for that. So it's more about application of additive manufacturing rather than research of additive manufacturing. But we didn't have what they needed. And the university says, well, if they want to do it, we'll charge them for it. And they're not going to pay $21,000 for material for a part that would cost them $700. It's not going to happen. So that was another false start for us and another learning opportunity. And so this all happened over a 3 to 6 month period until we got to the point where we actually found something common. And how did we do that? IP I've put up there because IP is always an issue. One of the first things they said to us actually in that first meeting was, and we don't want to argue over IP. Thankfully, that's another area that I do encourage you to have the conversations with your commercialization offices and your IP lawyers is don't over ask, don't over commit. Sure, if you're bringing something new and special to the project, get your money's worth for it. But otherwise, don't stop the translation of something really cool into industry because that's what we need. That's what we're here to do, is try and change their paradigm and move them into a new place with technologies. And for us, that's manufacturing technologies and processes and control of those processes. But for you, it might be something else. So how we got there, what did work for us? That initial conversation was actually the best thing that ever happened. It was relationship building, facilitation. And between me and Paulo, we were the key people in that relationship. It didn't matter what we talked about, what we did, we always came back to us. Now, we were not always the experts in the room, but we had their trust because we were open about the conversation. We were open about what we could do, what we couldn't do, and how we could get there in a time that was meaningful for the industry. We had to focus on the industry partner outcomes. You know, these guys have got a launch window. They're saying the first rocket's going to go up June next year. We pretty much need to be on time with that. There's no excuse for us saying, oh, well, we didn't hire a research fellow in time, or this didn't happen in time. So we're going to miss your launch window. They miss the launch window, the company's dead. Simple as that. So we really need to make sure that we're on track and we manage that project properly and in a fashion that's in alignment with that company's processes. Now, we run a kind of agile approach to project management because there's so many unanswerable questions, and often we have to stop and pivot quite regularly, but you need to be able to make those decisions very quickly. And also, from what we learned from that grant application, strip back the idea, enable that focus that I've just mentioned, and try and clear up that academic crosstalk. Having everyone in the room going, oh, we can do this, it sounds great and gets everyone really excited. But in reality, you're going to take 10 years to do it. And that ain't going to work for your industry partner. Now, where does that take us now? This is kind of our model at the moment. We have 3 pillars that support the business as we're growing. And I do see it as a business. Ultimately, our metric will be to cover our costs at the very least. We're not there yet, but we've moved in a fantastic direction over the last 18 months from nothing to probably about a 40 to 50% cost recovery in that time for us, which is a victory for such a young facility. So we've got 3 pillars there in medical, aerospace and industrial design. But really, in terms of the take home, helpfully, there's a recent report from CSIRO and RMIT and a number of business academics across the country, which highlight a lot of, and I thoroughly encourage you to look it up and read it, because it all seems common sense. It really does all seem common sense, but it very quickly gets lost in the practice and the implementation of it. So for us, top 5 enablers, and hopefully you've seen that through what I've said today: good communication, relationships, trust, and a facilitator. All of those go hand in hand with the right relationship and managing that relationship well. You need to be there with the business, really truly understanding what they need and that deeper insight. Do your research before you get in that first meeting with them. It's so important. Have experience with collaborating with industry, or even better, have someone from industry in that group who's talking to the business. You know, have someone who's familiar with those kind of outcomes, who's not necessarily an academic, who may be a little bit blinkered with their particular direction of a research. You need to think out where that's going to go and how you're going to make it meaningful for the business. Funding is always an issue, and having the right funding pathway. It's an enabler, but it's also, as you'll see, a barrier. You know, companies don't have $1 million to throw at projects, particularly small to medium-sized enterprises, which we have a proliferation of here in Southeast Queensland. So, you know, we need to balance what we can do with the money versus what we actually do, or what you're proposing. So it's a big kind of thing. The other thing is complexity, dealing with university research institutes, mismatch of time focus, incompatible research capability. I kind of portion them all up together, and we all do get kind of blagged up in the system. We're large organizations, not one person in the university is a front door. We might say commercialization offices are the front doors to the university. It's just frankly not true. There's probably a handful of people across the university who will give you access to different sections of it. Make sure you're advertising who those people are and what they can get you access to. We don't do it that well, and we will improve on it. But it's a pure fact. Industries don't like going in because they don't know where to go and they don't know who to talk to. And then they get talking to the wrong guy who might not have the right research capability, who then says, well, why am I going to invest in this? But the other thing is that overpromise and under-delivery element, which kills any relationship. Don't do it. Don't do it. Just because you think you can do it doesn't mean you can do it, especially in a limited time frame. So be careful what you promise. Be careful what you give out, because ultimately we've got 18 months on this project that we've been awarded, which was about a year ago now. We've 18 months to go. Yes, we're going to deliver on it. Yes, we're hitting our milestones. And yes, we're going to keep building that relationship. And for us, that relationship with Gilmore has grown now because of these early discussions and that facilitation. So we've got a satellite program with them, which is a very ambitious project, which scares the life out of me, quite frankly. But we're also doing build services now. We're back at that point where we've got a good broad base of work with Gilmore. We see them truly as partners, and I think they see us as partners. They also take quite a number of our students in work integrated learning. They're keen to employ them. They're growing at an enormous pace. But if they don't launch next year, all that goes away. So we got to do everything we can to support that. And that's pretty much where I'll leave it for now. Any questions if we've got time?
I have a question.
Yes.
Do you work solely with industry or do you also work with academics?
Both. We do
what
both.
Sort of proportion?
So it gets mixed up because we have a lot of co-funded research projects with industry, but we do probably about 30% industry engagement, 40% research, and we also do a kind of accessibility model to try and enable our academics to speculate at low cost. So a lot of our industry work actually subsidizes that.
Hi, Derek. Great talk. One of the things that struck me as you were speaking, for industry partners and sometimes for hospitals, have you gone through an accreditation process that allows them to, I guess, be confident in your production facilities?
Well, that's an ongoing conversation. It's a really relevant one for us at the moment because for us, we want to go in the medical sense. We want to go ISO 13485 for a lot of our processes. We are already doing commercial low risk, so class 2A devices, so self-certification stuff. I come from the medtech background, so it's kind of close to my heart. So the regulatory process is a big one for us, but it's not a quick thing for us to do. So it's probably an 18-month journey, but we're on that journey. And fundamentally what we do when we set up a new process or an instrument that we're going to use for a device or even in aerospace, which is also in many ways more strictly regulated than medical device, so 9100D, we will set that up with the process envisaged to be embedded in an industrial regulated environment. We have to do that from the start, because if you don't, you lose it.
Awesome, thank you.
I will ask one more question and then we'll move on to the next one. How do you identify or find contacts in industry in the first place?
Luck, a lot of the time, quite frankly. Gilmore came to us, and when, again, as part of that first conversation, they said, well, we're in Helensvale, you guys are in Southport, and we're sick of driving to Brisbane. And we all know what that road's like. So can we not just work together? That's how that relationship came about. But in many other ways, I've been going out and I have to split my time between going out and doing engagements. I did a roadshow with Department of State Development in 2019 before COVID hit. Going out, getting the word out, hopefully adding value to some small businesses where we're talking to directly in the regions to those guys. But we stopped during COVID and we'll probably restart that next year, hopefully. All good. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Second last, would love to invite Rebecca Lang to the podium. Rebecca is the operations manager at the Griffith Institute for Drug Discovery, Compounds Australia facility, and project co-lead for the ACRF Centre for Compound Management and Logistics. Rebecca has been instrumental in the development and continued growth of the facility since coming on board in 2009, with prior experience as a research assistant with the Discovery Biology Group within GRID in a role that involves screening compound libraries against cell-based targets. Thank you, Rebecca.
So hi, I'm going to come from a bit of a different standpoint. So I'm pretty much going to talk about my experience and what we've learnt building and managing a national core facility. So I don't know if many of you guys know what Compounds Australia is, but we are basically a service provider. We work as a compound management facility right back at the very beginning of the drug discovery pipeline. So when you're looking for a new drug molecule or against a new target, you would basically seek out as many compounds as you can for high throughput screening, and that's where we fall. So where we've come from, Compound Management 101. So the basic things that you need to be able to store your compounds, and you need to be able to store them well. And that in the range of forms over the years, that is what we have tried to do. And with our automated stores and storage platforms, you need to be able to maintain those compounds and maintain sample integrity. You need to be able to tell what your customer, what you're giving them is what they think they're getting. And you need to have mechanisms to distribute those samples out to different researchers. And researchers will always want their samples in a particular way, in a particular format, in a particular plate. You need to be flexible and able to meet those needs of those customers. And working as a fee-for-service core, that's always been something that we've needed to make sure we've maintained, whether we're working with academia or industry partners. So back in 2008, the way Compounds Australia started, it was then known as the Queensland Compound Library. We were initially designed for an academic environment. So the basic principles of what we were wanting to do was to serve as the central repository for small molecules synthesized or curated within Australia, and also to provide the infrastructure to get those compounds out to different biologists across Australia, to give them access to the unique chemistry that the Australian chemists were producing in their labs. And all of that was meant to promote collaborative drug discovery efforts within Australian academia. So the overall goal was obviously some joint projects, some funding opportunities, and some publications. Now, I say that that was the original goal because that quickly changed. We had to come into a two-phase model. Very quickly, they opened their doors for Queensland Compound Library. And I say they because I wasn't on board then, in February 2008. And it was very quick that we made a national presence. We signed our first industry partner early 2008 with CTX, which was a CRC collaborative group at the time, coming on board, and they wanted us to store a library of 150,000 compounds and act as their compound management facility, outsourcing that to us to do that job for them. So we very quickly filled our storage, and by April 2010, we had doubled in size. So not only in storage, but also in customers. So just so you know what that was, sorry. So at the back there, there's a 4 compound units. So they had the capacity to store 400,000 microchips or samples. And we also had, ooh, wrong way. The ability to store 4,400 plates. So any acoustic plates that would be used to produce high throughput screening sets, for instance. And we had the one, sorry, going the wrong direction. And the one processing platform in the middle there, which basically did all the liquid transfers for the facility. So at this stage, by 2010, we were very, very busy. As you can see, all those compounds were being fed into the one processing platform. So over the years, as our membership grew and as our services grew, we had to keep growing. And we have been very successful in gaining some grant funding. And by 2015, the facility had grown to now have 3 processing platforms to do all the liquid handling and processing for our customers. We had increased our storage capacity again. We now had the capacity to hold 600,000 stock tubes, so samples for drug discovery. And we had brought on board more staff and more expertise. So we were then again successful in 2017, bringing on board a fourth platform, sorry, and a second acoustic transfer platform. So we were trying to be ahead of technology for compound management, and where compound management advances is in the acoustic technology. And back in 2008, we took the risk of bringing on board the first sort of acoustic liquid transfer into the country. with the echoacoustic dispensers for compound management. And in 2017, we were able to bolster that with a second platform doing the acoustic transfers again. So it was miniaturizing that sample delivery out to the customers and also being able to provide full service. So not only were we now doing HTS copies or plate stamp copies, we were able to give full CRC samples out to customers so that we could do that full range. And we were also able to do any combination studies, any matrices studies, any drug-to-drug interaction sort of study, sample plates out to those researchers so that they could do those sorts of types of work. In 2018, we gained some more funding because we got some more customers and we were able to bolster our storage up to the 1 million sample mark. So that came on board with the Hamilton Verso storage system. By this stage, we'd grown our member organisations to pretty much most of the universities within the country in Australia and some biotech firms and some collaborative research institutes and industry partners. So we call that our national pipeline. We've been very successful in building relationships with all of those institutes and all of those partners. And that has built on our expertise over the years. So just some key stats from 2020, just to show what we did in that year. Compounds Australia was able to deliver samples and plates out to 20 different universities, 13 different medical research institutes, and 5 industry partners. So and across those projects, there was over 150 projects in that year. We delivered 2.5 million sample wells, and I can tell you we will absolutely smash that record because I think we've done 2.5 million in the past 2 months alone. We had the ability to store 1 million samples in microtubes, and we bolstered our sample plate storage to 10,000 microplates. We, by this stage, had 4 dedicated robotic platforms. We were considered acoustic technology leaders, and we are actually bolstering that further. We were meant to be this year the first academic institute worldwide to bring on board an acoustic tube technology, which is to date only present in pharmaceutical companies and their compound management facilities. And by this stage, we had an expert team of 8, and we were supporting over 200 researchers in over 150 different research groups. So that was 2020. As I said, in 2021, we will be increasing those numbers again, purely because during COVID, while a lot of institutes stopped, we didn't stop. COVID research kept going, and then we needed to backfill the research that had been put on hold over that time. So I like to say that Compounds Australia has been built on reputation and service. One of the main things that we do is we like to make sure that we are doing the compound management and that side of things well, and doing that to the best of our ability so that the researchers and the individual researchers don't need to worry about that. They worry about their research and they know that we are going to deliver what we say we're going to deliver. So when I talk about that, I mean, we were delivering quality products. So not only quality in the samples, but full quality across the whole facility as a whole. We have complete data tracking end to end. Everything is barcoded tracked. Everything is input into a database. We know what happened to that sample on what day, at what time, and at what volume. We have complete accurate liquid handling QC checks on all of our liquid handlers, and that is routinely maintained throughout the facility. We have instrument maintenance that is ongoing. We have an in-house engineer who has obtained full engineering training on most of, if not all, of the equipment that we have in the facility. And that is an expense that we put in place and made sure that we had that at hand when we were deciding on vendors and equipment. And we maintain sample integrity, so not only with the right equipment, but with routine LCMS tracking on all of our samples to make sure it's maintaining integrity and purity. On top of that, we have a complete customer focus. So I say we've built for the past 15 years, and the reason we've built is basically by making sure we keep in touch with our customers. We regularly touch base with them. We find out what they think we're doing well, what they think we're not doing quite so well, and what we might be able to do that will help them benefit them into the future. So we are a fee for service model. So everything we do comes with a charge. So because of that, It's been instilled in us to make sure we are listening to what our customers are doing. And that has enabled us to collaborate and to grow as required. And that's given us the ability to bring on board new services and workflows. They give us ideas just by talking to us and saying, hey, I want access to a certain drug. Do you have it? We may not have it, but we will be able to go out and say, if we've heard it from 15 different researchers across 5 different universities, maybe that's something we should be investing in. And it's something we have followed through. We've brought on board different libraries for different researchers because we've known that there's been an interest in getting access to those libraries. And buying libraries from commercial vendors can be quite expensive. And if you're only wanting it for your one assay, it may not be an expense that you are able to afford, whereas we might be able to afford that, get it into the facility, and we can then on-sell it at small rates for the fee for service. This has also allowed us to produce new partnerships and to develop our expertise further. So over the years, we've been able to develop our people, not only to do the work within the core, but we have also been able to maintain and make sure that we have become somewhat experts in our field, whether that is in automation or engineering or IT and database maintenance, in customer service or automated liquid handling. Working with the systems day to day and being able to optimize and develop protocols and runs and liquid transfers for customers has made us those experts in the field. And we actually have vendors come and ask us to be their application support, help them set up liquid handling, be their engineer if they don't have one in the country at the time. So that has led to our development and our expertise growth as well. So once you have the equality, you also need your team. So as I said just before, our big focus is investing in our team. The right people can make all the difference, and bringing on board a range of skill sets and a range of expertise is, in my mind, something that we have tried to value and tried to do well, and investing in upskilling and development. So this is what we like to call the CA leadership team. So we are led by Moana Simpson, who's a facility manager. She brings on board an experience in drug discovery at AstraZeneca, and actually was one of the first operations to begin what was then known as the Queensland Compound Library. You have myself as the operations manager, and I came on board pretty much as hands on deck, but with experience in screening against cell-based assays, but a passion for automated liquid handling and setting that up and making sure that that was doing what I needed it to do. And then we have Stephen Toms, who is our automation engineer, and he brings on a wealth of experience. As I said, full engineering training at a service level for those vendors. And he actually left us for a little while. He got poached by one of those vendors, but he's since come back to us, so which is nice. And further on from that, we have a great team in the lab at the operations level. So it's not just the leadership, it is the team in the lab doing the day-to-day, and we are building their skills as well. And we like to invest in whatever they show passion in. So we have Heather Watts, who is our LCMS and QC technician. We have Paris McCall and Ashley Williams, who are our operations technicians, and Steve and Tegan, who joined us 4 months ago, and are starting to learn what we do, how we do it, and I'm sure they will learn their expertise and figure out where they want to go in the future as well. So on top of that, to get all of this done and to bring in all the funding that we need, we have teamwork, our governance structure, which is led by Professor Catherine Andrews, who's the grid director, and Associate Professor Yun Fang, who is our academic lead. And these guys all work in collaboration with our Strategic Advisory Board, which is made up of members of not only Griffith University academics or heads of groups, but also different people from different member organisations across the country, so that they can feed into the strategic direction of the facility and where we go and how we do what we do. So following on from this, I think the biggest part for us is we've been able to foster great partnerships. So not only with our industry partners and our academic customers, but also with funding bodies. One of the biggest partnerships we've been able to foster and grow is our relationship with the Therapeutic Innovation Australia, and we've actually become a NIPRIS facility back in 2011. And just to go on from that, that partnership has been a successful one for us. So it has enabled us to not only build the facility further across the years through different funding rounds, it was what gave us the ability to split our platforms from 1 into 3 robotic platforms for the initial growth phase. It also enabled us to purchase multiple open access libraries that researchers across the country could access. And it's also given us operations or people funding, which is still continuing and we hope continues well into the future. And has also given us some further capital infrastructure funding to support or leverage other funding that we've been able to get as well. And just to lead on from that, we were one of 4 facilities highlighted in the National Roadmap in 2016, and that's a big gold star for us. So where do we go next? Our next steps, we were lucky to secure some funding back in 2019 to bring on board the ACRF Centre for Compound Management and Logistics, and that's a tongue twister. But that in its entirety was a total of 5.25 million. And that is where our next big challenge and project is. And that, to be honest, is to keep us relevant and keep us up to date with technological advances in the compound management space. Oh, did I just hit? I think I've just exited. But basically, I would click it through and show you some tubes. What's that? The last slide, if that helps. Yep. So the ACRF Centre for Compound Management and Logistics had 3 goals. So it was to bring on board a transformative technology. So that was the acoustic tube that I told you about earlier. So that basically is the next realm of compound management and low volume compound management. At the moment, when we want to do acoustic transfers, we have to go from a stock tube into an acoustic plate and then into a destination plate. What the acoustic tube allows us to do is cut out that middleman. We no longer need to go to that acoustic plate because the tube itself is the acoustic carrier. So as I said, we will be the first worldwide institute academically to bring that on board. And I believe we will still be the 5th or 6th institute entirely in the world to bring that on board. And what that meant was we needed to bring on board a few other different platforms as well, which gave us a few extra abilities. So we needed a sample processing platform to be able to handle those tubes. And that also replaced some of our aging equipment and kept us relevant technologically. It gives us the ability to maintain our microliter and nanoliter sample workflows, as well as add additional workflows to that. And we also needed a new storage platform to store the acoustic tubes, which is again going to increase our capacity and our ability to provide drugs and samples to Australia. And the third goal of that project is to bring on board a new IT infrastructure platform. So to date, we've been using an in-house LIMS database, which has been working. It's been doing what it needed to do, but we want to bolster that further with some extra funding to create a customer portal for ordering and make that a bit more seamless. So seamless, sorry, tongue twisted. So that's where we're going. And with that, we just want to acknowledge all of our funding partners across the years and obviously all the teams that have led to the facility.
Thanks, Rebecca. Last but definitely not least, I would love to invite Dr. Jodie Clyde-Smith to join us at the platform. Jodie has worked in 5 higher education institutes across Australia and the UK, specialising in research strategy, revenue generation, operations and service delivery. Jodie has worked in centres, schools and institutes, as well as working in central senior management positions. She has a deep understanding of the research management enterprise and is currently Director of the University of Queensland's Research Office. Please welcome Jodie.
Whoever was the guy who was doing the space one, sorry, I missed your name because I went to the toilet. I was fascinated by that, and a bit of a space space junkie, and I don't know if anyone's ever listened to the podcast 13 Minutes to the Moon, but it does a fascinating doco essentially on the 10 years it took to get to the moon and the thousands of different companies involved in the research required to actually get that landing. So it's a pretty good thing to listen to. So I know you're running late. What time is this supposed to be finishing? That's a long time to wait for your drinks. So I'll make this as quickly as I can because I know you're slightly late. The talk I'm giving is essentially from the institutional perspective. So I've been working at different levels of senior, middle, org unit management now for about 20 years. And through that journey, have learned a lot about how we think about research at those higher levels. And I spent a lot of my time talking to different parts of the organization that don't really understand it. And so when I mention the word research, they don't think revenue, they think cost. And so this is about some of the things that we have to go through from the research sector to be able to convince and persuade investments into research infrastructure. So forgive me if this is a little high level. I wasn't quite sure of my audience, but we'll see where we go. So I assume that acknowledgements to country have been done, but I would like to acknowledge my respects to the traditional owners. And I thought I'd start again from the context perspective that we work from. So we know as a higher education research institution, everything matters in the ability to be able to gain the reputation that says that we are one of the major institutions in the world for discovery and innovation. Now, the most common way of getting that message out is through publications. And of course, that leads to the virtuous circle of research. And one of the major drivers for us here is actually around the rankings, international rankings, because we have been so dependent on the international student revenue base that we have been able to secure for many years. I'm not quite sure if it's decades, but many years now. So the importance of that, of course, is that we recognize where research infrastructure fits. Without research infrastructure, we can't drive that virtuous circle of research discovery excellence, how that then leads through to the the pathways for the translation. And then, of course, how we go about looking for impact and innovation. And some of those conversations have been held through the talks that I have heard today, but they're the sorts of things that matter to us when we're actually looking at what we're trying to invest in when money's always a factor. In doing that, one of the things that I was reading up on was actually a report back from the UK in about 2018, and they were looking at what mattered in being able to drive research excellence. And in some ways it's a no-brainer, but they did actually do the work behind it. So one of the first things is actually, how do you foster the day-to-day collaborations of the researcher? How do you make sure that you've given the researchers what they need to be able to weave their way through whatever journey they've got to take, whatever obstacles, but in a way that actually allows them to be able to secure the funding, to build the scale, and from that build collaborations. And underpinning some of that was a real framework towards research infrastructure. A case in point, this is often brought up as something about innovation and how important the higher education sector is, and how much of a marriage there is between government funding and universities. But I would argue underneath every single one of these discoveries that led to the iPhone, research infrastructure was absolutely pivotal to driving those innovations. So when we're coming to the point of actually looking at what piece of kit we're actually next going to buy, one of the things that we look at is actually what context we're working in the first place. So the COVID-19 has really forced that question home, but it's on top of other things that we are facing at the moment. And I think I say this probably every 5 years, but we are in an area of unprecedented space for the higher education sector. It's been probably 2 decades since we've been in a space of such revolution. But on top of that, we've got the geopolitical situation. We have a federal government that's not that engaged with the higher education sector, in case you hadn't noticed. We aren't getting the revenue increases in the research councils that we would normally look to. They're important to be able to drive research. And of course, ARC is critical for driving research infrastructure. We have other opportunities though, and they are looking towards translation, innovation, engagement, impact, and partnering with industry. And of course, state governments are interested in that as well, because they're trying to build sustainable futures for their states. It's important to note, and I've raised this, is this whole idea about the international student revenue. We are in a position where in the UQ, we probably pull in about $500 million of research income through the higher education data research collection, so the research block grant. We spend another 900 million supporting that research. And we've been able to do that through other sources, the majority of which has been through our international revenue. We, of course, are trying to find new ways and ways to bridge gaps around the revenue gaps we've now got. It's important when I say that because the federal government has to come to the party to be able to support research infrastructure. It is as an important component of national infrastructure as things are such as roads. So without research infrastructure, we don't get innovation and we don't get discoveries that lead to it. But of course, it all costs. So I've taken this picture from one of our research centres, and you can see in this particular diagram how many of our pieces of kit are heading towards the point when they are need to be retired. So they cost big bucks. Their lifespans in some cases are getting smaller and smaller. I remember when I was working at the IMB, we weren't even waiting for a year before we were planning the next piece of big kit. Of course, for every big piece of kit you get, there has to be secondary and tertiary facilities. That means more space. It means more infrastructure in terms of PNF and electricity and all those sorts of things. You need more people and specialized people to be able, or specialized skill sets to be able to run them. And of course, when the organizational unit lands, sometimes people don't really like to share. And of course, that means that the kit doesn't get used as much as it should, or it doesn't get, it gets underutilized, or we don't get the innovations that we could, so the research discoveries. So these are some of the things that we get. And so when someone says we want to buy the $6 million piece of kit, you're just going, well, how, where, and why? If we look at this particular diagram, and this is the other side of the coin, is that when we look at these two particular pieces of the pie circle, we're looking at $70 million alone just to replace some of those kits. So these are expensive operations for universities to run, and we have a higher education sector that is not properly funded. So our research is not properly funded through the federal government. So every time we buy something, every time we have to replace it, it's been subsidized from other parts of the revenue base. Usually teaching, which is why they get so cranky with us. Having said that though, it's leading to a change. And so certainly over the last 5 or 10 years since I've been in the sector, once upon a time, it was this piece of kit and it glittered and looked shiny. And we were convinced by the stories that were being sold to us that if we got this piece of kit in, people would come. Nowadays, we're asking more questions about that, which is how is that research really going to happen in a way that's also going to support innovation pathways? So some of the questions that are coming into play that are new ones really lie around those areas of orange text that I've written there. We now look at what our campus planning is. We look at what our people plans are. You're important. And we also look at ways that we try to stay attractive, but on top of that, how we're going to build essentially ecosystems of research, ecosystems for innovation. And so if I were to talk about that, some of these things that we have not practiced well as a higher education sector is actually campus planning, which is no different to city design. Everything that we should do is actually looking at the ways that we can connect people simply by where we place them. And therefore, where do we place the kit in a way that's actually bringing not only the disciplines that use it, but the cognate disciplines, so we can build the synergies around thought leaders. And of course, with that as well, is that the kit is brought in a way that means that we've got the appropriate governances in place. We think this goes back to the same things that we said earlier. How do you make sure that we've got research excellence? How do we make sure the researchers can have those day-to-day interactions to get things done? And so by reshaping how we think about campus planning, it's actually leading to new ways of thinking about how we can support researchers. Now, this is something that's resonated through the talks that I have heard today. Without you, nothing happens. You're in a position that we recognise where careers are an issue. They're often short-term, progression pathways are difficult. And while I speak to you in your roles, this is something that happens across the research management framework. So these are the same sorts of issues I have when I'm supporting the research management professionals in my area. So the critical point of this, though, is that you cannot have, if you look at things like the Times Higher and financial reviews, they talk about something called the service profit chain. The service profit chain is a way about growing your customer base, about your customer base having loyalty and faith in what you do, but in a way that actually allows you to innovate. Now, we are inside this space really challenged in the way that we can support employee satisfaction, that it then allows the managers of people to actually innovate in different ways and find different ways to do business and engage with different partners. So this is one of the big areas that we struggle with in the sector. It's becoming more and more prominent, and I'm sure you'll have seen it in your areas, and certainly from UQ, Joe Shapter is very passionate about this area. But if you look at it then and say, well, if the service profit chain matters, these are some of the stats that you can actually pull out of other areas in the higher education sector. So companies that look after their people, have pathways, invest in them and offer them opportunities across the board, have better returns and profit margins than anywhere else. And this model applies into the higher education sector and the research infrastructure profession particularly as well. So how do we stay sustainable? And the easiest way that we ask people to think about this is think big. Without thinking big, we're not going to be able to be relevant. So we're not going to be relevant to the state. We need to be relevant to federal governments so that we can engage with them and talk to them about NCRIS roadmaps. Talk to them about saying, why is NCRIS separate to any other form of national infrastructure? And in a way that actually builds environments that makes people want to come to us because there's a greater whole that can be gained. And I've put this picture in at last because these are the sorts of things we're looking for, and it's about ecosystems. So this picture here is simply from, it's Intel, and it's their, it's one of their foundries. Now, Intel won this thing to actually make some chips to do with their Department of Defense. And of course, DOD in the US has got hundreds and trillions of dollars. But can you just imagine having one of those things nearby so that our researchers and our industry partners are actually bumping into each other quite literally? NASA does this. Why can't we do the same sorts of things in Australia? And to do that, as I've said before, and I'll finish up with, research infrastructure is key. The placement of that in a way that supports modern manufacturing initiatives, research discovery, translation pathways is absolutely critical. How is that for being really quick? How'd it go? By the way, I've just seen Mountie up there. He's my hockey, my hockey coach. He keeps telling me what I do wrong. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jodie. I am lastly going to call on a couple of people to come and sit up the front here and talk to us. As well, we're going to pull Kylie back up if she's still around. So if we could invite Derek, Jodie and Sash, and I will try and arrange Kylie. We can see you, Kylie.
I'm back.
Thank you. So once Sash is ready, I'm actually going to dob him in to go first because I know that core facilities sustainability is his pet subject. On the side.
How many scientists do you need?
On the side, just on. Okay, sorry, what was the question? No, just cracking. So I heard that. So yeah, look, I think, I mean, sustainability, it's got a broad term in terms of financial sustainability otherwise, but I think a lot of organizations, universities or institutes actually have to start off even bigger. Do we need to have this core facility? I mean, I think part of the challenge, especially in what Jody described in the pressures that the sector is under, especially what's been exposed with the pandemic, I think sharing has to be even more, emphasis needs to be around sharing of resources, even more paramount. So I think in my mind, a core facility, sustainability, there's lots of different elements to it. But one of the first questions to ask is, how do I stay relevant? You know, what that means is what you're doing, the services, the technology you're providing has to be relevant to think big, think about the national efforts and what's important at a national scale, how important and how aligned is the core to that. So it's easy to talk about, engaging with industry. I mean, the Commonwealth will say that over and over again, but at the same time, you probably have to focus and say, look, what are the sovereign capabilities that Australia is looking at, and where does my core facility, whether I'm doing flow or some other technology, how do I make sure the research programs in my home institution is relevant to my core facility and what I'm delivering through my core facility? It's not always an easy one to answer, but you do have to make a tremendous amount of effort. I might stop there at the macro kind of level, and then you can work down the list of, well, how do I do cost recovery, blah, blah, blah. I'll leave that for other people.
Capital is very expensive. Jody, how do we try and keep investing in new capital so that we can stay relevant, but still maintain sustainable cores?
So I think that comes back to my earlier point around ecosystems. So when we think about KIT now, it's actually about where is it placed in a way that actually allows us to build greater partnerships. And some of that's tied to where you are based, so your geopolitical. So when I was down at UTAS, for example, Southern Oceans Marine, that was ours. Arctic, Antarctic was ours. But up here, we're looking at things like, well, where are we placed? So we're placed in one of the agricultural belts. We have infrastructures around forestry, around cattle. You know, these are big industry drivers for Queensland. Mining, all those sorts of primary industries are one thing, but actually the state wants to move away from that. They want to move into a knowledge economy. So that puts us into a space where we become more attractive. And so it's about turning those sorts of industries around in a way that actually means that research is critical to it. So when you start to do that, then you can actually start to think about things like ARC LEAF, but you actually start to talk about co-funding. Now that's my experiences, and you look like you've got something to say.
Nope, I'm good.
Oh, right.
I'm just being interested.
All right.
Kylie, how do you manage things like service contract expenses and balance them against cost recovery?
We try and build that into some of the costs or some of the grants that we get, or when we're buying new equipment, I'll try and make sure that we can recover the costs of the service agreement. In some cases, we will see whether, particularly where we're isolated, and I've leveraged this in COVID, see if we can get trained by some of the companies so that we can upskill our own staff, and that's a way of sort of saving money. Often our engineers are based in Australia, and so we've had a problem with COVID getting them over here. So with the service contracts, I think definitely negotiate them. That would be step one. Negotiate hard, because they can come down a lot. And when I buy them, I try to get at least a couple of years thrown in for free, and then try and find other ways to recover the costs if you can.
And Derek, my question for you is, I imagine when you started, you were given funding to establish. What are you looking at in the future once that funding's done? What pressure is there to cost recover how much of your facility operations?
It's there. I think it's fair to say that money's already run out. We were massively affected in many ways by the COVID wave because it was envisaged that we would have certainly a new building and a new model in place by now, but obviously when coronavirus hit, we actually had approval from EDQ to build our new building. So we're on the verge of tendering. Then it hit, international border shut, and the university went, oh, we're pulling infrastructure money. So yeah, we're still looking at that new building, but what we've had to do is, pardon the pun, but adapt how we go in. And in many ways, the pause has been very good for us because it's allowed us, those 3 pillars that I showed earlier, we've went and centered around those 3 pillars. That's where our money's coming from, and we're showing the potential for growth. And so that has been a compelling argument in itself. So there's been a bit of street fighting, if you want, for a better term, of going out and just trying really hard to engage people and engage businesses to come and work with us, but also work with the researchers and say, well, we need to be a bit more ruthless in what we're going for and producing, and we've got something that we can spin out. Let's just try. You know, we've got a commercial, we've got a market. Why don't we just do it? You know, so we're looking at other ways to try and cut that funding. We, as a target, to get back to the original question, we're expected to be about 50% self-sufficient, so 50% subsidy, 50% recovery. But we were also meant to be in a new building as well, which we would then be on another 5-year journey to full recovery, including block grant funding as a contributor to that, based on how successful we're being. So a lot of that's been reset, and we're talking about that now, about what does the next 5 years look like. So yeah, hard question to answer, but that's kind of the current status.
Were there any specific questions?
Can I just say it's an interesting space because we're all having to think very hard about how we've done business previously. And we're all, it was interesting during that real 2020 COVID time, the real crunch that hit the sector. But with that crunch, what we did see was a whole stack more contract research coming through as industries were looking for different ways of doing business. As a result, we've also changed how we do business. But we're also having to become much more ruthless about how we do it, what questions we ask, and also be a little less risk conscious. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that's a new space, I think, for us to be in. Pun. Sorry.
We're here all week. No.
So we have a question from one of our online delegates. I am interested in hearing how your groups deal with the balance between innovation, risk, disruptive tech, and value when buying and replacing key equipment.
Yes. That's a hard question. I'll take the first go at it, but we've got a roadmap, as I'm sure, as I think Kylie intimated as well. She's developed a roadmap for her particular technology. We've got a roadmap for where we're looking in terms of the instrumentation and the equipment that we need. That's very much related to what do we expect for outcomes in that next sort of 5 to 10 year period. Where is the trends in manufacturing going? There's a lot of Industry 4.0 and Industry 5.0 stuff going on at the moment, and what does that really mean, and what does it mean in terms of the technology and how we buy it? For me, that's where we're looking, and how we balance that risk is, if we can see a potential revenue stream, or even if there's a researcher who's got a grand idea that we can sign up to, we'll look at it, we'll propose it, and we'll put a business case around it, and that's really as much as you can do. And if the argument is persuasive enough, then you'll get what you need.
Do you want to go next, Kylie?
Yeah, well, I would say with my background with philanthropy, that's actually something that they really come to the party on. If the spaces that a lot of places won't support is what they like to get into. So if, for example, when we got our Auroras, that was, we were early adopters, that was a risk. I had to sell the idea to our, strategic scientific leadership board. But I managed to get the funding from the foundation because I could see an opportunity, and they are happy to take a risk. And so I mean, you can show that you've done all of as much due diligence as possible to look at what the potential risks are and what the potential benefits are, but they are more likely to jump on board with those things. So for us, I think we've been quite lucky bringing in new technology, but you have to be careful because you could really ruin a relationship if you make a hugely wrong decision. So you don't want to take decisions lightly, I guess. And no one has a crystal ball. If you're really taking new technology, I think this is where going to conferences and knowing how the technology is developing, when you see how the components are coming along and you get a sense of what's reliable and where it's going, I think that's useful.
And I think I was looking at Kevin because remember we were sitting looking at some LEAF applications and deciding which ones to bid for. And I think that's one of the really challenging questions that we face. But as these years have gone past with COVID-19, some of the things that are coming into the discussions that we have really sit around program logic frameworks. So it really is a case about what is it we want from a system? What is the system? Which layers of those systems? So you can have the disciplines, but outside those disciplines, you've got the collaborations, you've got all your partnerships, you've got university to university, you've got university to state. So all those sorts of things are coming into the discussions, and we see that happening through various planning cycles, various initiatives, big funding initiatives nowadays. The trick, I think, for us is actually getting researchers to understand what that is. Kevin, I'd ask you to talk, you don't have a mic.
Sash, did you have any comment?
Yeah, I think in terms of risk, I write back to our lawyers and say, thank you for your advice in capital letters. And then to be honest with you, I think it's to Derek's point too. Sometimes industry doesn't want to deal with multiple parties in a university. So more often than not, I make a judgment call about acceptable risk to working with industry. But if you do it well, if you're talking about capital, for example, you can get industries to invest in capital. And certainly we had a really good outcome with BHP Copper, for example, where, they initially came to us on the back of a well-known academic in QUT, but they came from BHP Copper Chile to help us find them copper deposits. They could have gone to any other institutions that could do that. But out of that partnership, once we convince them we can do things on time and with quality, they bought us more than $1 million worth of kit, where the kit is predominantly used for that project, but at the same time, it's used by our students and our researchers. So you just have to be a little bit entrepreneurial about these kind of opportunities, because LEAF has been $30 million for I don't know how many decades for now. It seems like it's gone nowhere. So we do have to be quite imaginative about how you kind of get access to capabilities. And certainly the Queensland Major Research Infrastructure Alliance, where Joe and I and others have been working together, one of the first questions we ask is, does anybody else have the same stuff? Or is anybody else thinking about this stuff? But I must admit, even with that set up, I think our institutional politics and still play a role, because we have still duplicated in instances that I think we could have avoided. But I think the pandemic might bring us back on track on that as well. But there is still a challenge of having it very close to us, where I rather spend that money recruiting somebody dedicated that services multiple partners, for example, or buying cab rides for the HDRs up front. I don't know, buying Uber for them, because I think there are still some misconceptions about what is actually possible. And you just need to be a bit more open-minded about it. Yeah.
Cool. We have one more question.
Since the panel has such experience, what would be your tips for core facility staff in balancing how to keep a sustainable core facility operating and some of the budget pressures for that, and their purpose in providing research support?
happy to take that one. I think the first thing we can do to help the core staff is institutions should work with the core facility area to clearly define expectations, because I think you talked about a 50-50 model. The reality is there is different core facilities have different ability to, if you like, recover costs. I think giving a core facility manager totally unexpected targets or targets that are not realistic is not helpful, because that anxiety means that they're always worried about it and they're not putting their attention to the actual research and looking for opportunities. So it's a fail in that setup. Whereas if you can do the right kind of benchmarking and say, this facility, 50-50 is the right model because we see something similar, or it's 50-50 for the moment because we don't know what the full potential is. Let's give it a good 3 years or 2 years to see where we land. I think that's probably the best way to ensure that the attention is given at the right time. But also what we need to understand is, as a sector, for every dollar of research, it's like $2.50 or something it costs. And your budget clearly outlines the cost. But I think sometimes it's not particularly helpful to use the word cost. I often talk about investment. In order for us to drive this research agenda, you need to invest in research infrastructure to this amount. And that's often how I frame my business cases within the university. But you know what? It is a bit of a journey because you have to bring everybody else along with you to make that kind of investment, frame the discussions around investment. But I think for the core staff and the core managers, I think by all means, hold them to an account, hold them to account to a realistic target.
And just to add on that, I think when we talk targets, I absolutely 100% agree with you. It's we're in a case where we're very speculative, still very early stage, but not just purely focusing on a metric of cost is so important. We can add value in so many other ways, and I think I mentioned it when I talked, but we don't talk about the equipment so much. We talk more about the people and the services that we provide, and we try and embed our people in projects and add value in that sense. And ultimately what that's leading us down the road of is actually costing people who are on hard money, so continuing contracts, but we're cost recovering them through grant projects because they are seen as actually a member of that research team. And so having that metric put in another way is also a conversation that I have had with my reporting line up through Office of Research, and we will continue to have as we map our way forward, because value comes in so many more ways than just a cost base.
Kylie?
Yeah, I don't have too much more to add to that. I think definitely just reiterating what Satch said, getting the expectations right, looking at what your core facility brought in the last few years and see how much can you actually make, set some realistic targets. And we've also started putting our staff on grants. So if somebody's using 0.1, so embedding them into grants, even if it's just 0.1 or 0.2, that really helps reduce the costs. And then trying to find and constantly looking for innovative new business ideas so that you can bring in new business, but not making any promises. Like we're often held to account, by finance, trying to see if we can recover more costs. But you can't predict what's going to work and what's not. So I think there needs to be a proactive person in the team who's selling your skills to the right people, so it can be Crown Research Institutes, other places that can come and actually use your business. But it's pretty hard to put an absolute number on it. I agree.
Very quick last question.
Can I just add to that? Sorry. So at an institutional level, we run things at a loss, knowing they run at a loss. We also run other things knowing they're going to be at a profit. And that goes right from, at the central level, we run that right across the university. And I think that if that's the approach, that the approach also comes in across the complex of research infrastructure facilities, so core facilities. And so that's understanding that across what you've got in the institution. But within your own business, it's that thing about being prepared to run certain things at a cost and other things as, you know, your stable market. And it's showing them that you're actually, you know, you're completely across where you are, what you can provide through service level expectations, I agree, but also that you're sustainable. So you are trying different ways, you are looking for different businesses, you are recognizing that, you know, there's new monies coming in through departments of defence and modern manufacturing initiatives, and that you're trying to place the facility. There is, in my view, a natural point of retirement for facilities just because of the pace at which we go. And so as your facilities disappear, it doesn't mean that the core has to disappear. It just means that you've got to change what the business looks like. Being across that and being able to advocate for it, having your PVCs, your directors, whoever they are, understanding that journey and then being in the position where they can have the conversations with vice chancellors or whoever pays the bills. That's what you need to do from a business perspective.
One quick question.
I don't have a question, just a comment. So from my recent experience, we managed to borrow money and we could like buy very hard with the vendor. So we had like money for 3 instruments, we end up purchasing 4. And on top of that, lot of vendors will give you extended warranty on that. So you will get 5 years warranty. We worry about that aspect. On top of that, there were like a couple of other the same company instruments and all that. So they just extended warranty on that. So working hard is, I think that a lot of vendors have big margins to work with. So they can bargaining purchase.
Like bargaining.
Absolutely. Thank you to the panel. Allow you to sit, and I will just quickly reshare this other thing. So in reflecting upon today, I wanted to share some statistics with you. We heard from 18 excellent speakers across a range of topics. 14 sponsors put their hands in their pockets to make today possible. Over 100 attendees joined us in person with representatives from all major local research organisations, and as many as 58 dialed in online from national locations, including Sydney, Melbourne and Adelaide. So that means overall we had over 160 people involved, which I think is excellent in the current climate. Some of the take-home messages that I saw pop up across numerous presentations throughout the day. Clearly, core staff bridge the gap between academic and professional streams, and work is needed to develop frameworks and to gain buy-in by organisations. The main thing that really perpetrated through all of it was, while tools and technology are important, they're nothing without people. We need to upsell and promote our people within and outside of our organisation. We need to engage in intentional development. Show your team that you value them by prioritising their growth. People around us influence our careers and outcomes. Remember also that we influence others around us. And nurture relationships and manage expectations. I'd like to thank everyone who has been involved in making today a success. The organising committee, the speakers, sponsors, and the attendees. It would not have been possible without you. Shortly, I will invite you to join us for a celebratory drink in the atrium. Apologies to our online delegates who I hope have stocked their fridge or cupboard in advance. Before we do though, I'd like to finish up by suggesting that we are requesting expressions of interest both for a host organisation and for organising committee members to take on the exciting challenge of running this next time. Thank you very much.